How does a man go from getting bullied like this to casually stopping an asteroid from ending humanity like this? That's what 10 seasons of Smallville gave us. Oh, and somewhere in between, this man's boiling entire oceans with his eyes, grabbing nuclear bombs out of the sky, and catching bullets with his bare hands. Today we're covering the entire story of Smallville, and I want you to buckle up because every step of that journey is absolutely insane. Let's dive right in. Episode 1 kicks off in 1989 in Smallville, Kansas, when the sky decides to destroy the town with rocks falling from space. Why did those rocks choose Smallville? Nobody really knows, but the whole thing is terrifying. Cars are flipping over and buildings are catching fire. In the middle of all this chaos, Jonathan and Martha Kent, a childless couple, find a spaceship crashed in their cornfield with a child inside. Most couples will first think about the cost of diapers and baby food, but these two, they just adopted an alien, named him Clark, and hid the spaceship like it was no big deal. Aww. Fast forward 12 years, and Clark is now a freshman at Smallville High, and his parents have given him the strictest rules ever. Don't stand out, and don't accidentally reveal that you're an alien.
I'm sick of hanging in there. All I want to do is go through high school without being a total loser.
Sure, no problem, just act normal when literally being from another planet. We then meet Lana Lang, Clark's crush. That same meteor rock shower that brought Clark to Earth killed her parents, and she grows up wearing a green meteor rock necklace to honor them. Unfortunately for Clark, every time he gets near that necklace, he collapses like someone unplugged him. Turns out her meteor rock necklace is poisonous to him. Well, there goes that love story. At school, Clark's best friends, Pete Russ and Chloe Sullivan, notice weird things about him, but Pete doesn't push it. Chloe, on the other hand, runs the school paper called The Torch and is obsessed with investigating the strange happenings in town. Everything's calm for a while until Lex Luthor, this rich bald guy, crashes into town. Like literally. He's speeding across a bridge and then loses control, and his car plunges into the river. Clark dives in, rips the car door off like it's made of paper, and pulls Lex out. When Lex wakes up, he's convinced something impossible just happened, but since he was unconscious, he has no evidence and just decides to keep Clark on his sus list.
Thanks for saving my life. I'm sure you would have done the same thing.
Meanwhile, Lex isn't even Clark's biggest problem right now. Jeremy Creek, a student who disappeared during the 1989 meteor rock shower, suddenly returns with the power to control electricity and a serious grudge. Before he disappeared, Jeremy was the school punching bag and was repeatedly bullied by the jocks. Now, Jeremy's back and he's putting those same jocks into comas one by one, but he's saving his grand finale for the school dance. Once everyone's gathered inside the hall, he plans to soak them with the sprinklers and then electrocute the whole building. Yeah, prom just got a little deadly. As Jeremy heads outside to execute his plan, Clark catches him and tries to talk him down, but Jeremy isn't hearing it. Instead, he uses his powers to slam a truck into Clark. Lol. Clark just catches the truck like, it's a shopping cart or something, and Jeremy gets the absolute shock of his life. He's confused, but he slams on the gas once again, and this time the truck hits a water pipe. Big mistake. The water from the pipe zaps the electricity back into Jeremy and drains his powers completely. Not a bad first day as a hero, but Clark has no idea what's coming next. Episode 2 starts with Clark waking up floating above his mattress like some kind of magic trick. He's just unlocked another power, and he has zero control over it. Now, let's talk a little bit about Greg Arkin, the most awkward kid in school. Greg is obsessed with two things: insects and Lana Lang. Already a weird combo, right? But it gets even worse. One day, while Greg is on the road, meteor-infected bugs attack him, and he starts developing insect abilities. Super strength, creepy bug skin, wall crawling, the whole shebang. But along with powers, Greg also develops the insect's urge to find a mate. So he attacks Whitney, Lana's boyfriend, to get rid of the competition. Clark, who happens to be nearby, steps in to help, but by then, Greg had already escaped with Lana. Whitney's too proud to call the cops and admit he lost his girlfriend to some bug-powered freak, so despite hating Clark for having a crush on his girlfriend, he asks him for help. Desperate times, innit? To hide his alien secret, Clark tells Whitney the roads are blocked and that he'll have to take a shortcut through the cornfields. Whitney drives the long way in his truck, while Clark, he just sprints through the fields of corn faster than the Flash. On getting to the factory where Greg is hiding, things have gotten really crazy. Greg's no longer human. He's crawling on the ceilings and making webs like low-budget Spider-Man. The fight gets messy fast, but Clark tries to not use his full strength because, killing someone is definitely not on his to-do list. But Greg's aggression quickly becomes his own undoing. During a jump at Clark, he hits an old metal pole, and a heavy machine falls on top of him. Yep, Greg just got crushed like a giant bug. Before Clark can process that, though, he hears Whitney's truck outside and disappears into the shadows. Lana opens her eyes and sees her boyfriend Whitney untying her. Clark saved the day, but no one will ever know. Damn, that's gotta hurt. Moving on to episode 3, Clark's trying to feel normal again by joining the Smallville high school football team. At least, if he can't get the girl he loves, he might as well become a hot jock, right? Coach Walt Arnold, a guy with serious anger issues, sees Clark's ability and immediately becomes obsessed. He keeps pushing Clark to play dirty, hurt opponents, and do whatever it takes to win, but Clark refuses every time. While Clark's playing it cool, Coach Arnold's heating up, literally. Turns out he's been spending quality time in the school sauna, which just happens to be loaded with meteor rocks. Now, our beloved coach has the ability to set things on fire with his mind. At first, nobody suspects the anger issues coach is a living microwave. Another thing they also don't know is that he's been secretly feeding test answers to his players so they can stay academically eligible and keep playing football. This goes on until one of the players, Trevor Chappell, grows a conscience and decides he's done with the cheating. He plans to come clean to Principal Kwan about the whole scandal. The coach doesn't appreciate whistleblowers, so he corners Trevor and roasts him with his fire powers. Sheesh. Principal Kwan, bless his heart, starts investigating the cheating rumors after Trevor's accident. When he finds the evidence, he marches up to the coach and tells him that he's being fired and will be reported to the authorities. Well, the coach doesn't appreciate being confronted either, so he sets Kwan's car on fire, with Kwan still inside. Jeez, this guy's a menace. Clark swoops in just in time, rips the door open, and yanks Kwan out before the car explodes. Luckily, Kwan's alive. Shaken, for sure, but alive. At this point, it's pretty clear Arnold's willing to murder people over high school football. Priorities, am I right? The final confrontation goes down in the locker room. Clark confronts Coach Arnold and demands he turns himself in, but the coach is way past the point of logic. He starts ranting about how he's just trying to give these kids a future and how nobody appreciates his sacrifices. His rage reaches a boiling point, and when his body can't handle the heat anymore, he bursts out into flames like a bad firework. What beautiful irony. In episode 4, Clark's power collection just got a disturbing new addition, X-ray vision. He starts seeing through doors and walls, which sounds cool until he accidentally sees some buds through the girls' bathroom door. Oof. While Clark is dealing with his privacy invasion problem, a bank robbery throws Smallville into panic. People swear it was the thief, Lex Luthor, that rich bald guy Clark saved from drowning in episode 1. The two of them have become friends since then, so Clark finds it hard to believe that Lex was the thief, even though he saw him stealing with his own eyes. It also doesn't help when Lex declares that he was in Metropolis, a city that's about 2 hours away, hosting a business party with like 100 witnesses. So who's the thief now? Turns out meteor rocks strike again. The real culprit is Tina Greer, a student with shape-shifting powers from the meteor rock's exposure. She can touch someone and copy their appearance and voice perfectly enough to fool anyone. She impersonated Lex to rob the bank and brought the stolen cash home. When her mother discovers the money and demands Tina stop this madness, Tina kills her own mother. Oh geez, that escalated quickly. With her mom gone, Tina loses the last person keeping her dangerous impulses in check. She becomes obsessed with becoming the golden girl at Smallville High. And we all know who currently holds that crown, Lana. So Tina gets desperate to erase Lana and take her place. She starts getting closer to Lana's world by copying people around her and setting up situations to separate Lana from everyone else. Unfortunately for Tina, Smallville's got a superhero now. Clark's X-ray vision spots the hidden cash in Tina's locker, and he starts suspecting her. He also discovers that lead blocks his X-ray vision completely, so he can use it to control the vision and create blind spots if things ever get too much. Armed with that knowledge and better control, Clark tracks Tina's movements. When Tina discovers he's onto her, she shapeshifts into Lana to confuse Clark and get close enough to attack. Copying Clark's crush? Well, A, for strategy, but the execution was terrible because Clark knows Lana well enough to spot a faker. Tina's weird mannerisms give her away, so she switches it up and shapeshifts into Whitney instead, going for a bigger, stronger body to take Clark down, but it doesn't really work. Clark shuts her down and Lex is publicly cleared of all robbery charges. Another win for our alien MC. In episode 5, Lex is extremely grateful since Clark has saved him twice now, so he sets up a date between Clark and Lana. the beautiful girl Clark's been crushing on forever. Now hold up, before you judge Lana for going out while she has a boyfriend, understand this. She thinks it's just two friends hanging out at a concert with a free limo transportation.
Just as friends.
Clark's the only one mentally picking out baby names. Meanwhile, at a lakeside party, Sean Kelvin, a flirty football player, ends up in the freezing water after some party shenanigans. The lake's filled with meteor rocks. And of course it is. Everything in this town has meteor rocks. So when Sean comes out of the water, he's developed a permanent freezing sickness. His body keeps freezing things, and the only way to stay alive is by constantly sucking heat away from anywhere he can find it. Sean starts small, draining the warmth from fires, electrical sources, anything he can find. But eventually, that stops being enough to keep him alive. So he graduates to draining heat from his ex-girlfriend, Jenna Barnum. Back to Clark's date, he's finally having a good time with Lana when a news report flashes across the TV screen. Jenna's frozen body was found. Clark's brain immediately clicks. Sean just broke up with Jenna, and now she's dead. Sean was also hitting on Chloe, Clark's close friend who runs the school newspaper. If Sean's draining heat from girls he's into, Chloe's definitely next. Clark bolts mid-conversation, leaving Lana, his date, confused and hurt. By the time Clark races to the school, Sean has already lured Chloe to the pool with a trail of flower petals and frozen her foot in solid ice. Clark smashes through the ice and pulls Chloe free just before Sean can drain her. Sean's not done though. He grabs Clark and starts sucking the heat right out of him. Clark freezes solid, completely helpless.
Thanks for the warm-up, Clark.
Turns out his powers didn't work against extreme cold. Who knew? Luckily for Clark, though, his alien body heats back up way faster than Sean expects. He grabs Sean and throws him into the lake. Sean's now freezing powers turn against him. The water around him becomes solid ice and traps him in a frozen tomb under the surface. Problem solved, permanently. Speaking of ice, Clark's romantic prospects just hit sub-zero too. His date Lana, whom he ditched at the concert, goes home feeling completely abandoned. Being a hero sucks sometimes, doesn't it? Moving right along to episode 6, we've got Clark doing community service at a retirement home alongside Lana and his guy best friend Pete. Why? Well, probably something about building character, or whatever the adults say when they want free labor from teenagers. Anyway, at the retirement home, Lana befriends Harry Volk, a bitter old man who went to prison decades ago for murder. Harry tells Lana his life got destroyed by an unfair trial in 1945. And now he's got nothing left. While wandering outside, Harry accidentally falls into a fish pond filled with meteor rock pieces. The meteor stuff reverses his aging and turns him back into a young man. And instead of being happy about his second chance at life, Harry escapes the retirement home and starts murdering the descendants of the jurors who sentence him to prison. What a psycho! While people keep dying mysteriously, Clark's putting the pieces together. He's been feeling drained at every crime scene, the exact same way meteor rocks affect him. So he traces the source and realizes it's coming from the fish pond Harry fell into. Quickly, Clark has his two best friends start digging into Harry's history. And that's when they find the old court records of his 1945 case. Hiram Kent, Clark's grandfather, is on the list of the jurors. So yeah, we know who Harry's going after next. Clark calls his dad and races home, but he's too late. When Clark and his dad Jonathan arrive, they find his mom, Martha, and Harry struggling in a grain silo. Martha lured him in there and pulled the lever, burying the both of them under tons of grain. She might not have superpowers, but she's definitely got superhero instincts. Clark and Jonathan dig Martha out just in time, but as the grain crushes Harry, the age-reversing power wears off. He rapidly ages back into an old man and dies from the physical stress and suffocation. In our next episode, things shift back to Smallville High, where Jody Melville is having a rough time. She's getting bullied constantly and feels horrible about herself. Desperate to change before a birthday party, she starts eating vegetables grown in a greenhouse that uses meteor rock fertilizer. After eating the food, Jody loses weight super fast. She goes from being ignored to being super popular overnight. Sounds great, right? Nope, the weight loss comes with a terrible side effect. Jody develops this crazy hunger that regular food can't fix. Animals around town start turning up dead, and tons of food goes missing. Chloe finds the dead animal reports and adds them to the ton of weird things that are going on in the town. Lex, the rich bald guy, takes notice too and hires a scientist, Dr. Stephen Hamilton, to secretly study the greenhouse soil. This marks the beginning of Lex's dark experiments with meteor rock. Not good at all. Jody's loving the attention, but she's losing control fast. She attacks a bully in their boiler room and eats him. Things blow up when Jody, driven completely mad by hunger, targets her date to the party. Clark rushes to the greenhouse to save his best friend, but during the struggle, a gas leak triggers an explosion that destroys the whole place. Clark uses his body to shield Jody from the blast, saving her life. The greenhouse is destroyed and Jody gets taken to a special medical facility in Metropolis to fix her messed up metabolism. Lucky for Clark, Pete was knocked out the whole time, so he doesn't remember Clark being fireproof or anything weird. The secret is still safe. Moving on to episode 8, Clark's class takes a field trip to the Luthor Corp fertilizer plant. Because what teenager doesn't want to spend their day looking at a fertilizer factory? Exciting stuff, guys. Well, the exciting tour turns scary pretty fast when Earl Jenkins, a former employee, storms in looking seriously upset. His body is shaking with these violent, uncontrollable tremors, and he claims that the company poisoned him through secret experiments conducted in Level 3, one of the secret chambers of the company. These aren't just regular shakes, folks. Thanks to exposure to meteor mixed fertilizer, Earl has developed the jitters, which let his body vibrate solid objects at a crazy velocity. Lex shows up trying to calm things down, but just in case you've forgotten, Lex's surname is Luthor, and his family owns the company. So yeah, his intervention only makes Earl angrier. To make everyone know he's no joke, he takes some students hostage, including Lana and Chloe. Since people are in danger, you know our superhero has to step in. He sneaks away to search the plant using his X-ray powers, and he finds fake walls and elevators all hiding Level 3, but the place is suspiciously clean. Anyway, back to Lex. To protect his mates, Lex heroically trades himself for the hostages. But as the kids are being taken to safety, Earl's tremors go haywire, and Clark has to physically hold a bridge together so he, Lex, and the employee don't fall to their deaths. Finally, when the vibrations stop, Earl's body collapses and his body fails. Clark manages to stabilize him and hands him over to the emergency workers. The episode ends with Lex confronting his father, Lionel, who admits that Level 3 truly exists, but it failed and he moved on. Classic Lionel, evil to the core, and this is only the beginning. In episode 9, Clark saves police officer Sam Felon during a motor crash in Metropolis. Felon sees Clark's super abilities, and instead of telling everyone Clark's secret, he decides to blackmail him into doing his dirty work. Way to repay the guy who just saved your life, Felon. To make sure Clark's abilities are the real deal, Felon drops a generator on him in the Kent barn. Clark walks out without a scratch, and Felon's grinning like he just won the lottery.
But that was pretty impressive.
But wait, it gets worse. To make sure Clark stays in line, he plants a dead body in the Kent barn and frames Clark's dad for murder. Now, Clark can't even think about backing out without his dad going to prison. Yeah, Felon's not just dirty, he's filthy. With Clark completely cornered, Felon reveals the real prize. He wants Clark to steal a valuable item from the Luthor Corp museum during a fancy event. Clark plays along, but he's already cooking something up. And sure enough, mid-robbery, Clark triggers the alarm himself and tosses the item straight to the guards. Felon's plans fall apart, and with no other options, he pulls out his gun trying to force his way out. And that doesn't go well for him. Police shoot Felon while he's running, and with Felon dead and his criminal actions exposed, the charges against Jonathan are dropped. Finally, some good news. Next is episode 10. At Lex Luthor's house, belongings keep moving around. Doors open and close by themselves, and Victoria Hardwick, Lex's girlfriend, nearly drowns in her bathtub when an unseen attacker holds her under the water. Clark shows up just in time to save her, because of course he does. And he finds a single drop of blood plus some weird green slime. The main suspect? Well, that'd be Amy Palmer, the gardener's daughter who lives on the property with her mom and her brother Jeff. Amy's a quiet teen who's obsessed with Lex in a creepy way. She keeps a notebook full of drawings and notes about him. When Lex finds his dead mother's missing watch in Amy's drawer, he's convinced that she's behind everything and fires their entire family. Meanwhile, Clark and Chloe put on their detective hats and investigate the green slime. Turns out it comes from roses in Lex's greenhouse that were grown in a meteor-infected soil. Classic Smallville. They also investigate the drop of blood and match the blood against Amy's own, and it comes out negative. Well, that just leaves one more suspect, Amy's brother. Things reach a breaking point when an invisible Jeff attacks Lex in his study, blaming him for destroying his family. Clark rushes to Lex's mansion to confront his last suspect, and that's when he sees Lex being attacked. But there's the problem. You can't fight what you can't see. So Clark gets creative. He switches to X-ray vision to track Jeff's skeleton moving around the room. Then, to make Jeff visible to everyone else, Clark accidentally knocks over a stack of yellow paint cans. The paint splashes everywhere, covers Jeff, and reveals his silhouette. Now that his silhouette is visible, Jeff gets caught and hauled off by the police. And the truth finally comes out. Jeff only attacked Victoria because he knew she didn't really love Lex. She was just using him to spy on his father's business. He wanted Lex to finally notice his sister Amy. Cupid definitely works in mysterious and very illegal ways. In episode 11, we meet Bob Rickman, your typical businessman. He's got the suit, the tie, and the fake smile to complete the package. Bob claims he wants to build a pesticide plant in Smallville. Seems like every random CEO with a dream. Except Bob's got a secret weapon. His handshake literally brainwashes people. One squeeze and you're ready to write him a 5-star Yelp review and give him your life savings too. Rickman rolls up to the Kent farm with a plan. He fakes a twisted ankle to trick Jonathan, Clark's father, into helping him, and then goes in for the handshake. Suddenly, Jonathan, who would never sell his farm, is signing the deed away like it's nothing. Clark notices something's off because, well, watching your dad sign away his entire life is kinda hard to miss. Desperate for answers, Clark and Chloe track down Kyle Tippett, a hermit living in the woods. Apparently, Kyle was caught in the same meteor shower as Rickman, and they both got the handshake gift. The difference? Rickman used his power to build an empire, while Kyle ran away to the middle of nowhere to avoid hurting people. To prove his power works, Kyle shakes Chloe's hand and casually tells her to show Clark her true feelings. Next thing you know, Chloe's planting a massive kiss on Clark that she doesn't even remember later. So basically, Kyle just weaponized Chloe's crush for a demo. Looks like things are gonna be really awkward in this friendship.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? And why is my mouth minty?
They return to town, and once Rickman realizes Clark's onto him, he improvises. Rickman shakes Lex's hand and orders him to kill Clark. Now, this is why you don't shake hands with strangers. Lex goes into full zombie mode, pours out a submachine gun, and opens fire on his friends. But Clark just stands there, taking bullets like it's a regular Tuesday, realizing for the first time that he's actually completely bulletproof. The final showdown happens outside a gas station. Rickman's ready to kill Kyle, but Kyle's not going down without a fight. He grabs Rickman's hand and uses his stronger persuasion power to flip the script. Kyle commands Rickman to end it, and Rickman, under Kyle's control, turns the gun on himself. It's over for the bad guy. With Rickman dead, his mind control wears off. The Kents get their farm back, and Lex wakes up with zero memory of trying to murder his best friend. Honestly, Smallville needs to start putting up beware of meteor rock signs. Moving right on to episode 12. Clark's family is settling down after the Rickman drama, but a school field trip is about to flip his whole world upside down. Seriously, has anyone at Smallville High actually sat through a normal class this semester? Somebody check on those students. The class is visiting a dam, and Eric Summers, a total outcast, is getting bullied. When Eric slips and falls off a ledge while holding a piece of meteor rock, Clark dives in to save him. Right as they both grab the rock, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the dam. Instead of frying them both, the energy uses the meteor rock as a bridge and transfers Clark's powers to Eric. Whoops, this is a new one. When Clark gets home, he realizes that he's normal now. He can feel the cold, he gets bruises, and for the first time ever, he doesn't get that sting when he's near a meteor rock.
Clark, are you okay?
I'm great.
While Clark's adjusting to being a regular teenager, Eric is losing his mind. He's got Clark's strength, speed, and brand new ego to match. He starts out playing hero by stopping a thief, but he hits the guy way too hard. Soon enough, Eric's throwing cars around and threatening anyone who even looks at him wrong. Clark tries talking some sense into him, but Eric's dad is the real problem. The guy's an overbearing parent who thinks his son just pulled off a miracle. He tries to capture his son and push him to go see a shrink, but Eric attacks him and sets the house on fire. He's confused, angry, and feeling like a complete freak. Where does he go? Back to the Smallville Dam, the exact spot where his life changed. Clark tracks him down and finds Eric standing on the edge of the dam during a lightning storm. He brings a piece of meteor rock, just like the original accident, knowing it can act as a conductor to reverse the transfer. He tries to overpower Eric, but oops, Eric's the one with the super strength now. As Eric picks up a live cable to finish off Clark, a bolt of lightning strikes the cable. Because they're both touching the cable and the meteor rock is between them, the energy surge rips the powers out of Eric and slams them back into Clark. In the next episode, Whitney Fordman, Lana's boyfriend, is having the worst month of his life. He just lost his college football scholarship and now he's stuck working at a boring small-town store. Meanwhile, across town, Chloe's interviewing Lex for the school paper while Clark plays cameraman. Pretty normal day, right? Wrong. 3 thieves, Wade Mahaney, Derek Fox, and Scott Bowman, suddenly enter the mansion by passing through the solid walls and start robbing Lex's vault. And before Clark can do anything, he notices that these guys have meteor rock tattoos, so he's awakened on the spot. The thieves shove Chloe right through the second-story window, and she ends up in the hospital with a broken arm and a concussion. Not great, guys. Turns out these guys are former Smallville High jocks. Same story as Whitney. Lost their scholarships, lost their futures, and apparently decided crime was the next logical step. They recruit Whitney and give him a tattoo made with meteor rock ink that lets him pass through solid stuff too. To prove it works, they throw him in front of a speeding truck, and the truck passes clean through him. Yeah, Whitney's part of the gang now. Their real plan, though? Blackmail. They stole a disc with proof that Lex has been secretly stealing money from his dad's company to fund some sort of hidden project. So they ask Lex to bring millions to get it back. But Whitney's starting to crack. During a meeting with Lex to retrieve the blackmail money, the thieves start choking Lex, and Whitney panics. This isn't what he signed up for. He flips sides and teams up with Clark, and together they steal the disc back. Loyalty to the gang lasted about 2 seconds, Whitney. Everything comes to a head at a junkyard. The gang catches them, and Wade decides Whitney has to die for switching sides. His plan is simple and nasty. He hangs a car above Whitney using a crane, passes through it so it can't hurt him, and lets it fall and crush Whitney. Except Wade missed one thing. Sure, the ink gives them ghost powers, but it turns their bones into cheese. Right as the car drops, Clark super speeds in and pulls Whitney out just in time while Wade's tattoo dies out and he gets crushed instead. Oops. And just like that, the gang is done. Whitney gets a second chance, and Clark adds yet another hero deed to his list. Episode 14 starts with Lex getting stalked by a dead guy. Yeah, you heard that right. Jude Royce. A dude who's supposed to be 6 feet under shows up at the Talon, an old movie theater Lex and Lana are turning into a fancy coffee spot. Already creepy, right? But wait, it gets even worse. Lex receives a mysterious package, and inside it is a severed hand. Not just any hand, though. It's wearing a ring that belonged to Max, Lex's bodyguard. When your mail delivery includes dismembered body parts, you know you've made some dead serious enemies. So who's Max, and why should we care about his missing hand? Well, 3 years ago, a murder happened at a club Lex was hanging out in. And instead of calling 911, Lex had his bodyguard Max clean up the scene while he himself went off to bribe the cops to make the whole case vanish. Fast forward to the present, and Clark notices that Lex is acting super paranoid. So he starts poking around. Eventually, Lex breaks down and spills the whole truth about Club Zero. 3 years back, Amanda Rotham, Lex's friend, caught her fiancé Jude cheating. A fight broke out which led to Jude stabbing Lex, and Amanda shooting Jude to protect Lex. Since Lex didn't want his friend going to prison, he bribed the cops and made the body disappear. No body, no case. No problem. Except there was a huge problem. The guilt from covering up a murder ate Amanda alive. A year later, she couldn't handle it anymore and killed herself. Now, here's where it gets wild. The Jude lookalike, hunting Lex, isn't actually a ghost. He's just some random ex-con who looks like the dead Jude. And who's behind this whole twisted scheme? Roy Rotham, the plumber Lex hired to fix the pipes at the Talon. Plot twist of the year, folks. Roy blames Lex for his sister Amanda's death, so he's been pulling strings this whole time. He hired fake Jude to drive Lex insane, hoping he'd crack and confess everything, but when the imposter fails to break Lex, Roy gets sick of waiting. He shoots the fake Jude and shoots Lex too, pushing him off a high ledge, but Clark swoops in to save the day. Using his super speed, he slides a giant couch into the drop zone right before Lex becomes a pancake. Crisis solved. But now there's major tension between Clark and Lex. Clark realizes that his billionaire buddy bribes cops and covers up murders. Episode 15 kicks off with the strangest thing Smallville has thrown at us yet. Meet the NICODEMUS flower, an ancient plant that's been extinct for over 100 years. Honestly, this gorgeous, innocent-looking plant will make you lose every shred of your sanity and make you act out your deepest, darkest desires. Good thing it went extinct, but now it's suddenly back. Well, Luthor Corp scientists dug up some ancient seeds and used meteor rock radiation to bring this bad boy back to life. Because apparently Luthor Corp's motto is, if it's dangerous and extinct, we want it. Jonathan Kent, Clark's dad, becomes the first victim. When a bank turns him down for a loan, he grabs a rifle, threatening to shoot down the bank. When Clark tries to stop him, Jonathan shoots him in the chest. The bullets bounce off, obviously, but the fact that Jonathan Kent just shot his own son tells you everything you need to know about this flower. He doesn't last long, though. On his way, he collapses into a deep coma from the flower toxin. Not good. Of course, he's not the only one losing his mind. Lana Lang is also affected. Once she's hit with the flowers, she stops caring about being Little Miss Perfect and even tries seducing Clark at the school pool. Immediately, Clark's best friends start investigating. They track the flowers' origins to Lex's secret lab. As they're poking around, Pete gets too close to a second hidden flower and gets infected. Now, Pete's always felt like Luther's looked down on his family, so naturally he pulls a gun on Lex in broad daylight. Clark gets there just as Pete opens fire, and he uses his super speed to catch the bullets and disarms Pete before anyone gets hurt. With the flower Pete brought from the lab, Clark forces Lex's researcher to make an antidote. It works. The good news, nobody remembers the insane stuff they did while under the flower's influence. But Clark? Oh, Clark. He remembers everything, and he's got a lot of questions. He confronts Lex about his secret lab, but Lex brushes it off with some greater good nonsense, and in that moment, the trust between them starts shifting. In episode 16, we get a bit of a focus on Martha, Clark's mom. As she's driving home one day, she accidentally hits a kid with her car. The kid's name is Ryan James, and he's running away from home for reasons we'll find out soon. The Kents, being the good people they are, take Ryan in while they try and figure out where he belongs. Clark immediately clicks with Ryan, and there's something about this kid that feels different. And Clark's right to be suspicious because Ryan drops a bombshell. He can read minds.
How'd you know about this?
Heard about it in your mom's mind.
But Clark's mind is the only one he can't crack. Gee, I wonder why. Ryan spills that his stepfather's been using him like a human spy tool, forcing him to steal information from people's heads. When Ryan scans Martha and Jonathan's thoughts, he figures out Clark's whole secret. But instead of ratting him out, Ryan's thrilled. He finally found his real-life warrior angel. Things go south fast when the stepfather and his new wife, Deborah, hunt Ryan down in Smallville. They snatch him and drag him into a scheme to rob Lex Luthor by pulling his trust fund codes from his brain. Ryan, being the clever kid he is, feeds them a fake password. The final confrontation happens at a bowling alley. James, the stepfather, loses it and threatens Ryan, but that's when Ryan reads his stepfather's mind and tells his wife that James is planning to kill her once they get the money. The wife's torn. James tries to play it off like Ryan's lying, but here's the thing. Ryan's never lied to them before. She realizes the kid's telling the truth. James sees the doubt in her eyes and just admits it. Then he raises a shotgun and shoots his wife in the chest, killing her instantly. Holy hell, this guy is a psychopath. Clark shows up right then after tracking them with X-ray vision and handles business by launching a bowling ball into the stepfather's chest at superhuman speed. Finally, a legitimate use for a bowling alley! The episode ends with Ryan's aunt arriving to take him. Before he leaves, Ryan drops one last piece of information.
Be careful of Lex.
Clark laughs it off, but let's be real. The kid reads everyone's mind. He knows something. Moving right along to episode 17, we meet Tyler Randall, who's stuck watching his mom die slowly from a terminal illness. In a moment of twisted mercy, he tries to end her suffering by suffocating her with a pillow. Security catches him mid-attempt, and during the fight, Tyler gets shoved out a window and plummets to his death. Oh, and a shard of meteor rock from his bracelet stabs into his wrist on the way down. But death doesn't stick. Tyler gets carted off to the morgue, and when the coroner removes the green rock, Tyler wakes up, scaring the coroner half to death. Well, actually, fully to death. Tyler grabs the guy's arm, and the coroner instantly crumbles into a pile of ash on the floor. Instead of panicking like any normal person would do, Tyler decides that this power makes him an angel of mercy, sent to end suffering. Sure, buddy. To hunt down victims, he volunteers for Mobile Meals, which delivers food to sick and elderly folks. Clark stumbles onto Tyler's trail because he's also doing Mobile Meals with his mom, Martha. Meanwhile, Chloe, Clark's bestie, pulls up an article about a mysteriously burned corner in Metropolis and connects it to a pile of ash found in some elderly woman's Smallville home. Clark checks out the scene and finds the woman's dog collar sitting in a pile of dust. Tyler didn't just kill the old lady, he turned her yappy dog into ash too. What a real angel of mercy this guy is. Things escalate when Tyler targets Whitney's sick dad. Remember Whitney, Lana's boyfriend, and Smallville's former golden boy? Yeah, his dad's now on Tyler's hit list. Clark speeds to the hospital and confronts him, telling him that his mom survived and is recovering in the hospital. When Tyler realizes that he wasn't ending anyone's pain, he was just running from his own guilt, he presses his palms together and turns himself into ash right in front of Clark. God damn! In episode 18, Clark Kent decides to do the most un-Clark thing possible. Run for class president. His male bestie, Pete, convinces him, and Clark agrees, thinking it would prove he's capable of normal teenage stuff. Clark's campaign slogan? The man of tomorrow. For someone with alien superintelligence, that's not great branding, buddy. But the race takes a dark turn. Students start getting swarmed by bees at school events, and surprise, surprise, the victims are all Clark's rivals, Paul and Phyllis. Chloe, Clark's other best friend, investigates and discovers their classmate Sasha Woodman, another rival, is the culprit. Sasha survived a freak accident in a meteor crater where she got stung about 1,000 times. Now she's basically the queen bee, controlling swarms to clear their competition. Things get personal when Sasha sends her army of bees after Clark's mom, Martha. Clark uses super speed to get her to safety just in time, then tracks Sasha to her hive. When Sasha realizes she can't intimidate Clark, she loses control. The bees sense her weakness and turn on their own queen. Clark, being the hero he is, explodes a propane tank to wipe out the swarm and shields Sasha from the blast with his own body. Sasha ends up in a coma and Clark actually stays in the race. But in a classic high school move, the students vote for hospitalized Paul Chan instead. Ouch. Episode 19 kicks off with Justin Gaines rolling back into Smallville, and Clark's meteor freak detector is going off like crazy. Justin used to be this incredibly talented artist, but his whole future got crushed when a hit-and-run driver destroyed his hands. Now, thanks to our favorite green rocks, Justin's got a new party trick: telekinesis. Forget paintbrushes, this guy can move anything with his mind. Pencils, cars, you name it. Justin starts dating Chloe, and Clark is worried. He tries to warn her that Justin might be dangerous, but Chloe's not having it. She thinks Clark's jealous because he finally woke up and realized he's got feelings for her. Except this isn't some love triangle bullshit, because Justin is out here murdering people. His first victim is Principal Kwan. Justin uses his mind to pin him against a wall using Kwan's own car. Convinced that Kwan was the driver who ruined his life, he kills him, and honestly, he couldn't be more wrong about who hit him. While Chloe's playing detective, she finds a police report from the accident. Turns out Principal Kwan's son was the driver, but Principal Kwan decided to take the blame. When Chloe confronts Justin, he completely loses it. In his twisted mind, if Chloe's not with him, she's a threat to his whole justice mission. So what does our mind-powered artist do? He traps Chloe and starts throwing flying saws and heavy equipment at her like some demented tornado. Clark bursts in to save the day, but he's gotta be careful so Chloe doesn't discover his powers. He uses his super speed to move faster than the human eye can follow, so to Chloe it just looks like wind is knocking the blades away. When the dust settles and Clark's just there helping her up, she's too traumatized by Justin's betrayal to question how those saws missed her. Next up is episode 20, and for once, meteor powers might save a life. While out riding her horse, Lana, Clark's crush, gets caught in a gas explosion near a patch of meteor rocks. Instead of just walking away with a headache, she wakes up with something way worse: a mental link to a monster. She's seeing through the eyes of a kidnapper, watching him stalk his next prey. During one vision, Lana watches in horror as the killer grabs Chloe and throws her into a trunk. Poor Chloe just survived a mind control freak and now she's a victim again. Someone get this girl a bodyguard. Lana tells Clark what she's seeing, and they piece together that the creep is Deputy Gary Watts. This dude's a corrupt cop that kidnaps people and then finds them later to look like a hero. The guy's got Chloe buried alive in a coffin with a camera so he can watch her panic. What an absolute psycho. Clark uses Lana's visions like a psychic GPS. He tries to identify the surrounding trees so he can narrow down the burial site. While Clark and Lana are running a rescue mission, Lex is doing some digging of his own. He's been obsessed with the 1989 meteor shower because it's the day his head went bald. So he pays a reporter named Roger Nixon to investigate. Nixon comes back with a solid lead from a local pilot who claims he saw a spaceship crash in a field during the meteor shower. Lex doesn't waste any time. He sends a team led by his researcher, Dr. Steven, to start digging up that field. Back to the rescue, Clark uses Lana's sight to pinpoint the burial plot and rips the coffin out of the ground just as Chloe runs out of air. But Gary, the corrupt cop, is not done yet. Realizing that Lana is seeing through his eyes, he kidnaps her, planning to solve her murder so he can look like a hero all over again. Luckily for her, Clark arrives just in time to deflect the bullet with his hand. Finally, the cops show up, but Gary refuses to surrender and tries to shoot at his fellow colleagues. Bad move. Lana's very last vision through the link is seeing a police officer gun Gary down. Lex also gets his breakthrough moment. On that field, his researcher digs. He finds a metallic 8-sided disc. Lex examines it and quickly realizes that this thing isn't made of anything found on Earth. Now he knows something extraordinary happened in Smallville, and he's more determined than ever to find out exactly what. The last episode of Season 1 kicks off with a storm heading straight for Smallville. And honestly, after a year of meteor freaks and exploding teenagers, a regular tornado feels almost refreshing. Almost. While the Luthers wage corporate war, Nixon, the reporter, goes full psycho. To get further proof of Clark's powers, he rigs his dad's truck with explosives and films Clark walking out of the explosion without a scratch. But that's not all. He also bugs his family's property, which is how he overhears the truth about the 8-sided disc Lex found. Apparently, it's the missing key to Clark's alien spaceship hidden in the storm cellar. Nixon breaks into Lex's office, steals the disc, and speeds off to the Kent farm. Meanwhile, the school's annual dance is happening, and it's peak teenage drama. Whitney enlists in the Marines and gives Clark his awkward blessing to look after Lana.
I really don't know what to say. Say yes.
Sure, bro. Just casually hand off your girlfriend to the guy who's clearly in love with her. Lana sees him off, and back at the dance, Chloe finally makes her move. She kisses Clark, and it's a real kiss this time, not mind control. But the kiss gets cut short by a piercing alien hum tearing through Clark's head. Why? Because someone just inserted the 8-sided disc into the ship. Clark is rattled, but before he can process what's happening, the school gets hit with emergency alerts. 3 tornadoes have touched down in Smallville. And guess who's out on the road alone after dropping Whitney off? Lana. Clark's hero instinct kicks into overdrive. He abandons a heartbroken Chloe at the dance and bolts into the storm. He finds Lana's truck just as the 3 tornadoes merge into one massive monster. The truck gets sucked into the air and Clark doesn't think twice. He's sprinting straight into the eye of the storm and leaps into the sky to save her. Back at the Kent farm, Nixon activates the ship, but Clark's parents catch him red-handed. The ship roars to life, and then it shoots out white light that does something really incredible to Martha. It's a secret for now, but I'm going to tell you guys later. Anyway, the ship blasts out of the cellar, flying off to find Clark, but because Smallville can't have nice things, the ship gets struck by lightning mid-flight. The 8-sided disc pops out, and the whole ship crashes into a cornfield. Nixon panics, grabs his camera and the loose disc from the wreckage, and he bolts straight into the storm. Jonathan, being Jonathan, chases him right into the path of the Twister, because why wouldn't you run towards a tornado? At the Luther mansion, the storm smashes the roof, and a heavy chunk of the roof crashes down, pinning Lionel to the floor. As he's laying down there, another heavier one hangs by just a thread swaying in the wind. Lionel begs Lex to save him, but Lex just stands there, watching. The darkness inside him finally surfaces, and for the first time we see the real Lex Luthor. The screen cuts to black with 4 lives hanging in the balance. Lana spinning in midair, Jonathan charging into a tornado, Lionel bleeding out beneath wreckage, and Clark taking flight into the heart of the storm. Will they survive? Well, let's jump into Season 2 to find out. Season 2, Episode 1 begins with Lana's truck spinning around like a toy in a washing machine, but Clark grabs her midair like it's no big deal. Aw, baby Superman. Meanwhile, over at the Luthor mansion, things aren't looking so fancy anymore. The tornado just knocked the ceiling down on top of Lionel Luthor, Lex's dad. Paramedics rush him to the hospital to save his legs, and they manage to. The bad news, though, the surgery leaves him blind. But wait, there's more. Clark's dad, Jonathan, is in serious trouble. After chasing Nixon into the tornado, the 2 of them end up trapped underground. Clark and Lex decide to team up and search for him. Smart move, except they split up to cover more ground. Yeah, we know how that goes in horror movies. Clark uses his X-ray vision and spots the underground trap, but when he finally uses his powers to rescue Nixon, he collapses. Turns out the underground trap was filled with meteor rocks. These things always make Clark sick. Nixon, being the opportunistic creep that he is, watches this happen and realizes that these rocks are Clark's weakness. He stuffs a piece in Clark's pocket so he stays weak and easy to control. Then he drags him through the woods, probably planning to lock him in a lab somewhere and sell him to the highest bidder, but Jonathan, bless his stubborn heart, manages to crawl out of the rubble and tracks them down. He tackles Nixon and they start throwing hands in the middle of the forest. It's getting intense, and just when Nixon grabs a steel post and is about to turn Jonathan into a kebab, bang! Lex Luthor steps out from the shadows and shoots Nixon right in the back. In Episode 2, life in Smallville is slowly getting back to normal after the tornado mess. School's back in session, which means students are supposed to be focused on their grades and college applications. But Lex has got different priorities. He meets Desiree Atkins, the new smoking hot biology teacher, and completely loses his mind. Within just 1 week, Lex announces that they're getting married. Wow. Lex, who's normally super smart and doesn't trust anyone, is acting like a lovesick puppy. He even asks Clark to be his best man. Back at school, Desiree kicks off her first biology class by showing some sex ed film. Clark's sitting there trying to pay attention when suddenly things get weird. He starts getting hot and his vision goes all blurry with this heat haze thing. Before he knows it, he accidentally shoots a laser beam straight through the movie screen with his eyes. But luckily nobody realizes the laser came from Clark's eyeballs. That would have been hard to explain. Anyway, congratulations Clark, you've unlocked laser eye power! Except there's one tiny problem. He has zero control over it. It goes off whenever he feels attracted to someone. Terrified he's gonna hurt his crush Lana, Clark runs back to the farm to practice. He sets up a scarecrow in the field and spends hours trying to control his new eye lasers. Speaking of things heating up, Chloe and Lana start digging into the biology teacher's past. What they discover is nuts. Desiree was caught in the 1989 meteor shower while making out with her boyfriend, so she got a super strong smell that lets her mind control men through her scent, or even just a kiss. Her whole game plan? Marry rich dudes, use her powers to make another guy kill them, and then take all the money. When Desiree realizes her magic smell doesn't work on Clark, she uses her powers on Clark's dad instead. Under her spell, Jonathan grabs a rifle and drives to the Luthor mansion, ready to shoot Lex. But just as Jonathan pulls the trigger, Clark does something incredible. He focuses his laser vision with perfect aim for the first time ever and melts the bullet mid-air. With Lex safe, Clark turns his attention to Desiree. He uses his laser eyes to heat up a door handle until it's burning hot, trapping her in the room until she can be arrested. Oops, Lex's marriage is over before it even started. Better luck next time, buddy. Episode 3 is the big one, folks. This is where Clark finally spills his alien secret, but before we get into that juicy reveal, we've got a car crash to deal with. Dr. Steven, the sketchy scientist doing shady meteor experience for Lex, runs a chicken delivery van off the road. Luckily for the driver, Ray Wallace, Pete happens to be driving nearby and stops to help. As Pete pulls the injured Ray from the van, he finds a frickin' spaceship just chilling in the cornfield. Remember, the tornado from season 1 dumped it there 3 months ago. Of course, Pete has no other friend than Clark, so he rushes straight to his house rambling about the UFO he just found and how he needs their truck to transport it. Clark obviously recognizes his alien ship, but he can't think of a single excuse to say no. He reluctantly helps Pete move the ship, but convinces him to hide it well instead of calling CNN. These things never end well though, because Dr. Steven hears a rumor about the ship and shows up to the hospital to see Ray Wallace. After getting the info about Pete also being present at the accident scene, he kills Ray. That night, Clark and his dad sneak over to Pete's house to steal the ship back, but surprise, Dr. Steven already beat him to it. The shed is emptied. When Pete discovers the ship is gone the next morning, he immediately blames Clark, thinking that his best friend stole it and lied to his face. As Pete drives away in his car, done with his best friend's nonsense, Clark stops his car with his bare hands and just...
Pete, we need to talk.
Yeah, the secret's out, guys. Now we get a bonding moment. Or not. Dr. Steven, the mad scientist, kidnaps Pete because he knows the ship needs a key. Remember that 8-sided disc thingy? Yeah, it's the key they were talking about, and our crazy scientist is convinced Pete's got it. He threatens to inject Pete with liquid meteor rock, but Clark bursts in just in time to save Pete, and during the fight, Dr. Steven's body gives up. He had been playing with the meteor rock for way too long. Anyway, the episode wraps up with Clark and Pete bonding and playing basketball together.
So you're telling me never once have you looked in the girls' locker room?
Well,
one secret revealed, about 1 million more to go. Episode 4 kicks off at Smallville High, where the class rings have finally arrived. Pete, being the best friend ever, helps Clark pick his out. Aw, that's pretty sweet. But here's the problem, and it's a big one. The company that made these rings decided to cut costs by swapping out real rubies for some red rocks they discovered from the meteor shower. Immediately, Clark comes in contact with it, and everything goes sideways. He transforms into a bad boy, buying a motorcycle, acting like he's God's gift to Smallville, and finally telling everyone exactly what he thinks of them. Uh-oh. Now, this is the height of it all. He completely ditches his first date with Lana, and he tells her that she's just a girl next door and that he's outgrown her. His crush? The girl he's been pining over for like forever? Anyway, now you know it's crazy. Back at the Kent farm, Clark pushes his dad, declaring that he's done living by farm boy rules. Ouch. Pete eventually figures out that the ring is causing all this. But when he tries to take it back, Clark nearly breaks his hand. Yeah, bad boy Clark doesn't take no for an answer. Things reach a breaking point at a local bar where Clark's living his best life. Or I guess worst life in this situation, depending on how you look at it. His dad Jonathan realizes that talking to Clark won't work, so he does something desperate. Together with Pete, they grab a piece of green meteor rock to weaken Clark. It's brutal, guys. Jonathan hates every second of this, but it's the only way to get close enough to smash that cursed ring off Clark's finger. The moment the ring shatters, good Clark comes rushing back. He collapses, totally overwhelmed by guilt as he remembers every horrible thing he said to Lana, Pete, and his parents. In episode 5, Lana, Clark's crush, keeps finding pretty poems left at her parents' grave, but she has no clue who's leaving them. She tells Clark about it, and he immediately gets all protective. He thinks this whole thing is super creepy and warns her to stay away. But does Lana listen? Of course not. She camps out at the cemetery one night to catch her mystery poet red-handed. That's when she meets Byron Moore, shy kid who only shows up after dark. Kinda weird, but whatever, Lana's into it. They start chatting when Clark suddenly appears out of nowhere like some kind of jealous ninja. Byron freaks out, tries to run away, but he trips and hurts himself. So Clark and Lana help get him home, and guys, what they find is messed up. Byron's parents regularly chain him in their basement. To Clark and Lana, it looks like these parents are total monsters, but hold on, there's way more going on here than it seems. Here's the deal. Byron was an experiment for a Luther Corp drug. The drug was supposed to fix his brain problems, but instead it turned Byron into something... Look, I can't even describe it to you just gotta see it for yourself. Anyway, since Clark still thinks Byron's parents are abusers, he teams up with Pete to save Byron by breaking his chains and bringing him outside. Yeah, that's when shit hits the fan. The moment sunlight touches Byron's skin, he transforms into this.
What are you looking at?
This monster, and badly hurts Pete before running off into the woods. Things come to a head when Byron, still in monster mode, shows up ready to attack the guy who made the drug that destroyed his life, Lionel Luther. He's about to hurt Lionel when Clark rushes in to stop him. He uses his super speed to push Byron into a deep well, and without sunlight, Byron changes back into the sweet poetry-loving boy that Lana met. By the end, Byron gets taken to a special medical place where doctors can help him without exposing him to the sun. Episode 6 kicks off with what should be a normal swimming exercise at Smallville High, except Troy Turner, one of the swimmers, collapses mid-race. Clark pulls him from the pool, but dude straight up goes from teenage swimmer to senior citizen and then dead. Rip Troy. A few days later, Russell, another student, gets hit with the same creepy aging curse. What's the connection? Both guys were spotted making out with Chrissy Parker, a cheerleader at Smallville High, right before they had turned into senior citizens overnight. Miss Chrissy, we see you. Chloe, being the smarty pants of the group, digs up medical reports and discovers both victims were totally drained of the stuff in their brain that keeps them young. So yeah, someone's out there stealing people's youth. But the real shocker comes when Clark and Chloe investigate Chrissy's mother. Turns out, for several decades, Chrissy has been attending different high schools in town with fresh identities. Yeah, wrap your head around that one. Chrissy's been feeding on Smallville boys every 25 years to restart her own life.
Chrissy's gonna need another victim.
I'll call the police.
While Chloe's playing detective, Lana's on a personal mission. She finds an old photo of her mother, Laura, with some random guy she doesn't recognize. After doing some digging, Lana starts to suspect that her dad might not actually be her dad. She takes the photo to Chloe, who uses her research skills and the school's archives to identify the mystery boy. They discover his name is Henry Small, a former Smallville student who's now a big-shot attorney in town. Meanwhile, back at the school dance, Chrissy's got her eyes on her new target, Principal Reynolds. She needs one more feeding to maintain her youth for another 25 years, but Clark shows up just in time to stop the kiss of death. In the struggle, Chrissy realizes that she can't get to the principal and tries to run away, but because she missed her feeding window, her body finally catches up to her real age. In a matter of seconds, she ages rapidly and turns into a pile of dust right in front of Clark. Yikes. In episode 7, a woman named Rachel Dunleavy shows up in Smallville and drops a bombshell.
Clark, I'm your mother.
What? Anyway, she's back in town and she wants the Kents to admit they took her child. Sure, Rachel, we'll call for a press conference just 'cause you asked nicely. And she's not just making stuff up. Years back when she served Lionel's wife as a nurse, Lionel had an affair with her and got her pregnant. She thinks the baby she gave up, a boy named Lucas, was secretly handed over to the Kents with Lionel's help. Jonathan and Martha are completely cornered. They finally sit Clark down and spill a huge secret about his adoption. Years ago, after finding the spaceship, Jonathan made what he calls a deal with the devil. He went to Lionel Luther and asked him to create fake adoption papers through some shady company called Metropolis United Charities. Ever since, Jonathan's been terrified that one day Lionel would come knocking to collect on that favor. And let's be real, that day's probably coming real soon. While Clark's trying to process the fact that his entire legal existence is basically a Luther-funded lie, Lana's dealing with her own dad drama. she finally confronts Henry Small, the lawyer from last episode, with the DNA test results proving he's her biological father. Henry tries to brush her off at first, but Lana stands her ground and demands he acknowledge her as his daughter. Good for you, Lana. Back to Clark. To protect his alien secret, he and his best friend Pete break into the Smallville medical lab. Clark uses his super speed to swap his DNA sample with Pete's, making sure that the test results come back negative for a match with Rachel or Lionel. Sneaky Clark. Real sneaky. When the DNA results come back proving Clark isn't her son, Rachel completely loses it. She kidnaps Lex, Lionel's son, and uses it to threaten him, demanding that Lionel admit the truth about what happened to her baby. LOL. Lionel doesn't care. He calls for a press conference, but then announces that he can never give in to the demands of kidnappers. Thankfully, our hero swoops in to save the day, untying Lex and taking him away from Rachel. Later, Lex confronts his father about the dead baby, and his dad insists Lucas is gone. But, guys, the camera lingers on Lionel's face just a little too long. He's lying. Episode 8 opens with a desperate cry for help from Ryan. Ryan James, the mind-reading kid Clark saved back in Season 1, is being used as a human science experiment at the Summerholt Institute, a fancy research place. Clark feels horrible for not checking on Ryan sooner and tracks him down with Chloe's help. He sneaks into the facility and finds Ryan strapped down in some restricted nightmare room, so our superhero does what he knows best. He rips the door open and carries a terrified Ryan out. Clark takes Ryan straight to Lex's mansion to hide him, but the peace doesn't last long. Dr. Lawrence Garner, one of the doctors at the Institute, immediately demands Ryan's return, claiming he's their patient. Yeah, sure. Patient is one word for it, but prisoner works a little better though. Eventually he takes Ryan home to his parents, and that's when these doctors start threatening the Kents with lawsuits and criminal charges. Lex steps up, which is surprisingly decent of him for once, and he speaks to his rich friends and manages to get a temporary restraining order, but that's not nearly enough time. While Ryan's enjoying his free time, he suddenly collapses. Clark rushes him to the hospital, and that's when they find out that Ryan has a huge brain tumor, and it can't be removed. In fact, the sad thing is that the tumor is what gave Ryan his powers in the first place. Basically, the tumor made Ryan's brain work like a radio, and it could pick up other people's thoughts, and that's what the doctors have been experimenting on. Clark's absolutely crushed. I mean, Superman can fight against bad guys, but even he has to bow down to cancer. In one last attempt to save Ryan's life, Clark flies to a far city to find the world's best brain doctor. The doctor performs the surgery, but it doesn't work and Ryan dies. Guys, a moment of silence, please. Moving right along to episode 9, where Smallville introduces us to Ian Randall, the new student who seems perfect. Dude's dating Lana and Chloe simultaneously, and somehow neither knows about the other. In a town this small, Ian's got some good skills. Clark, on the other hand, starts noticing something weird. Classmates keep reporting Ian in completely different locations at the exact same time, and the math isn't mathing. Clark and Pete investigate and discover that Ian has a wild ability. He can split himself into 2 separate bodies. So basically he's photocopying himself to double book dates and classes. So those are the skills. Everything's cruising along until Ian's teacher, Mr. Frankel, threatens to give him a C, which would ruin his perfect 4.0 GPA. Ian completely loses it and murders the guy. Over a grade? Come on, there are better things to kill. I'm just kidding, but Clark tries warning both girls, but they brush him off as jealous, especially since he dumped Lana in episode 4 during his Red Rock disaster. When Lana and Chloe finally realize they've both been dating the same guy, they don't fight each other. Smart girls. The smartness doesn't help them though, and Ian shows up and kidnaps them, dumping them at a dam. Yikes. Thankfully, Clark arrives just in time as he has to fight both Ians at once. It's like fighting a really annoying mirror, but Clark's clever. He beats up the 2 copies of Ian and saves his friends. Episode 10 kicks off with some serious werewolf vibes. Twilight fans, is that you? But don't get too excited. This is Smallville, so things are gonna get way weirder than sparkly vampires. Anyway, Clark and Pete are out riding dirt bikes through a construction area when suddenly the ground collapses beneath Clark's bike, and he falls hundreds of feet down into a hidden crack in the earth. He lands in some ancient underground caves, the Kawachi Caves, totally unharmed because of course he does. It's Clark. Down in the dark caves, Clark meets Kayla Willowbrook, a girl studying her ancestors' history for her grandfather, Joseph Willowbrook. When When Kayla finds Clark standing there without a scratch, she's super shocked and immediately knows there's something special about him. Smart girl. As Kayla shows Clark the cave drawings, she tells him the legend of Naman, a guy from the stars who's meant to protect the world one day. Sound familiar, Clark? She also points to a picture of the woman Naman's supposed to end up with. A woman wearing a very specific beaded bracelet. And guess what? Kayla is wearing that exact bracelet right now. So naturally, she thinks she's the one. Sorry, Kayla, but Clark's already crushing on someone else. Of course, Lionel Luthor doesn't let anything nice stay in Smallville, so he decides to destroy the sacred caves and build a big fancy office instead. But construction stops when a worker gets killed by a suspicious fire and a big white wolf. Joseph Willowbrook, Kayla's grandfather, who's been fighting against this whole construction thing, gets blamed for the guy's death. Someone plants fake evidence on him, and boom, he's arrested. But Clark figures out the truth. Kayla is the werewolf. She's the one turning into the white wolf to protect her family's land. Jeez, talk about going all out! Things explode when Kayla, in wolf form, goes after Lionel Luthor at the construction site. Clark jumps in to save Lionel. You know, not because he likes the guy. Nobody likes Lionel. But it's because he doesn't want Kayla to become a murderer. During the fight, the wolf gets badly hurt from a fall, and Clark finds Kayla back in her human form, dying from her injuries. In her final moments, she gives Clark her bracelet, telling him he really is Naman, before she dies in his arms. Clark's crushed by Kayla's death, but he uses it to push Lionel's son, Lex, to do the right thing. He reminds Lex that he can be better than his father, something Lex always wants to prove, and Lex buys the land from Lionel, turning it into a protected place. For once, Lex does something good. In episode 11, Whitney Fordman returns from the Marines, and everyone's excited to see him, but something's seriously wrong. Clark notices Whitney acting super weird around Lana, getting jealous over nothing, and forgetting important memories they shared. That's not the Whitney we know. Things get darker when a Marine officer shows up with devastating news. They found Whitney's remains overseas. Wait, what? If the real Whitney's gone, then who's been walking around Smallville? Before anyone can process this, the fake Whitney attacks the officer and kills him. Damn. Clark uses his X-ray vision and spots something glowing green inside Whitney's body. Hold up, that skeleton looks familiar. Chloe and Pete mention Tina Greer, the shapeshifter from season 1 who supposedly died. Clearly, she's very much alive and wearing Whitney's face like a Halloween costume. The situation gets intense when Tina, disguised as Clark's dad, lures Clark to the storm cellar and traps him inside. She uses Lana's kryptonite necklace that she stole to keep him weak and leaves him there to die while she plans to become Clark permanently. But here's the thing about Clark. He's got alien tech on his side. That mysterious spaceship hidden in the Kent cellar suddenly reacts to Clark's distress. It sends out a bright white energy pulse that completely destroys the kryptonite, turning it into a harmless clear stone. Clark breaks free and races to stop Tina. The final showdown happens at a warehouse where Tina's now transformed into a perfect copy of Clark. It's literally Clark versus Clark in an epic battle, and during the fight, Tina gets knocked into a rack of metal pipes and gets impaled on the spikes. Hopefully she dies for real now. The town praises the real Whitney, honoring the hero who died serving his country. But don't forget, the spaceship is waking up. Episode 12 begins with Lex discovering that his mansion is bugged with surveillance devices, and he's furious. Turns out, Daddy Dearest Lionel has been spying on him this whole time. So Lex decides to fight fire with fire and hires a team to break into Lionel's office in Metropolis and plant some bugs. What could possibly go wrong? Well, everything. The hired operatives turned out to be angry ex-employees of the Luthor Corp company. They dump their original mission of planting bugs and start searching Lionel's vaults for gold. They take hostages at Luthor Corp Plaza, and guess who's trapped inside? Clark's mom, Martha, who's working as Lionel's assistant because money's been tight for the Kents. Oh, and Lionel's there too, still blind from that tornado injury last season. Clark and Jonathan rush to Metropolis to save them, but here's the problem. The building's surrounded by cops, and it's on total lockdown. Clark can't exactly waltz through the front door and use his powers in front of everyone, so what does our boy do? He heads to the roof of the Daily Planet building next door and makes an absolutely insane jump across the city skyline, smashing through Luthor Corp's window. Inside, the thieves are furious because they don't find cash or gold. Instead, they find meteor rock, secret files on Clark, and the 8-sided disc from Clark's spaceship. Wait, Lionel's been collecting evidence on Clark this whole time? The thieves call Lex demanding ransom for this stuff. That's when Clark quietly swoops in and uses his super speed to take down the gunmen one by one in the dark. But then the craziest moment happens. Bishop, the lead thief, tries to shoot his way out, and Lionel, who's supposedly blind, grabs a gun and fires a perfect shot, killing Bishop instantly. Martha watches the whole thing and then realizes the horrifying truth. Lionel can see. He's been faking his blindness this entire time to manipulate everybody. Thanks to Clark's intervention, the whole situation finally ends. Martha steals the 8-sided alien disc and tells Clark to burn all the Luthor Corp files on him, hoping to destroy the evidence. But can they really erase everything Lionel knows? Something tells me no. Episode 13 starts with Lex's dad getting shot in his study at the mansion. And who does the sheriff find unconscious nearby? Jonathan Kent, sitting in his truck with a gun and tequila. This looks really, really bad. Sheriff Ethan Miller, an old family friend of the Kents, arrives at the scene. Even though he's known Jonathan for years, there's nothing he can do. The evidence is right there, and he has a job to do. He arrests Jonathan as the prime suspect, but Clark refuses to believe his dad would shoot anyone. Together with his best friend Pete, he launches a full investigation to clear Jonathan's name to catch the real shooter. Alrighty, it's time to play detective, boys. Using his X-ray vision, Clark finds a bullet stuck in the wall at the mansion. The angle of the bullet proves the shooter was standing in a spot Jonathan couldn't have been. At this point, it's starting to look like someone's playing mind games with Jonathan. Clark and Pete dig deeper to find out that Jonathan was actually drugged with sleeping medicine at the Wild Coyote bar. The gun and the tequila at the crime scene? It's all too perfect. Not to mention, during their investigation, someone tries to kill them off. Meanwhile, the suspect list keeps growing. There's Lex, who fights with his dad constantly. There's Dominic Centauri, Lionel's corrupt secretary. But then Clark starts noticing something strange about Sheriff Ethan. He's rushing to close the case way too fast. Like, he doesn't want anyone digging around. Things get even darker when the bartender from the Wild Coyote, Mike, suddenly turns up dead. To find the shooter, Clark and Lex have to work together. Lex spreads a rumor that his dad's awake and is ready to identify his attacker. When Sheriff Ethan sneaks in to finish the job, Clark's waiting for him. The sheriff tries to shoot him, but Clark moves faster than lightning and grabs the gun before Ethan can fire. Got him. That's when the heartbreaking truth comes out. Lionel had been blackmailing Sheriff Ethan over something bad from his past. And Ethan couldn't take it anymore. He thought killing Lionel and blaming Jonathan, Lionel's most vocal hater, was his only way out. Finding out that someone you trust, like family, tried to destroy you? Yeah, that's messed up. Jonathan gets out of jail, but the Kents are dealing with the fact that they lost a friend to Lionel's toxic influence. Everything the Luthors touch turns to poison. In the final scene, Lionel's sitting in his hospital bed and drops a bomb on Lex. He knew it was the sheriff the whole time. He just wanted to see if Lex would actually save him or watch him die. Get help, Lionel. Seriously. The episode kicks off at a rave in the Kawachi Caves. Those sacred caves Lex saved a while back? Yeah, he hired Dr. Frederick Walden, a language expert, to study the walls and the weird drawings on them. But, of course, high school kids can't resist a good party spot. The Smallville High students snuck in and used all of Luthor Corp's fancy lighting and equipment to throw their own underground party. Things are going great until Travis, one of the high schoolers, decides to do a leap of faith off a super high ledge, then falls to his death. Not so fun anymore, is it? Chloe and Pete watch the whole thing go down, but they don't realize that there's a bug living in these caves that bites people and makes them fearless and unable to feel pain. Pete and Chloe get infected next, and the both of them start running wild, ditching school, stealing cars, and calling Clark a boring farm boy. He's an alien! He's an alien! Pete decides Clark needs to loosen up, so he does what any terrible friend would do. He secretly puts a red meteor rock in Clark's pocket. The second that rock touches Clark, he turns into Cal, his bad boy personality. And all three of them go on a crime spree throughout Smallville. Vandalism, reckless driving, the whole shebang. While the kids are losing their minds, Dr. Walden, Lex's new language professor, discovers the parasites in the caves and finds out that extreme cold using nitrogen gas kills them. About time someone around here uses their head. Back to the kids. Chloe's already dying from the parasite in her body, but she doesn't care about that. She's too busy trying to make out with Clark. She aggressively rips his shirt off, and whoops, the red meteor rock Pete hid in Clark's pocket falls to the ground. Clark instantly snaps back to normal and catches Chloe right as she and Pete are about to kill themselves. Using Dr. Walden's research, he realizes cold kills these bugs, so Clark takes his friends to the hospital and they're cured. Problem solved. Finally. Episode 15 starts in the shady streets of Edge City, where Lex tracks down Lucas Luthor, the secret son Lionel had with Rachel Dunleavy, the same kid Lionel swore was dead. Believe Lionel at your own risk, folks. Lex's plan seems pretty smart since Lucas is Lionel's son too. They can team up, combine their company shares, and finally kick Lionel out of power. Brotherhood for the win, right? Lionel doesn't freak out. Instead, he hits back with a level of meanness that surprises even Lex. He kicks Lex out of the mansion and freezes all of his money. For the first time in his life, Lex has $0. And now, the former Prince of Smallville is crashing at the Kent farm and shoveling shit. Meanwhile, Lucas figures out he'll get way more goodies by teaming up with Daddy instead of his broke brother. So Lucas betrays Lex and helps Lionel stay in charge. Shocker. But while Lucas is playing evil sidekick, he starts noticing something weird. Lionel's supposed to be blind, but his head always turns at just the right moments. Lucas keeps getting this creepy feeling that Lionel is watching him and only wants him for his shares of the company. To prove his suspicion, Lucas comes up with a terrifying test. He ties Lex to a chair and hands Lionel a loaded gun. The deal is simple and nasty. Shoot your own son, or Lucas kills them both. And just before things go sideways, Clark shows up looking for Lex and uses his X-ray vision to see through the walls. Then he slips into a nearby vent and uses his heat vision to burn Lucas's hand, forcing him to drop the gun. While Lucas is distracted, Lionel quickly shoots him with the gun in his hand. Here's the twist though, the gun had blanks the whole time. Lucas and Lex had secretly teamed up to set the whole thing up. Lucas, realizing he was just a toy to Lionel, decides he's done with Smallville and disappears. Lex moves back into the mansion, but everything's different now. He and Lionel live in the same house as open enemies who don't even pretend to care about each other anymore. Episode 16 kicks off with Clark's mom, Martha, trying to hide the 8-sided disc that she grabbed from Lionel's vault. She decided to bury it in a flour jar in the storm cellar. But while she's digging around playing secret agent, she accidentally breathes in glowing green dust. Pro tip, if something is glowing green in Smallville, maybe don't inhale it. Hours later, Martha faints at home and gets rushed to the hospital where she meets Dr. Helen Bryce, Lex's new girlfriend. After running some tests, Dr. Helen discovers that Martha is pregnant. Wow. Yeah, it turns out that when the alien ship lit up during the tornado back in season 1, it healed Martha and fixed her fertility issues. But the pregnancy news has to wait because Dr. Helen has no clue what caused Martha to faint. So she calls the disease center to quarantine the entire Kent farm. Now the Kents have a problem. If the government agents in hazmat suits show up on their property, they could discover the alien spaceship. So Clark uses his super speed to hide the ship in Pete's house. Awkward. On the way to Pete's house, Clark starts getting sick too. The alien dust works like meteor rock flu, and it strips away his powers completely. They manage to finally hide the ship, but hours later, Clark collapses in front of Lana. Since his symptoms are similar to his mom's, Dr. Helen draws his blood, and now Clark's alien blood is sitting in a hospital lab. That is not good. Jonathan realizes all these hospital medicines won't help his family, so he brings the source of everything to the hospital, the alien ship. And wouldn't you know it, the ship shines another bright light that cures his wife and Clark. In episode 17, Clark's having the weirdest week ever. First, he keeps having dreams about flying through the Kawachi caves. Then, his spaceship's 8-sided key starts beeping in his head. He follows the sound to the caves, and it leads him to a slot in the wall where he sticks in the key. Instantly, his brain gets blasted with a download of the entire alien language. The key locks into the wall, and Clark passes out. Hours later, Dr. Frederick, the guy Lex hired to study the cave drawings, also walks in. He sees the key glowing in the wall and touches it. Bad move. Because he's human, his brain can't handle the alien data dump. He gets thrown back and ends up in a coma with creepy white stuff covering his eyes. Yikes. Back at the farm, the alien knowledge is still affecting Clark. His powers go out of control and he burns an alien symbol into the barn wall with his heat vision and tells his parents it means hope. It's a really nice moment until Chloe walks in and sees the mysterious glowing symbol and immediately takes a photo for the school newspaper. And that's exactly how a billionaire scientist tracks Clark down. Thanks, Chloe. Really helpful. On getting to New York to meet him, Dr. Vigil Swan, the rich scientist, confesses to Clark that he has been picking up alien transmissions for years. He even shows Clark a text message from his birth parents, Jor-El and Lara. And Clark finally learns his real alien name, Kal-El. Clark goes home feeling pretty good about himself. He's got a name, a backstory, everything's coming together, but then he decides to check the spaceship for more messages. Instead of finding another heartwarming note, he discovers a secret recording from Jor-El.
On this third planet from this star, Sol, you be God among men.
Ouch. Clark's face just drops. He thought he was sent here to be rescued and maybe help people, and now he realized his dad sent him here to be some kind of alien dictator. What a bummer. Episode 18 kicks off with Clark meeting a new alien. Well, at least Clark thinks he's an alien. His name's Cyrus Krupp, and right away, there's something seriously off about him. Cyrus just transferred to Smallville High, and when bullies mess with him, Clark steps in to help, but Cyrus already has it covered. He shoots fire from his eyes and sets a wall ablaze. Whoa. Impressed, Clark starts hanging out with Cyrus, and things get even stranger when a horse gets hurt. Cyrus touches him, his hand glows, and he somehow absorbs the injury to heal the horse. Okay, Cyrus's resume is starting to look impressive. Heat vision, Check. Healing powers? Check. What's next? Super strength? Now that they're basically best buddies, Cyrus decides to speak his truth. He tells Clark he's an alien from another planet and shows him his transmission tower he's building on his farm. He's even using liquid metal that looks exactly like Clark's spaceship. Clark's sold. He thinks he's finally found his alien brother. Cyrus is obsessed with finishing his tower because he believes it'll send a signal to his real parents so they can come pick him up. And Clark's so desperate that he even helps Cyrus finish the tower, both of them waiting for the mothership to show up. Finally, Clark won't be alone. While Clark's dreaming about alien family reunions, Chloe does what she does best. She investigates. She digs through old newspaper archives and finds the heartbreaking truth. Cyrus isn't an alien. He's a meteor freak. His parents were killed right in front of him during the 1989 meteor shower. The trauma, combined with the heavy kryptonite exposure, gave him powers and broke his brain. He invented the whole alien story as a way to cope because facing reality of being an orphan was too painful. That's really sad. Cyrus doesn't care about Chloe's research. He's too busy waiting at the tower for the mothership to arrive. He stands there staring at the sky, expecting something amazing to happen, but when the arrival time comes, the bullies from school arrive and destroy his tower. Cyrus is convinced he has missed his arrival time, and he has a complete meltdown right there and gets taken away to a mental hospital. Moving right along to episode 19, Lana goes to a college party and meets Andy Connors, who wins the award for Worst Person of the Week. He's aggressive and tries to attack Lana, but Clark shows up just in time to defend her, except he uses a little too much alien spice and Andy ends up seriously injured. Because there are tons of witnesses, Clark can't hide what he did, and the police arrest him immediately. This is bad. Now the Kents are in deep trouble because Andy isn't just asking for medical bills, he's suing for everything. While his parents are panicking, Clark uses his X-ray vision to spy on Andy, and guess what? Even though Andy's neck is in a collar, Clark sees him moving perfectly fine and even going out with his friends. Busted. However, since there's a restraining order against Clark, there's no way he can get close enough to prove any of it, so he sends Lana instead. She invites Andy, pretending she wants to apologize, and just like she thought, the second Andy appears, he tries to assault her again. Big mistake. Lana beats him and his secret is exposed when he defends himself. Despite having a broken neck. Oops. Faced with getting charged for assault and fraud, Andy immediately drops the lawsuit. The farm is saved. Back at ya, thieves! Episode 20 kicks off with Clark stumbling into a perfectly planned robbery. Masked thieves are hijacking a Luthor Corp truck filled with refined meteor rock. When Clark tries to play hero and stop them, he gets a rude shock. These guys are breathing in meteor gas that gives them super strength. Because meteor rocks weaken Clark, he loses his powers, and our invincible hero gets his butt kicked. Embarrassing! As the thieves are leaving, Clark spots a Smallville high-class ring on one of them. These aren't professional criminals, they're local kids. Specifically, Eric Marsh and his crew. They've been stealing meteor dust to turn themselves into temporary superhumans. Clark only saw Eric's school ring, so he reports to the sheriff and Eric gets arrested. But Eric didn't stay locked up for long. Lex bails him out in exchange for information on the secret product they stole from his father's truck. The second Eric is free, he heads straight to the Kent farm and beats up Clark's parents. Once Lex realizes his mistake, he teams up with Clark to use a fake truck at the Luthor Corp factory to lure the thieves there. However, once they get to the factory, Clark knocks Lex out and defeats the thieves on his own. Another win for our hero. Episode 21 starts with Lana seeing Emily Dinsmore, her childhood friend who drowned when they were 10 years old. Except Emily looks exactly the same. She hasn't aged at all. She keeps popping up and disappearing like a spoiled light bulb. Lana thinks she's seeing a ghost, but Clark doesn't buy it, so he tries to catch Emily. Turns out she's not a ghost. She's just moving at super speed like him. Lana starts digging and finds Emily's creepy house. Clark comes along to help, and they discover that there are about a dozen clones of Emily lying in the basement. Turns out Lionel Luthor and Emily's dad are using Emily to run an experiment where they use meteor rocks to make copies of her dead cells. Then they start with testing one copy. The copy went from a baby to 10-year-old in just a few weeks, which gave her super speed. Pretty awesome, huh? Wrong. Because she grew so fast, her brain didn't catch up. She got the body of a kid, but the mind of a toddler. Great combo. Lex also joins the investigation and figures out that his dad paid for all of this. And because Lionel's feeling extra evil today, he also takes ownership of the Kawachi Caves away from Lex. So now he's messing with Clark's sacred alien cave. Well, that's rude. Things get bad when clone Emily asks Lana to play by the river. Because Emily is a child and doesn't understand the danger, she pushes Lana off a tall bridge into the water. Clark has to go full speed to jump in and save Lana before the river sweeps her away. Sure, Clark saved Lana, but Lionel just got himself a super fast clone with no sense of right or wrong. The future is not bright. Episode 22 kicks off with Dr. Frederick, the guy who touched the cave key, finally waking up from his coma.
The day is coming. The day is coming
The day is coming.
But he's not the same person anymore. The alien information messed up his brain and gave him powers. So he uses his powers to shatter the hospital windows and escapes. Immediately, he leaves the hospital. He goes to the Kawachi caves and presses his hand against the wall. Whatever alien knowledge is stored in there floods into him again. And what does he learn? That the last son is about to rule the third planet. Whatever that means. Anyway, Dr. Frederick leaves the cave, deciding that Clark is a threat and needs to be wiped out. Meanwhile, across town, Clark is having the best day of his life. He's acting as the best man at Lex's wedding rehearsal to his girlfriend, Dr. Helen. And Clark has Lana as his hot date. Everything is going well until a sharp ringing hits his ears and he feels something pulling him home. He gets home and finds Dr. Frederick waiting for him with murder on his mind and a stolen 8-sided disc. They start fighting, and during the chase, Walden's blast hits a nearby gas tank that vaporizes him instantly. Clark pulls the 8-sided disc from Walden's burned hand, and when Lionel, Lex's dad, sees the body later, he notices the brand of the disc burned into Walden's palm. He doesn't say a word, but he starts making plans to forge a copy using refined meteor rocks. The episode ends with Clark and Lana finally admitting their feelings and kissing each other. It's about time. These two have been staring at each other for like 2 whole seasons. Too bad Chloe picks that exact moment to walk in. She watches the guy she's loved forever kiss someone else, and you can practically hear her heart breaking. In the last episode of Season 2, Clark's world starts falling apart. His alien father wants him gone, his best friend is about to betray him, and a choice he makes will cost him everything. This is where things get bad. Really bad. And it starts with the spaceship. Clark's in the cellar and it begins buzzing loudly, and his alien father's voice, Jor-El, tells him something really important.
But these people have served their purpose. It is time to leave them.
He has to leave by sunset to begin his destiny. What destiny? A field trip to space? When Clark refuses to listen, the ship shoots a beam of light at him, and it burns the alien symbol into his chest forever. Meanwhile, Chloe is still reeling from catching Clark and Lana kissing. Heartbroken and feeling shut out, she goes straight to Lionel Luthor and makes a deal. She'll spy on Clark if he gives her a job as a journalist at the Daily Planet. Now, the Daily Planet is the biggest newspaper in the world, and for a small-town journalist like Chloe, it's heaven. This is when the friend group breaks apart for good. Sad. On a completely different note, Lex is celebrating. He's getting married to his girlfriend, Dr. Helen Bryce, and they're about to jet off on their honeymoon. At least one person in Smallville gets a happy moment. Back to Clark's disaster. When he can't take Jor-El's advice in his head anymore, he decides to destroy the alien ship, but he's smart about it. He doesn't use his own key. Instead, he uses Pete as a distraction, then sneaks in to steal the duplicate key Lionel had already built out of green meteor rock. Figuring the meteor rock will act like a virus and destroy the ship from the inside. It does not go as planned. The second he pushes the key in, the ship explodes in a giant blast that sends a shockwave across the entire town. It's so powerful that it hits his parents' truck on the road. Jonathan and Martha survive, but the shock is too much for Martha's body, and she loses her baby. Damn. The guilt is too much, and Clark can't look at his parents. He can't accept Lana's love, so he wears a ring made of red rock and turns off his feelings.
Clark, don't do it. You put that ring on, you're not yourself.
Exactly where I don't want to be right now, Pete.
As he rides out of Smallville, we see a final shot of the episode. Lex's honeymoon plane crashing into the ocean. Yeah, Season 2 did not go easy on anyone. Episode 1 of Season 3 kicks off months after Clark abandoned Smallville for the big city. He's living in a fancy penthouse, rocking leather jackets and working for crime boss Morgan Edge. Edge hires him to break into Luthor Corp and steal a package from a super secure safe. Little does Clark know, the package he's stealing is a vial of his own blood. Yeah, he's literally robbing himself. Now let's check in on Lex. Last time we saw him, he was heading off on his honeymoon. Next thing we know, his plane's crashing into the ocean. Turns out his sweet wife Helen Bryce was a snake the whole time. She handed over Clark's blood to Lionel, drugged Lex, and left him alone on the plane with no pilot. Marriage goals, everyone. Lex wakes up mid-flight in a storm, realizing he's alone and crashing into the ocean. He survives the crash but ends up stuck on a deserted island. Meanwhile, Helen flies back to Smallville acting like the sad widow and telling everyone Lex gave her the only parachute to save her life. Back to Clark's mess, Jonathan realizes he can't fight a superpowered son by himself, so he does something desperate. He goes to the Kawachi caves and begs Jor-El, Clark's alien dad, for help. Jor-El agrees to give Jonathan Kryptonian powers, but there's a catch. The moment the power enters Jonathan's body, it starts destroying his heart. Jonathan doesn't care, he's willing to die to save his son. And that there is true love, folks. With his new powers, Jonathan hunts Clark down in Metropolis, right as he's stealing the package for Morgan Edge. What happens next is brutal. Father and son beat each other up, but even that is not enough. The episode ends with Clark still running around as his evil version. Episode 2 picks up right where we left off. Jonathan finally manages to pin down Clark and destroy the red kryptonite ring. The second it breaks, the Cal personality vanishes. Clark snaps back to himself and gets hit with 3 months of guilt all at once. He heads back to Smallville with his dad, but the alien powers are already destroying Jonathan's heart. Not good. Over to Lex. He managed to escape the desert island with the help from a rescue boat, and he walks back into his house only to catch Helen packing things up. Trust Lex to handle this like a pro. He acts like nothing happened and even invites Helen on a private jet for a second honeymoon. Romantic, right? Lol. Mid-flight, Lex reveals he knows she messed with the first plane and tried to kill him. Immediately, Helen brings out her gun and tries to murder Lex. During the struggle, the plane gets damaged, and the air vacuum sucks Helen straight out and she falls to her death. Of course, Lex just watches this happen. Karma is a bitch, guys. While Lex is dealing with his marriage from hell, Clark's problems aren't over either. Morgan Edge, the crime boss Clark worked for as Cal, isn't letting things go. Remember how Clark promised to break into Luthor Corp's safe and steal blood for him, but didn't later do it? Yeah, Edge is mad about that. He shows up at the Kent farm and takes Martha and Jonathan hostage. To save his parents, Clark does something desperate. He uses green meteor rock to cut his own arm and gives fresh blood samples to Edge. That's crazy. Edge takes Clark's blood and meets Lionel Luthor with the promise of not just selling the blood, but also the source. That is, Clark himself. Edge's guys already have Clark in the back of a truck, weak and pinned down by meteor rocks. But Clark's not going down that easy. He breaks free, aims his heat vision at a gas tank in the truck, and boom, the whole thing explodes. The blast is so massive that Lionel thinks Edge just tried to blow him up. Lionel's security opens fire, Edge takes a bullet and falls into the water. Well, that's one way to end a business meeting. Episode 3 throws us into a full-on murder mystery. Someone's killing people who came into contact with meteor rocks, and Clark's got to figure out who before more bodies drop. Clark investigates and discovers that the killer is Van McNulty, a dangerous guy on a revenge mission. Van's dad was killed by a meteor-infected person, so now he thinks everyone with powers is a monster that needs to be eliminated. To make it worse, he broke into the school and stole all of Chloe's research files on the meteor freaks. The guy's using her work as a hit list. Clark figures out fast that Lex is next on the list because Chloe's files mention his multiple near-death experiences. He speeds to Metropolis just in time to catch a bullet meant for Lex. During the fight, Clark tackles Van, but Van's bag splits open and the green meteor rocks spill out everywhere. Of course, Clark drops instantly. Van watches the whole thing and connects the dots. Clark is bulletproof, but the green rocks, that's his weak spot. So Van goes home and gets to work. He builds specialized bullets with lead covers to block Clark's X-ray vision. Then he stakes out the Kent farm and shoots Clark straight in the shoulder with one. Oof. Jonathan and Martha find him, and the next scene is not pretty. They dig the meteor rock fragment out of Clark's shoulder with pliers and a knife, and once the rock is out of his body, he heals up. Van's not done though. He sets his sights on Lana because of her connection to Clark, grabs her and locks her in his trunk ready to finish the job. Clark shows up to end it, but this time, he came prepared. He wears a bulletproof vest made of lead under his shirt, and since lead blocks the effects of meteor rock, Van's fancy bullets hit Clark and do absolutely nothing, making him easy to defeat. Bye, Van. Episode 4 gets weird, guys. Clark starts having these dreams where a girl named Sarah is being chased by a monster in a cloak. The next day, Clark tells Lana about it, and that's when he discovers that the person in his dreams is Sarah Conroy, his new neighbor that's stuck in a coma, which raises the question, how is a random girl in a coma sending Clark dream messages? Meteor rocks, obviously. It's always meteor rocks. Clark digs into Sarah's situation and finds some seriously shady stuff. Nicholas, her uncle, is taking care of her, and by taking care, I mean using a meteor rock drug to enter Sarah's mind and control her entire dream world while stealing her money in real life. Creep. When Nicholas realizes that Clark is sneaking into their dream space, he attacks Clark, but because it's a dream, Clark's powers don't work the same way. He could actually be cut and killed, so Clark has learned to control the dream and fight back using his mind. It's like a video game, except if you die for real. No pressure. Finally, he succeeds in beating Nicholas in the dream, but to take revenge, Nicholas attacks Lana in real life by injecting her with a special sleeping drug. Now, Clark has to defeat Nicholas in the real world as well. Piece of cake. He beats Nicholas up, rescues Lana, and shuts down Sarah's sleeping machine. Episode 5 introduces us to Perry White, a washed-up reporter from the Daily Planet. He used to be a respected journalist until Lionel Luthor crushed his career into dust. Oh, and get this, he works for the same newspaper Chloe just sold her soul to get into. Small world, huh? Wonder how that's gonna work out for her. Anyway, Perry's hunting for a comeback story, and when Clark saves him from an accident by ripping the car door with his bare hands, He thinks he just hit the jackpot. The Smallville savior could be his golden ticket back to relevance, so naturally Perry starts celebrating with whiskey and stalking Clark. But Clark's dealing with way bigger issues than some drunk reporter. A solar bomb slams into Earth, and Clark's body reacts like a battery that's been overcharged. His cells are packed with so much energy that he can't control anything. When he tries using his heat vision, it explodes out of his eyes. Perry goes full creep mode. He starts threatening the Kents, saying he'll publish an article on their miracle boy. To force Clark into showing his powers, Perry does the most reckless thing imaginable. He drags Clark to a cliff and jumps off, betting that Clark will fly down and catch him. Guys, I can't stop laughing because what Perry doesn't know is that moments before Clark got there, the sun throws out this massive wave of solar energy and it shuts down Clark's powers.
Your speed thing's still out?
I got nothing, Pete. It's all gone.
All his super abilities just stop working, and Clark's freaking out because he can't fly, he can't run fast, and he can't do anything except watch Perry fall. Thankfully, they improvise. Oh, these guys are just too nice. They grab a rope, tie it to Clark's car, and Clark helps Perry hang on to it and climb up. Since Clark saved him the normal way, Perry starts second-guessing himself. Maybe the super kid he saw was just due to his alcohol-soaked brain. He leaves Smallville, grateful to Clark, but before he leaves, he looks at Clark and says maybe someday they'll work together at the Daily Planet. Well, little does he know. Episode 6 starts with showing us Jor-El's love life in the 1960s. Turns out, even old aliens know how to score a date. Who knew? So it all kicks off with Lana visiting her old uncle who has spent 40 years rotting in prison for killing his wife Louise. He claims he's innocent and pulls out a 1961 newspaper sketch of the guy that he believes is the real killer, a homeless guy who went by Joe. Clark sees the photo and nearly has a heart attack. The guy looks exactly like him. Carbon copy. So he goes with his dad to the Kawatche Caves, where they find an alien pendant. The second Clark's fingers touch it, the alien tech wakes up. Clark starts seeing 1961 through Jor-El's eyes. He experiences the whole romance Jor-El had with Lana's aunt. Oh, how sweet. The Kents and the Langs have been hooking up across species for decades. And it gets weirder. Every time Clark touches something Jor-El once handled, an old mailbox, a pearl necklace, anything, he gets pulled back into 1961 and he sees everything through his father's eyes. Meanwhile, Lana and Chloe are doing their own investigation and they find something buried in the old police records. Lachlan Luthor, Lex's grandfather, was arrested for robbing Louise just days before her murder. Lex confronts Lionel and it turns out that the noble Luthor name is built on nothing but lies. Lex's grandfather was merely a small-time criminal that was killed in a fire. And that fire that supposedly killed him, Lionel probably started himself. But don't worry, we'd get into that soon enough. Back in Clark's visions, the real story of the murder finally comes out, and it's ugly. Sheriff William Tate, now the town's beloved mayor, by the way, was obsessed with Louise and hired Lachlan, Lex's grandfather, to take out Jor-El. Lachlan shoots Jor-El, but, you know, alien body and all that, so the bullets bounce off Jor-El's chest. One enters Louise's heart. By the time Louise's real husband comes out and finds her body, the police find the murder weapon in his hands, and he's sent to jail. So Clark does something absolutely unhinged, and I love him for it. He puts on Jor-El's old jacket and uses his super speed to haunt Mayor Tate, pretending to be the ghost of the dead Joe. You know, they look alike. Tate completely loses it and confesses everything to Sheriff Adams on the spot. Then comes the final vision. Clark sees his grandfather, a young Hiram Kent, and his wife helping Jor-El escape from the police. That's when Clark realizes Jor-El didn't just randomly pick Smallville out of a hat. Nope. He sent the ship to the Kent farm in 1989 because he remembered Hiram's kindness and knew his son, Jonathan, would be the perfect dad to raise his kid. I'm not crying. I promise. We then move right along to episode 7, where Chloe and Lana are out at a carnival having a girls' day out. Yeah, it doesn't last long. They stop at a game booth run by Seth Nelson, Lana's lab partner who clearly has a crush on her. Lana loses the game, but Seth gives her a prize anyway, a snow globe filled with meteor rocks. Sweet gesture. Terrible consequences. Another guy at the booth gets mad about it and breaks the snow globe on Seth's head. Oops. When Seth ends up at the hospital, the doctors run a brain scan, making the magnetic field of the scan react to the meteor rocks now floating in Seth's blood. Seth walks out of that hospital with the power to move metal and mess with the brain. Later, when Seth touches Lana's hand, green sparks fly between them and suddenly Lana finds him irresistible. She starts acting out and pushing her friends away. Clark and Chloe know something seriously wrong, so they dig through Seth's medical records and confirm what they had already suspected. His brain is pumping out crazy magnetic waves. Meanwhile, Lex has been doing some digging of his own and finds out that Chloe has been secretly investigating his dad's past. See, Chloe doesn't want to spy on Clark again, but she needs real dirt on Lionel before she can walk away safely. Lex pulls her aside and tells her it is not safe. He even takes her to the morgue and shows her the dead body of his own investigator who Lionel silenced. This is the moment Chloe truly understands what she got herself into. Back to Seth and his new girlfriend. Under Seth's influence, Lana robs a coffee shop and uses the money to run away with Seth. However, Clark spots them on the road and uses his heat vision to melt the road, trapping the car. Seth didn't sign up for this, so he just jumps onto a passing truck and disappears, leaving Lana to be arrested. So sad. What happened to sticking during hard times? Surprisingly, Loverboy appears again. Seth returns to break Lana out of jail and takes her to the carnival set. Obviously, Clark arrives to save his crush, but when he gets there, Seth uses all the metal rides to pin him down so he can't move. But then Clark remembers something useful. Magnetism's biggest weakness is a huge electrical shock. Thank goodness our hero doesn't skip physics classes. He uses his powers to overload the carnival's power generator, and the surge of electricity fries Seth's magnetism instantly. Well, that all ended nice. In episode 8, Lex discovers that decades ago, his grandparents died in a fire. At first, he thought it was just bad luck, but nope. Turns out, Lionel murdered his own parents to collect their insurance money. Lovely family, isn't it? But Lex just can't accuse Lionel without proof. He needs a witness. That's where Morgan Edge comes in. Edge was Lionel's crime buddy back in the day, and the only person alive who knows exactly what happened with Lionel's parents. Remember Edge, the crime boss Clark worked for during his bad boy phase? Yeah, Edge didn't die. Lionel shot him, but he survived and got plastic surgery. I swear, nobody stays dead in this town. Lex tracks Edge down and forces him to confess everything on video. Once he's got the recording, he rushes back to the mansion with his security guard, Darius, and starts making plans to go straight to the police. But before he can do anything, a hitman bursts through the door and shoots Darius dead right in front of him. Lex barely escapes by driving through a window. Not exactly how he planned the evening. He shows up at the Kent barn, shaking, and begs Clark for help. Clark heads to Lex's mansion to check it out and finds the room spotless, and Darius very much alive, acting like nothing happened. It also doesn't help when Lex takes Clark to the warehouse where he interviewed Edge the night before, but the place has been converted into an office overnight. Another of Lionel's tricks to make Lex look crazy. Clark still believes Lex is sane though, because he went to check Lex's house earlier with X-ray vision, and he caught one tiny detail. Glass stained with blood hiding behind a sofa. Following up on his suspicions, he returns to Lex's house to reinvestigate Darius, Lex's security guard. While Clark's gone, Lex goes crazy. He accuses Lana of trying to drug him and pushes her under a horse, which injures her so badly she ends up in the hospital. He then steals a truck and threatens his dad for Edge's real location, and Lionel gives it to him. Isn't that so suspicious to you already, Lex? Lex! When Lex arrives at Edge's location, he gets ambushed immediately. Clark shows up to help, but he's hit by Edge, who uses a meteor rock to beat him up. Eventually, Lex gets the upper hand and shoots Edge, but Edge crawls into a car and attempts to crush Lex. Immediately, Clark throws himself in front of the car and takes the full impact, which is when Lex finally connects the dots. His best friend is the superpowered guy he's been looking for this entire time. Busted. When the doctors show up, he tries to explain what he saw. Clark stopping a truck with his body, but nobody believes him and he's dragged to Belle Reve, a psychiatric hospital. Sorry, man. Moving on to episode 9. Clark sneaks into Belle Reve, the psychiatric hospital, to rescue Lex, but it's a trap, because waiting inside are two of Clark's worst enemies, Eric Summers, the kid who stole Clark's powers with the lightning back in season 1, and Ian Randall, the guy who can duplicate himself. The second Clark steps inside, they hit him with meteor rock, and Eric rips his powers away with high voltage, and just like that, Clark is completely human. Meanwhile, Lana's recovering in the hospital from the leg injury she got when Lex pushed her to the horse. While she's stuck there, she meets this charming guy named Adam Knight. He's sweet, pushy, and keeps forcing her to get up and walk before she's ready. Annoying? Yes. Effective? Also yes. There's clearly something off about this guy, but nobody knows what just yet. That mystery gets unpacked much later in the season. Back at Belle Reve, the two villains beat Clark up, and Lex can't help because he's elsewhere heavily drugged and being prepped for his mental treatment. Clark only turns things around when he finds a meteor rock nearby, and uses it to defeat Eric, who now has his powers, then jam him into the same high voltage to transfer his powers back. But it's too late. late, Lionel has already sped up the schedule for Lex's treatment. By the time he gets there, the doctors have started the electroshock treatment on Lex. The episode ends with Clark visiting Lex back at the mansion days later. Lex smiles, makes small talk, and acts like everything's fine, because to him, everything is fine. The electroshock wiped the last few weeks from his memory entirely. Lionel's murder of his grandparents? Gone. Clark's secret? Gone. Every single thing Lex fought so hard to uncover? Erased. Clark got his secret back. But the friend who used to know it, that version of Lex is gone forever. Episode 10 kicks off with Clark shopping for his mom's birthday gift at a jewelry store when thieves crash the party. Clark manages to take down one guy, Walt Masterson, but when he tries to catch Masterson's buddy, Nathan Dean, Nathan blasts Clark's ears with a mega scream. Clark tries to retaliate by blasting Nathan with heat vision, but his beam hits a meteor rock ring and it bounces back into his eyes. Clark is left blind. Nathan escapes, and the cops drag Masterson to jail. Clark's stuck wearing a blindfold and feeling sorry for himself when his hearing goes crazy. He can hear everybody's heartbeat and footsteps in the hallway, but it gets even worse when he overhears a phone call. Chloe talking to Lionel Luthor, arguing about their whole spying business. Uh-oh, the backstabber's exposed. He doesn't even have time to process that before another bad thing hits him. Nathan, the thief that escaped, kidnaps Pete. See, Pete's mom is Judge Abigail Ross, and she's the one who's about to jail Nathan's buddy. Nathan sends a ransom note threatening to kill Pete unless the judge drops all charges against Masterson. Pete's mom has no choice, and she lets Masterson walk free. Clark's at the courthouse when his super hearing picks up Masterson on a cell phone talking to Nathan. Nathan says he's gonna scrap Pete at the junkyard. Finally, Clark's got a location. Time to save his best friend. Clark shows up at the junkyard wearing these dorky glasses. Yeah, it's embarrassing, but our hero needs his eyes to save the world. When Nathan tries finishing him off with his super scream, it backfires and a couple of scrapped cars land on Nathan. Then Clark hears Pete screaming with his super hearing and saves him just as the car is about to flatten him into a pancake. When everything settles, Clark's eyesight is back, and he settles his beef with Chloe. Like I said, this hero is too nice. Episode 11 starts with Lionel Luthor being so petty. Since Chloe's not spying for him anymore, he raids the school newspaper office and steals every computer. He also hires this tech nerd named Molly Griggs to delete Chloe using mind control emails. Here's how it works. The email has this mind control code that messes with your brain and puts you in a trance. Once you open it, you're a zombie doing whatever Molly commands. The first victim is Clark. He opens the email and blacks out. Next thing you know, he's just trying to run Chloe over with his truck. Luckily, his alien brain fights back and he snaps out of it just in time. But the chaos doesn't stop there. Lana gets an email and suddenly she's chasing Chloe through the school with a fire axe. Yeah, sweet innocent Lana is now playing slasher villain. Luckily, Adam Knight, the new guy she's close to now, jumps in and saves Chloe. So I guess he's good for something besides being suspicious. With Chloe needing somewhere safe, Clark takes her to the Luthor mansion since nobody will think to look there for her. Then he and Lex keep digging and soon enough they figure out that Lionel isn't actually behind Molly. The real culprit is Dr. Garner from the Summerholt Institute. Remember Garner, that doctor that experimented on Ryan? Well, he also experimented on Molly. So when Chloe started digging into what Summerholt was really doing, Garner sent Molly to silence her. Clark goes after Garner and uses his super hearing to catch him on the phone with Molly, which is how he gets Molly's address. Lex has his own ways though. He sends his team to trace Molly's address, and both Clark and Lex end up at Molly's house together. Lex smashes her computer setup and grabs the hard drive with all of Chloe's research on it. Unbeknownst to them, Molly already sent a kill email to the Kent farm before they arrived. Once Molly confesses, Clark speeds over to find both of his parents in a trance, attacking Chloe with a sickle. Jonathan then pulls out a meteor rock to stop Clark from helping. Thankfully, Chloe eventually frees herself and drops a stack of hay on Clark's parents, which snaps them out of it. The episode ends with Lex using Chloe's research to blackmail Dr. Garner. His price? Garner has to use his own memory recovery technology to help Lex get his lost memories back. Episode 12 kicks off with a new kid named Jordan Cross, who's got the worst superpower ever. He can see how everyone dies. At marathon practice, Jordan shakes Lana's hand and sees her dying peacefully as an old woman. Okay, not bad. But then he touches Coach Altman, and he sees him getting flattened by a car. Clark's not about to let that happen, so when the moment does come, he uses super speed to tackle the coach out of the way of the speeding car. Disaster dodged, right? No. Turns out, messing with fate comes with consequences. Jordan's vision of Lana suddenly changes. Now instead of dying peacefully, she's burning alive in a house fire, and the coach isn't a victim anymore. He's now a killer. Well, that backfired spectacularly. So what's the coach's deal, and why did he suddenly upgrade to murderer? Well, the guy is obsessed with a car accident from years ago that killed his daughter Julia. She got hit by a car while walking home from a junior high cheerleading party and spent years in a coma before dying. The coach blames Lana and her friend Megan for the whole thing. See, the three girls were best friends who got into a fight that night. Julia stormed off alone, and that's when the car hit her. The coach thinks that if Lana and Megan hadn't fought with her or had just followed her home, Julia would still be alive, so naturally his solution is murder. The coach kidnaps Lana and Megan, locking them both in his basement, and then he pours gasoline all over the house to cover his tracks. The guy's watched way too many villain movies. Clark shows up just in time, but the coach tries beating him up. Big mistake, buddy. Clark uses his super strength to retaliate and save the girls. Unfortunately, Coach Altman is stuck in the fire, and the house collapses in on him. Episode 13 starts with Pete secretly becoming Smallville's hottest street racer. He modifies his Mustang with Meteor Rock enhanced nitrous oxide, which makes the car go crazy fast, but it's also super illegal. Pete's racing skills quickly attract the wrong kind of attention from Jason Dante, a local crime kingpin who runs the entire underground racing scene. Dante pressures Pete to throw races so Dante's guys can win and make tons of money from bets. When Pete refuses because he's got a conscience, Dante threatens Pete's entire family and demands $20,000 as punishment. Clark discovers Pete at the races and immediately warns him to quit before things get worse. But Pete's already in way too deep. He gets beaten up by Dante's thugs and threatened again, so he desperately begs Clark for help. Clark, being the good friend he is, starts collecting evidence showing that Dante's whole operation uses stolen cars and fake VIN numbers for their racing ring. Clark takes all of this evidence to Sheriff Adams, hoping to lock and shut Dante down legally. The sheriff organizes a police raid on Dante's setup, but someone tips Dante off before they arrive, and he clears all the evidence before the police arrive. Now, Dante's angry and even more dangerous than before. Great job, everyone. With Pete's family still being threatened and the $20,000 deadline getting closer, Clark comes up with a risky plan. He borrows Lex's expensive Porsche without really asking permission and offers it as the grand prize in a challenge race. The idea is that Clark destroys Dante's car using his heat vision. Dante loses and Pete pays off his debt to Dante. Simple, right? Well, on race day, Clark overhears Dante plotting something insane. He's rigged a bomb to Pete's race car that'll detonate when the car reaches 100 miles an hour. Clark tries to stop it, but Dante's goons knock him unconscious, kidnap him, and stuff him in Pete's car's trunk. Unluckily for Clark, he's weakened because there's Meteor Rock fuel in the trunk, which Pete is using to boost his car. During the actual race, Clark manages to regain just enough strength to tear open the fuel tank from inside the trunk. The fuel spills everywhere, and Dante loses control of his car because of the slippery fuel all over the road. His car crashes violently, and Dante dies in the explosion. Episode 14 kicks off during a Luther Corp field trip when an elevator cable suddenly snaps and everyone's about to fall to their deaths. But Alicia Baker, this new girl, teleports herself and Clark to safety in the blink of an eye. After they're safe, Alicia reveals that she can teleport anywhere she wants and explains that her parents once locked her in a lead-lined room to stop her powers, since lead blocks her teleportation ability. Clark and Alicia instantly bond over being different and having to hide their abilities from everyone. Finally, Clark's found somebody who actually gets what it's like to live with a secret that could destroy your entire life if anyone found out. They start spending lots of time together, and everything seems perfect at first. Young love and superpowers, what could go wrong? Well, everything goes wrong. That's what. Alicia grows insanely jealous of Clark's lingering feelings for Lana. She starts doing creepy stalker stuff like decorating Clark's loft with dozens of photos of herself, scratching Lana completely out of yearbook pictures, and following Clark everywhere he goes. Things get super awkward when Jonathan, Clark's dad, walks into Clark's bedroom and finds Alicia and Clark making out.
Dad.
Jonathan and Martha become seriously concerned about this girl who refuses to respect any rules or boundaries, but Alicia just keeps getting more and more intrusive. She won't take no for an answer about anything. Chloe, being the problem solver that she is, comes up with a plan to lure Alicia away using a fake emergency so Clark can confront her privately in an abandoned warehouse. But Alicia's not stupid. She whips out a chunk of meteor rock, which immediately weakens Clark and makes him powerless. Then she teleports away before he can stop her, leaving Clark frustrated and still dealing with his teleporting stalker problem. The situation reaches a breaking point when Alicia shows up at the Talon coffee shop and threatens Lana with a knife. She's completely lost at this point, consumed by jealousy and obsession. Clark finally manages to stop her by grabbing a bucket of lead paint and dumping it all over Alicia. Since lead blocks her teleportation powers, she can't escape anymore. Problem solved. Episode 15 starts with Vince Davis walking around Smallville like nothing happened, except everyone knows he died. like with a death certificate and everything. People are obviously freaking out about the whole back from the dead situation, but Vince's miraculous resurrection doesn't last long because his liver suddenly starts failing. Chloe, being the investigative journalist she is, finds some super sketchy donor records and traces a suspicious body transfer that doesn't add up. Lana also chips in and confesses that before he ran away, Adam, the guy that she was close to, also had the same symptoms. Apparently, Adam had died 6 months ago from a liver disease and suddenly came back to life too. Clark follows this clue to Metron Pharmaceuticals, a shady company that keeps popping up in these investigations. Inside, he overhears Lex confronting Dr. Leah Tang, a doctor who's been secretly treating Adam. Lex demands answers about a mysterious serum she's been using, one made from platelets nobody can identify. Everything's connected. After Lex leaves, Clark sneaks in deeper into the lab and finds Dr. Tang working on vials filled with some kind of experimental substance. Clark, using his super stealth skills, manages to steal one of these vials, thinking it might explain how Vince came back from the dead. He super speeds back to Smallville Medical Center, hoping doctors can figure out what's in this mysterious juice. But here's where things get absolutely insane. Garrett Davis, Vince's desperate brother, decides he's had enough of waiting around for science and medicine to save his dying sibling. He straps a bomb made with meteor rocks to his chest, walks into the hospital, and takes everyone hostage at gunpoint. Unfortunately, Clark's dad is also at the hospital waiting for a checkup on his heart. Garrett demands that Jonathan Kent immediately donate his liver to save Vince. That's definitely not how organ donation works, buddy. The hospital surgeons, working under the threat of death, attempt to use Clark's stolen serum and prepare for emergency surgical procedures. But the experimental drug completely fails to revive Vince's dying organs and can't restabilize him enough for any transplant to work. The miracle cure everyone hoped for turns out to be useless in this situation. Garrett, now completely unhinged and beyond reasoning, insists that Jonathan must give up his liver anyway. Even though it won't actually save Vince at this point, the standoff continues until a police sniper outside gets a clear shot and fires through the window. The bullet severs Garrett's trigger finger and he drops the detonator switch before he can blow everyone up. With Garrett incapacitated, Clark sees his chance. He quickly grabs a lead apron from the radiology department to protect himself from the meteor rock in the bomb. He removes the explosive device from Garrett's chest and carries it outside at super speed. In episode 16, Clark gets a super weird phone call from Lana that cuts off mid-scream. Naturally, he freaks out and thinks she's in danger, but here's the twist. With Chloe's help, they trace the call and discover that it came from the future. Wait, what? So the attack hasn't even happened yet? Meanwhile, Lex is investigating a massacre at LuthorCorp Medical Facility. Apparently, Adam Knight escaped after being kept alive through sketchy experiments. The evidence links Adam to Lana's future distress call, and Clark realizes he needs to stop this before it happens. Adam, who's dying from all the experiments, decides to target Lana to emotionally wreck Clark. When Adam finally confronts her and shoots her, Clark swoops in and blocks the bullet. The experimental treatment fails and Adam dies during the fight. The police show up and blame everything on the illegal LuthorCorp research. Lex gets stuck dealing with the illegal mess while realizing his company's shady experiments keep endangering innocent people. But the episode doesn't end there. In the last camera shot, we get to know that Lionel started these experiments because his liver is failing. He's about to die. Episode 17 kicks off with Jonathan Kent acting like a total stranger. He's withdrawing from Martha and calling Clark by his alien name, Kal-El. Clark realizes that the alien key is back in play, and it's hijacking his dad's brain as part of that shady deal Jonathan had with Jor-El to save Clark when he was in the bad boy era. Thanks, Space Dad. Really appreciate the mind control. He heads straight to the Kawachi Caves to confront Jor-El directly and demand answers. But before he gets a single word out, Lionel Luthor walks in. Lionel has been quietly studying the cave's Kryptonian markings for months, and today he just caught Clark standing right in the middle of them. Lionel doesn't say anything threatening. He doesn't need to. Just finding Clark here tells him everything he wanted to know. Clark has a direct connection to these caves, to the alien symbols, and to whatever secret is buried inside these walls. So Lionel reaches out to Dr. Virgil Swan, the professor that understands alien language, trying to buy his way into the alien mystery. When Clark finds out about the meeting, he is not happy. He confronts Swan furiously and accuses him of betrayal. Swan stays completely calm and tells Clark his secret is still safe. That promise has not changed. But then he drops something new. Another Kryptonian message has appeared, and this one didn't come from space. It originated right here on Earth. 3 words. I am waiting. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who is clearly being pulled by something he cannot control, grabs the key from where Clark locked it away and heads to the caves alone. He gets there and finds Lionel already inside, studying the walls. These two men have hated each other for years. Lionel's scheming has nearly destroyed the Kent family more times than anyone can count. So when they come face to face over that key, things get physical fast. They start fighting, and during the fight, the key flies out of both of their hands, straight into the cave wall, and vanishes. Both men walk away with nothing. Jonathan tells Clark afterward that the key is gone from the wall, but still out there somewhere. And the very last shot of the episode confirms exactly where it ended up. Dr. Swan is sitting quietly with the key in his hands. How it got from the cave wall in Kansas to a laboratory in New York is left completely unexplained. Episode 18 opens with Chloe breaking into Luthor Corp Company to find proof that Lionel framed his father and took his job unlawfully. But she accidentally inhales a mysterious meteor-based gas. Oops. The gas turns her into a human lie detector. Anyone she touches or comes close to is forced to tell her the truth whether they like it or not. She starts her truth-seeking mission with her favorite teacher, Mrs. Taylor, only to find out the woman is actually Mary Ann Lewis, a criminal who's been on the run for 12 years. Uh-oh. Chloe wastes zero time in calling the cops and printing the scoop in the school newspaper, basically destroying the woman's life in front of her teenage son, William. Journalism strikes again. Then she moves on to Pete, who is so desperate to avoid blabbing Clark's secret that he plants a kiss on her and confesses that he's been crushing on her for years. A kiss and shut up tactic. Whatever works for you, Pete. She then drags her investigation to the Kent farm, where she corners Martha. Martha gets forced to admit that Jonathan's heart is dying because of the deal he made with Jor-El, nearly dropping the entire alien bomb before Clark yanks Chloe away. While Clark races to Luthor Corp lab to steal an antidote, Chloe decides to go all in. She confronts Lionel in his office and makes him confess that he killed his own parents for insurance money.
Did you order Morgan Edge to kill your parents?
Of course I did. For their life insurance. I needed that money to start my company.
She records the whole thing on her phone, thinking she's finally got him. Checkmate, right? Well, we'll see about that. Anyway, things explode when William Taylor, the teacher's son, snaps. He blames Chloe for wrecking his family, so he tries to run her car off the road. Clark saves her just before she goes flying off a bridge, and because the meteor gas she inhaled earlier is killing her, Clark has to jam a giant needle full of antidote right into her heart. She survives, but she loses all of her friends because of how she deceived them with her truth powers. Congrats, Chloe. You just burned every bridge in town. But that's not even the worst part. When Chloe goes to play back Lionel's murder confession, it's gone. Lionel hacked the server and replaced it with a recording of himself laughing at her. All that work and she's got nothing. In episode 19, Lex is tired of the blank spots in his brain, which he got when his dad wiped his memory. So he tracks down Dr. Gardner at the Summerholt Institute to try some experimental memory treatment. The plan? Get dunked in a tank of baby fluid to unlock buried childhood memories. Nah, don't ask me. I don't understand the science of that either. Instead of the most important memory, he wants proof that his dad killed his grandparents. He starts seeing flashes of a nursery and a baby brother he barely remembers. Lionel, being the world's nosiest dad, finds out and threatens Dr. Gardner into letting him spy on the sessions. He wants to know if Lex knows anything about Clark's alien ship. Meanwhile, Clark finds out that Lex is at Summerholt and panics. He tries to stop the treatment, but Lionel catches him and gets a brilliant idea. Throw Clark in the baby tank too. Inside the tank, Clark relives being placed in a ship by his birth mother, Lara. For the first time, he hears her voice telling him she loves him, and they placed him on an escape vessel when their planet was collapsing. Now comes the really messed up part. Lex finally remembers the day his childhood died in the Luthor household. For years, Lionel believed Lex killed his baby brother, Julian, out of jealousy, which is why he's treated Lex like garbage his whole life. But the real memory? Lex's mother, Lillian Luthor, killed the baby to protect him from Lionel's monstrous parenting. Lex just took the fall for years to shield his mom from Lionel's rage. This family tree is cursed. Lex, done with his own therapy session, realizes his father is torturing Clark and yanks him out of the tank. He drops the truth about his baby brother's death and Lionel shatters. Turns out even he has a soul buried somewhere under all that evil. In episode 20, Lionel Luthor is playing treasure hunter again, bringing in professors to examine a stone artifact from the Kawachi caves. While these bookish guys are busy dismissing it as some ancient cooking stone or whatever, a history student named Jeremiah Holdsclaw knows better. He slices his hand on a hidden blade inside of the artifact, the Kawachi Starblade, and suddenly he's got the entire Superman starter pack. Super strength, super speed, and that jazz. Jeremiah decides that he's the Naaman from the prophecy, and his first mission as the Chosen One, murdering Lionel Luthor, who he's convinced is the Sagith. aka the ultimate enemy. Jeremiah goes vigilante mode and tries to kill Lionel. Clark has to intervene, and for the first time ever, he's fighting someone with his exact power set. Meanwhile, Joseph Willowbrook drops a prophecy bomb on Clark. Remember him? The grandpa from the werewolf episode who guards the caves with his life? Anywho, the prophecy says that when the true Naaman and his greatest enemy both touch the blade, it'll glow and then shatter forever. Clark's already sweating bullets because he already knows who that enemy might be. And we know too. The trouble eventually shifts to the woods, where Jeremiah has kidnapped Lionel to perform the ritual sacrifice. Lex shows up because obviously he can't resist sticking his nose into ancient mysteries. Now we've got Clark, Lex, and Lionel all trapped in the woods with a destiny-defying dagger. This cannot end well. Meanwhile, Lana is busy packing for Paris. After 3 years of Clark's constant secrets, she's finally had enough. Her whole high school life has revolved around Clark and Smallville's green rock monsters, and now she wants to break free. She got accepted to study art in Paris, and she's taking the opportunity without looking back. Love that for her. Back to the woods, Clark finally corners Jeremiah in an intense fight. During the struggle, the knife gets knocked loose, and surprise, surprise, both Lex and Lionel grab it at the exact same time. The second their hands touch the handle together, the blade goes nuts and crumbles into nothing right in their grip. Well, folks, it's similar to the prophecy, so let's manage it. In episode 21, Lana is packing for Paris, and Clark finally grows a spine. He's ready to tell her the whole "I'm an alien" thing, so she has a reason to stay. But before he can open his mouth, Emily Dinsmore, the 10-year-old clone from season 2, escapes from her prison. She's older now, but yeah, she's still obsessed with being Lana's friend, so she traps Lana in a glass room that's slowly filling with gas. Someone needs to tell this girl that friendship bracelets work just fine. Meanwhile, Pete is having the worst day of his life. A corrupt FBI agent named Frank Loda snaps and tortures him to squeeze out the truth about Clark. Pete stays loyal and refuses to talk, but he gets beaten to a pulp in the process. Lex eventually rescues him, but let's be real, Lex only played hero to snoop around and dig for more Clark intel. Pete realizes that knowing Clark's secret is a one-way ticket to pain and suffering, so he tells Clark he's moving to Wichita with his mom, and just like that, Clark's down another friend. Back to Chloe, she's ready to destroy Lionel Luthor, and honestly, good for her. She meets up with Lex and informs him that she once had Lionel's confession of him murdering his parents, but he hacked her phone and deleted it. Lex is like, "Say no more, Chloe." Immediately, he puts his tech team to work and they restore the deleted confession. Back to Clark. Instead of being at his big-time romantic confession dinner, Clark's stuck tracking down Emily Dinsmore at her creepy hideout. I guess heroes just aren't meant for love, huh? He finally finds Emily and smashes through the glass just in time to save Lana from choking on gas. But by this point, Clark's given up. The trauma of the kidnapping plus Pete leaving town makes Clark panic. He decides his secret destroys everyone around him, so he tells Lana he has no reason for her to stay. Then comes the big moment everyone's been waiting for. Lionel Luthor gets arrested in his own office for killing his parents. But Clark can't even enjoy the victory because he's too busy watching Lana and Pete walk away. The season finale kicks off with the wildest twist yet. A beautiful girl named Kara shows up at the Kent farm claiming she's from Krypton, the alien world. I mean, even her name kind of rhymes with Clark's birth mom, Lara, so... She's got all of Clark's powers and tells him it's time to pack up and head home to Jor-El. Jonathan doesn't trust her one bit, but Clark, he's actually thinking about it because his life in Smallville has fallen apart. Pete's gone and Lana's leaving, and what's even keeping him here anymore? Meanwhile, the Luthor family war is getting ugly. Lionel's sitting in a jail cell, but he's still scheming like he runs the place. He tries offering Cleo and her father a deal if they agree to not testify against him. Nice try, Lionel, but you're going to jail. Enjoy the orange jumpsuit. Lara finally leaves for Paris, and Clark rushes to the airport to stop her, but instead of getting his Hollywood ending, he arrives just in time to see Lex saying goodbye to her. Ouch. Clark realizes he's too late, and his life is officially empty. And to make matters worse, Kara isn't even an alien. She's just a human girl who got brainwashed by Jor-El, Clark's alien dad. Since his dad keeps trying to bribe Chloe and her father, Lex sends them to a safe house to protect them, but the second they walk inside, boom! Chloe and her dad get blown to pieces. But Lionel's not done yet. Over at the mansion, Lex is celebrating his successful takeover when he suddenly collapses. Turns out Lionel had his drink poisoned from jail. Remember when he poisoned Lex's drink in season 2? Yeah, the man just doesn't change, does he? Back at the Kent family, everything goes sideways. Jonathan Kent confronts Kara in the Kawachi caves because he's not letting some stranger mess with his son. But Jor-El uses his cave powers to knock Jonathan out cold. Clark realizes that staying in Smallville means everyone he loves is in danger, so he makes the hardest decision of his life. He gives up. He stands in front of the cave wall as a blinding light swallows him whole. Clark Kent is gone. he's being turned into Kal-El, and there's no coming back from this. So, Clark's been swallowed by an alien cave, his girlfriend's in Paris, his bestie just exploded, and Jonathan's out cold. Can the Kent family catch a single break, or is Season 4 just gonna be one long funeral? The first episode of Season 4 kicks off with someone new rolling into Smallville. Meet Lois Lane, Chloe's cousin, and she's here to investigate Chloe's death, because the official story about a gas leak explosion, yeah, she's not buying it. While following a lead, she has an accident and discovers a naked dude laying in the middle of a cornfield. We can already guess who just loves popping up surrounded by corn. She drags this mystery man to the hospital, and he introduces himself as Kal-El. Back at the same hospital, Martha has spent the last 3 months sitting next to Jonathan's bed. Jor-El knocked him out cold at the end of last season, and he hasn't woken up since. So when Martha steps into the hallway and spots Clark, her heart breaks. Clark's standing right there, but he's staring at her like he's never seen her before in his life. Our boy's been reprogrammed by his alien side, and now he's got just one focus: to find the Stones of Power. 3 ancient rocks that contain the knowledge of the entire universe. His father has somehow convinced him that this is his whole destiny. Dude, your mom is standing right there. Maybe say hi first? With Kal-El standing there, zoning in and out, Martha realizes she needs help fast. She reaches out to Dr. Swan, that rich scientist guy who also speaks the alien language, and he sends someone to give her a chunk of black rock. Looks like these aliens love their rocks. Anyway, he tells her that the black rock is the only thing that can separate Clark's human side from his alien program. While Martha's dealing with her alien son's situation, Lois is still playing detective. She finds a video message Chloe recorded before she died, begging someone to uncover the truth. Lois watches her cousin crying on camera, and you can tell she's fired up now. There's no way she's dropping this case. Across the ocean in Paris, Lana Lang is trying to start fresh. She's dating Jason Teague, this sweet guy, but alien weirdness follows her anyway. During a school trip to study old art at some church, Lana finds the tomb of one of her ancient ancestors, and next thing she knows, there's a glowing tattoo burned into her back. Loud, this girl can't catch a break. Meanwhile, Lex is up to one of his tricks again, even though he's dying from the poison his dad slipped him in the last episode. He still drags himself to Egypt to steal an ancient artifact, a glowing red stone. Wrong time to be carrying a stone, buddy. The stone starts humming on Lex's private jet, calling out to Kal-El as it glows. Lex's health suddenly gets better, but before he can even figure out what's going on or run any tests, our flying superhero shows up, rips the plane open, and grabs the stone. Now that Kal has the stone, Martha knows she's running out of time to get her real son back. She confronts Kal and presses the black rock against him. Gotcha. His body vibrates, and then he splits into 2 people. On one side, we've got Kal, the cold alien soldier, and on the other side, there's Clark Kent, the farm boy we know and love. The two start throwing punches at each other. Kal's trying to kill Clark because he thinks emotions make him weak, but guess what? Clark wins. Clark grabs the black rock and uses it to merge his Kal personality back into his body, although he has control over it now. But even though Clark's back, the mission isn't done. The locations of all 3 stones of power are now stuck in his head. The red stone from Lex is just the first one, and he needs the rest before someone dangerous takes it. Then right before the episode ends, we see Jonathan waking up. Apart from splitting Clark into 2, the energy from the black rock created an electric shock that snapped Jonathan out of his coma. Episode 2 opens with Lois and Clark standing at Chloe's grave. One naked cornfield rescue brought them together, and somehow these two are now bonding and investigating like a proper duo. They even had one extra naked moment, but focus people, that's not why we're here. Lois has shared her doubts about Chloe's death with Clark, and now they're at the grave to find out the truth. Clark uses his X-ray vision to peek through the coffin and discovers the coffin is empty. Obviously, Lois doesn't believe him since she has no powers to see through the coffin, so she returns later to dig up the grave and confirm by herself. However, her investigation takes a nasty turn when she's ambushed by Trent, an assassin with liquid metal skin who can turn his body into blades. He was sent by Lionel with one job: kill anyone snooping around Chloe's death. He's about to slice Lois when Lana Lang, who also came to pay her respects to Chloe, shows up and shoves pepper spray in Trent's face. That gives them just enough time to run. Once they're back on the Kent farm, military forces block the road and out steps General Sam Lane, Lois's father, who's apparently protecting the crime scene. While Lois clashes with her dad over his military strict rules, Clark keeps digging. He knows that Lex was the last person to see Chloe alive, so he heads to the mansion to confront him about the empty coffin. While he's there, he notices the general's cigars sitting on Lex's desk, which tips him off that Lex and the military are working together. Lex eventually comes clean. He admits that he had noticed the bomb before Chloe and her father stepped into the safe house, and he had already built a lead bunker inside it to shield them from the blast. Then he called in General Lane to move them to a military base base for protection. Armed with this new info, Lois and Clark track Chloe to the military safe house, but Trent, the assassin, is already one step ahead. He sneaks into the facility to kill Chloe, and in the final fight, Lois tries to stop Trent with her electric gun. At the same time, Clark blasts him with heat vision. The combined energy causes Trent to vaporize into a cloud of metallic steam. By the time the smoke clears, there is nothing left of Trent, and Lois is confused as to where he went. Honestly, Lois could use a few tips from the ever-suspicious Chloe. With the assassin gone, Chloe comes out of hiding ready to testify against Lionel. Moving right along to episode 3. Abigail Fine returns to Smallville High looking really pretty. Before summer break, Abigail was the most unpopular girl in school. Kids called her Scabby Abby because of her terrible skin issues, but now she's back and she looks really hot. So what changed? Her mom, Dr. Elise Fine, gave her some fancy plastic surgery to help with her confidence. The catch? Mom used meteor rock in the procedure and now Abigail's skin is poisonous. When she kisses her former bully Brett, he has a vision of his face rotting off and he runs off, crashing into a car. Meanwhile, Clark is trying to live his best teenage life by joining the football team. Jonathan's not happy about it, but come on, Dad, you just woke up from a coma like 2 seconds ago. Chill out a bit. Elsewhere, Lois is having the worst week ever. Her college application got rejected because she failed her last semester in high school, and now her dad has used his influence to enroll her with the juniors at Smallville High so she can gain extra credits. Across town, Lana's back at Smallville High, which is surprising since she was living her dream life in Paris just a few weeks ago. But after getting that alien tattoo burned into her back, she couldn't stop thinking about it. So she packed her bags and came home to find answers. And guess who followed her? Jason Teague, her boyfriend from Paris. That's so sweet. Now Jason's already done with high school, so he can't exactly attend classes holding hands with a student. Instead, he applies to be the assistant football coach. Smart move, Jason. However, instead of Lana getting the answers she wants back at home, she lands into even more trouble when Abigail targets her as the second victim. She gets affected and starts seeing her face peeling off in the mirror. In full panic mode, she stumbles backward and crashes into a bathroom mirror. Whoops. While Lana's recovering in the hospital, Lois decides to go undercover there. Journalism runs in the family, apparently. Dr. Fine's smarter than she looks, though. She catches Lois snooping, ties her to a surgical table, and gets ready to use her for another experiment. Thankfully, Clark chokes up just before the needle comes down. He smashes the equipment, and Lois knocks her out with a nice kick. Teamwork, kids. Episode 4 kicks off with the cheerleaders taking their jobs way too seriously. These girls drug the football team's water with meteor rock, turning the jocks into zombie boyfriends. But the real madness starts when Chloe accidentally drinks the water. Next thing you know, she's obsessed with Clark and trying to force her body on him. Clark and Lois team up to investigate this mess, and Clark figures out that the only way to get the antidote is to go undercover as one of the brainwashed boyfriends. So he pretends to fall under the spell of Mandy, the head cheerleader. Mandy, of course, has been waiting for this forever. She drags Clark to the weight room for some alone time. And while he distracts her, Lois is sneaking around trying to steal Mandy's bag, which has the formula and the antidote inside. She succeeds, but while studying the stolen notes, Chloe shows up again and attacks her in a jealous rage. The two end up fighting, and during the fight, Lois accidentally knocks Cleo into a fire. Now you'd expect Chloe to come up extra crispy, but the heat cures her instead. Oops, they just discovered the cure by accident. Back in the weight room, Mandy's busy bragging about her perfect new boyfriend when Chloe and Lois burst through the door. Chloe, now cured and back to her regular self, immediately calls out to Clark. That's when Mandy realizes something's off. Clark isn't mindlessly attacking the intruders or defending her like a bodyguard would. The moment she figures out that Clark has been faking it the whole time, she orders the entire brainwashed football team to attack him. Now, Clark could easily punch these guys, but he's smarter than that. Instead, he uses his heat vision to burst a steam pipe overhead. The hot steam instantly cures the entire team at once, breaking the spell for good. Episode 5 kicks off in Metropolis when a teenager named Bart Allen saves Jonathan Kent's life and steals his wallet. Now hold up, folks, I know what you're thinking. Yes, Bart Allen is the Flash. Clark runs after him, but come on, it's the Flash we're talking about. The kid disappears in a blur. Clark eventually tracks him down, and unlike the usual meteor freaks Clark deals with, Bart's origin is a total mystery. He's just a kid who woke up one day with the gift that makes him really fast. Bart swings by the Kent farm, trying to convince Clark to ditch his boring life for a life of freedom on the road. You know, stealing wallets, robbing stores, the usual teenage rebel stuff. Meanwhile, Lex, our favorite bad boy, is busy at an auction trying to buy an ancient 14th century book. Lex is obsessed with the Stones of Power and suspects this dusty old book holds a clue. He drops millions of dollars to buy it and even shows the book to Clark, hoping Clark can help him decode it. What Lex doesn't know is that Clark's X-ray vision reveals the real deal. An alien map to the stones is hidden beneath the visible text. Uh-oh. Wrong person to trust with your ancient book, Lex. Now Bart needs cash to fund his street lifestyle, so he does what any self-respecting thief would do. He steals the book from Lex's mansion and tries to sell it to a black market dealer named Hannison. However, the deal turns into a trap. Hannison's goons knock Bart out and capture Lex too. But our hero Clark rushes in, and very soon, Hannison is thrown out through the roof. Everything is going well until Bart wakes up and betrays him. He opens a lead box containing meteor rock, attempting to run away with this ancient book again, and Clark drops like a sack of potatoes. Seeing Clark in agony, Bart changes his mind. He slams the lead box shut, but still takes the book anyway. So much for making friends. The next morning, Clark visits Lex at the mansion and gets a surprise. The ancient book is sitting right there on Lex's desk. Bart mysteriously returned it overnight. Clark and Lex flip through the pages together, and Lex plays it cool. He claims the entire team went over the book when he first got it and found nothing useful inside. Clark buys it. We don't, though, because the second Clark leaves, we get a quick shot of Lex's office. The map from the book, already drafted. Lex lied straight to Clark's face without even blinking. Classic Lex Luthor. With the book problem solved, Bart and Clark share one final race before he leaves town. Bart accelerates so fast he runs backwards just to show off, then leaves Clark eating his dust. Before zooming off for good, Clark tells him he has a gift that should be used for more than just stealing wallets. Hopefully Bart takes that advice to heart. Bye, Flash. Episode 6 starts with Clark Kent spending the day in prison while Lionel Luthor is out there throwing kisses at his mom and seducing Lana. How the heck did we get here? Well, let's rewind, shall we? Clark starts hearing this humming sound that no one else can pick up. Turns out it's coming from the second stone, the Stone of Water, which is in Lionel Luthor's hands. He had his team dig for it, then arranged for his cellmate Edgar, a brilliant researcher he framed for a crime, to be in the same cell to help him study it. Lionel's master plan is to use the stone to swap bodies with his son. He's got the stone in his hands, ready to make the switch, when Clark bursts in to stop him. Clark tries to shove Lex out of the way, but he touches Lionel at the wrong moment, and boom, Clark wakes up in Lionel's dying body in a prison cell, while Lionel is now walking around in Clark's superpowered teenage body. This is bad. Like, this is really, really bad. And because the universe hates Clark, a prison riot breaks out where he is. Meanwhile, Lionel's out here living his best life in Clark's body. At the Kent farm, he's flirting with Lana and getting way too cozy with Martha. Dude, you got super strength and this is what you do with it? Really? The real Clark is also making moves. Thankfully, not sexy ones. He contacts his mom and tells her some family secrets between them, trying to convince her it's the real Clark. Then he reaches out to Edgar, the framed researcher, and tells him to lie to Lionel that the body swap is only temporary. But if Lionel kills Clark while they're still swapped, there's no body left to transfer back to, and the swap becomes permanent. You know Daddy Dearest, he rushes into the prison ready to murder his own spare body and lock himself into Clark's permanently, but Clark is ready for him. As Lionel reaches to snatch the stone away, Clark grabs Lionel's arm. The stone falls between them and they swap back. Because the guards are closing in, Clark, now back in his own body, has to use super speed to vanish, so he ends up leaving the stone. Lionel doesn't completely lose though. The energy of the stone heals his body, and he knows without a doubt that Clark Kent is special. The episode closes with Edgar, the framed researcher, walking out of the prison a free man, and handing the Stone of Water to someone in a car. We don't know who, not yet, but whoever it is, they've been planning something, and it is not good. Don't worry, the reveal comes in episode 9. Episode 7 opens with Mikhail, a transfer student who can use his voice to control people's brains. During a semi-final game, he mutters "trip" under his breath, and Clark stumbles into an opposing player, shattering the kid's collarbone on impact. Turns out, Mikhail's been rigging every game just to run an underground betting ring. Chloe is the first person to notice. She notices students throwing around way too much cash and starts digging. When she confronts Mikhail, he forces her to kiss him and then commands her to stop investigating. That's not cool. Lex also smells something fishy about Mikhail, although he doesn't give a damn about football bets. He's more worried about why his dad gave Mikhail a full scholarship. He drags him to Luthor Corp Company and threatens deportation, which is when Mikhail entices him with a bet. If Clark loses the championship, Mikhail gets $1 million and citizenship. If Clark wins, well, back to your country, Mikhail. Game day comes and Chloe's got a plan. She built this frequency jammer to cut off Mikhail's powers. Problem is, Mikhail figures out where the signal's coming from and tracks her down with a knife. This is where Clark comes in. Right there on the football field, he finds them with X-ray vision, super speeds off of the field to defeat Mikhail, and gets back just in time to win. While everybody's celebrating though, Lex finds out about Jason and Lana's relationship and reports them to the school board. Lana's heartbroken and somehow she decides this is all Clark's fault because clearly he's still bitter since she chose Jason over him. The episode closes with Lex telling Clark that Mikhail was deported, except there's a problem with that story. The camera cuts to level 33.1, a secret lab hidden underground. We see Mikhail in a soundproof elevator, officially becoming the first specimen in Lex's collection of meteor-powered humans. Episode 8 kicks off with Lana opening an old 1600s spell book. You'd think after touching her ancestor's cursed tomb in Paris, she'd know better than to mess with ancient stuff, but nope. The second she opens it, she gets possessed by a witch named Isabelle Theroux, the same ancestor who owned the tomb. Possessed Lana crashes Chloe's birthday party at the Kent barn. To bring back her witch friends, she needs a potion that requires hair from a virgin. She tries using Lois Lane's hair first, but the hair doesn't qualify. Isabelle then targets Clark and tricks him into giving out his hair. Eventually, she brings back her witch crew into the bodies of Chloe and Lois. Together, they cast a spell, forcing everyone at the party into a crazy dance session. This happens right as a college recruiter shows up to interview Clark. Uh-oh, there goes that admission. But the witches aren't done with Clark yet. Isabelle uses another spell to turn Clark into an ordinary human. Then she starts torturing him for the location of his stone of fire. When he finally tells them it's in the Kawachi caves, they take off. First, they break into the Luthor mansion to steal the old book that Lex bought at the auction, and they use it to lead the way to the Kawachi caves. To keep Lex out of the way, they put a spell on him that forces him to play the piano until his fingers bleed. Clark is eventually found and freed by Jason, Lana's boyfriend, who realizes something weird is happening. In the Kawachi caves, Isabelle tries to grab the Firestone, but the stone burns her hand because she's not worthy. As she drops it, a powerless Clark swoops in and catches it. The moment he touches the stone, his powers come back. He immediately uses his heat vision to burn their spellbook, breaking the spell and kicking the witches out of his friends' bodies. The episode ends with Lana telling Clark about the alien tattoo stuck on her back. In episode 9, Lex Luthor Day starts terribly when he wakes up at home next to a dead body. The woman is someone he had a one-night stand with, and now the police are ready to slap handcuffs on him. Clark offers to help, but the evidence is too damning, which is when he realizes he needs help from someone who thinks like a criminal, Lex's dad, Lionel. Clark visits Lionel in prison, and suddenly the guy's acting like a changed man. After that body swap experience with Clark a few episodes back, Lionel claims he's found religion and wants to help Clark figure out who planted the body beside Lex. Together with Clark, they track the real person framing Lex, Shannon Bell. Meanwhile, Lana has a horrifying nightmare of her ancestor, Isabelle Theroux, being burned at the stake in the 1600s. In the vision, Isabelle is with 2 other witches, and there's a 4th woman in the crowd watching them burn. Sweet dreams, Lana. The very next day, Lana meets Jason's mother, Genevieve Teague, in person for the first time, and she's horrified because Genevieve looks exactly like the 4th woman from her dream. Lana starts piecing things together and realizes she's been played. Her whole relationship with Jason was probably a setup by the Teague family because of her ancestors' connection to the Stones of Power. So much for true love. Back to Clark. Following Lionel's leads, he discovers that Shannon, the real killer, is another woman from Lex's past who he used and dumped. The investigation blows up when Shannon traps both Clark and Lex in a building and sets it on fire. Clark is forced to use his super speed to create a massive breeze that blows out the flames. Just another day for Clark Kent. Episode 10 starts with trouble when a Luthor Corp company blows up, dumping fear gas all over Smallville. Now everyone who breathes in the gas falls into a coma where their worst fear plays on repeat. Chloe finds herself locked in a mental hospital, terrified she's going crazy like her mother. Lana is being hunted by a dark version of herself, the witch Isabelle, because her biggest fear is becoming her possessed ancestor. Even Clark gets infected, because the gas is laced with meteor rock. It affects him, and he starts seeing Lana staring at him with disgust when she discovers who he truly is. However, Clark pushes through the nightmare to find Lex to help develop a cure. Dreams won't stop this farm boy. Clark and Lex race to the Luthor Corp labs, and they realize the only way to make a quick cure is to test the antidote on someone's blood and see how it reacts. Problem is, the first person they tried it on died from it. In a rare case of heroism, Lex volunteers himself as a lab rat. While Lex is bleeding for science, Clark quietly uses his heat vision to keep the temperature of the antidote stable. Meanwhile, some shocking news drops. Lionel Luthor is released from prison, and the person who got him out is Genevieve Teague. She used her connections to get his case thrown out because she needs him. Why? He's the only one who can help her find the Stones of Power. Great. Now the bad guys are working together. And just to leave us all feeling more scared, we get a peek at Lex's nightmare. He's the President of the United States, and his only instruction is to launch a nuclear bomb that burns the world to ash. Episode 11 starts with Clark Kent getting married in Las Vegas to the love of his life. Just kidding. Not the love of his life, but he does get married. Now, how did that happen? Well, Alicia Baker, the teleporting girl, gets released from the psychiatric health hospital. Remember her? She can pop in and out of places and has a huge crush on Clark. Anyway, she rolls back into Smallville, ready to restart things with Clark. And at first, he's relieved. Finally, someone who knows his secret and doesn't freak out about it. But the problem is, Alicia doesn't want the sweet Clark. She wants the bad boy version. So she gives him a necklace as a gift. What Clark doesn't know is that the necklace contains red rock. The moment he puts it on, his eyes flash and Cal takes over. Using Alicia's teleporting powers, they run away to a Vegas chapel and get married. After the wedding, the newlyweds head to a hotel, and under the influence of the red rock, Cal is finally ready to, seal the deal, if you know what I mean. But just as things are getting spicy, Alicia starts feeling guilty. She realizes she doesn't want Cal, she wants the real Clark to love her, so she slides the necklace off of him. While that's happening, Lana and Jason are having their own heavy conversation. Turns out Jason didn't know his mother was manipulating their relationship. He genuinely likes Lana and wants to take things to the next level. Back to them newlyweds though. Clark wakes up from his red rock spell and accuses Alicia of drugging him. Alicia gets furious and teleports away. However, their argument resumes in the Kent farm when Alicia's crazy doctor, who's obsessed with her, bursts in and tries to shoot Clark. Talk about a messed up love triangle. Alicia teleports in front of the bullet to protect Clark, and she knows that a gunshot won't kill him, but it would expose what he really is. So cute. The episode ends with Clark staying by Alicia's side at the hospital. They call off their marriage, but deep down there's a part of Clark that's freer when he's with Alicia. Moving right along to episode 12, Lana and Jason get attacked by someone they can't see, and all the evidence points straight to Alicia. Her scarf is found at the scene, and both Lana and Jason think their attacker teleported. But the real culprit is Tim Westcott, a meteor freak with sand-shifting powers who thinks he's some kind of holy warrior sent to clean Smallville. Clark defends Alicia, but the town's already sharpening their knives. Everyone remembers she's been a bit crazy before, so they're quick to believe she's guilty. As the whole town turns on Alicia, she begs Clark to reveal his powers too. She thinks if everyone knew about him, Smallville's favorite farm boy, they wouldn't be so quick to hate people with abilities. When Clark refuses, Alicia takes matters into her own hands. She visits Chloe and promises her a story that'll make her famous. First, she teleports Chloe into a speeding car, then calls Clark, telling him she's trapped in a car and about to crash. Then she teleports Chloe out of the car to a hidden spot nearby. Soon enough, Clark appears and he doesn't know he's being watched, so he catches the car with his super strength, then disappears in a blur when he realizes it's only a prank. But Chloe, she sees the whole thing. Anyway, Alicia soon finds out that Tim is the real killer when she comes home and catches him going through her stuff. Looking for something personal he can plant at his next crime scene. When Alicia confronts him, he just admits everything, saying he's trying to clean Smallville of sin. Buddy, you're made of sand and you murder people. Maybe start with yourself. Alicia tries to teleport away, but Tim's sand powers are faster. He drugs her, then hangs her with her scarf to make it look like suicide. Clark arrives to confront her about the car prank, but instead he finds her dead body. As he's kneeling there, Lois comes in with her investigations and a clue on the real killer. Gotcha. Immediately, Clark speeds to the garage where Tim, the real killer, works. Tim doesn't even try to deny it. He starts yelling that Alicia was a stain he had to wash away. Clark snaps, he beats up Tim and is about to strangle him to death when Lois shows up screaming for him to stop. The episode ends with Chloe watching Clark from a distance. She doesn't tell him that she knows his secret, but she's starting to understand just how heavy that secret really is. Episode 13 kicks off with recruiters from Metropolis University asking Clark to join their team. They offer him everything: free tuition, a fancy apartment, and all of the perks. But while Clark's getting the VIP treatment, things aren't going so well for Lois. After completing her missing credits and then entering college, she attends a frat party where Coop, a star football player, touches her in a weird manner. Obviously, Lois is the daughter of a general, so she uses her army training to beat him up. Coop's embarrassed and wants to report Lois to the cops. This is where Jeff Johns, the team's problem solver, steps in. Jeff's got meteor powers that let him paralyze people by hitting certain spots on their body. Minutes before Lois beat Coop up, Jeff had used his powers on Coop to keep him from causing a scandal for the METU football team. And since Lois was the last person seen with Coop, she gets arrested and kicked out of school. Or Lois just got set up. Chloe and Lois join forces to prove that Lois is innocent. They sneak into the METU gym and find a notebook full of rival players that Jeff has taken down. Jeff's been sneaking around before big games, hitting opposing players with his paralysis powers, and that's how METU keeps winning. When Jeff catches Lois snooping, he paralyzes her, then drops her in a giant water pipe. Thankfully, Clark races over and uses his strength to stop the water flow and drag her out before she drowns. After saving Lois, Clark hunts down Jeff. Jeff tries his paralysis trick on Clark, but it doesn't work. Clark's body is too strong for Jeff's paralysis to work. Clark knocks him out cold. Bye, Jeff. Thanks to the evidence Chloe and Lois dug up, Lois is cleared of hurting Coop, but the school still kicks her out for causing trouble at the party. With no place to stay, she heads back to the Kent farm and convinces them to let her live with them. Episode 14 starts with two criminal brothers, Bud and Zach, robbing an armored truck with a cute dog. Yep. Crime has officially gone to the dogs. This furry little guy has super strength and tears the doors off the truck like it's cardboard. While the brothers are returning their weaponized dogs back, one escapes and runs into traffic. Lois, on her way home to the Kent farm, slams into the dog with her car. Panicking, she scoops up the injured dog and brings it to the farm. Clark figures out real quick that this isn't your average family pet. The dog is super strong and casually smashes a tractor through a fence during playtime. A tractor? What kind of dog wakes up and chooses tractor violence? Clark wants to investigate and finds a LuthorCorp tracking chip stuck behind the dog's ear. Shortly after, Lex shows up at the farm claiming that the dog was stolen from him and it's part of a rescue project. Yeah, sure, Lex. Clark's disgusted when he realizes Lex has been running a lab where they experiment on animals to turn them into weapons. Meanwhile, Bud and Zach figure out the Kents have their superdog, so they send the remaining dog with them to retrieve its partner from the Kents' farm. Immediately, Clark starts investigating them. While Clark's dealing with dog thieves, Jason Teague is dragging it out with his mom about her controlling his relationship with Lana. That's when Genevieve drops a family secret. Back in the 1600s, their ancestors burned a witch named Isabel, and before Isabel died, she cursed the family and promised she'd come back from the dead to kill every single one of their children. So yeah, Genevieve's hunting for the Stones of Power to stop a witch from killing her son. Back to the brothers, they use a special whistle to control the dog, and when Clark comes investigating, he gets trapped in a cage, covered with meteor rock. Clark's strength is draining fast, but then the dog breaks free from its mind control and rips the cage open. Once Clark recovers, he and the dog gang up and stop the final robbery. With the whole incident behind them, the Kents decide to keep the dog, naming it Shelby. Episode 15 opens with Jor-El, Clark's alien dad, warning him about the powers of the stone. Basically, if humans manage to unite all three stones, there would be famine, war, and the world will crash down on our heads. Yada yada, Mr. Jor-El, please let this teenager rest. Anyway, speaking of bad parenting, Lionel Luthor, still pretending to have found religion, gives Lex and Jason a map to some temple in China where the Stone of Air is supposedly hidden. Spoiler alert, Lionel's setting them up. He knows that the Chinese military guards the area, so he's sending his own son and Jason to test out the place first, while he watches from afar. What a sneaky bastard. After that, he also tells Lana this wild backstory about how Jason's ancestors killed her witch ancestor, Isabel. He's clearly trying to blow up her relationship with Jason, and honestly, it's working. Lana gets suspicious and decides to fly to China herself to find the stone. Clark tags along to keep her safe and grab the stone before Lex can. Immediately, Lex and Jason land in China, and the Chinese army captures and tortures them in an ancient temple for information about the stone's location. The army knows something powerful is in the temple, and they think it's a weapon, but they believe the Americans have the treasure map, so they continue to torture them. Clark and Lana track down the temple, and Clark, using his X-ray vision, finds a secret chamber hidden behind the temple walls. Bingo. As soon as they enter the chamber, Clark falls straight into a trap. The room is lined with statues that glow green. Meteor rock. Immediately, Clark collapses, and Lana gets captured by the soldiers. Now all three of them, Lana, Lex, and Jason, are prisoners. To force the guys to talk, the soldiers start torturing Lana. Big mistake. The pain is so much that it triggers the tattoo on Lana's back, and Isabel the witch awakens. She destroys the Chinese soldiers, beats up Clark, and then uses her witch powers to grab the Stone of Air out of its hiding spot. Clark, despite being half dead from the green meteor rock, forces himself to stand. He fights possessed Lana at super speed and manages to knock the Stone of Air out of her hand. The second the stone leaves her grip, Isabel's spirit goes back to sleep and Lana collapses with zero memory of what just went down. To keep the stone away from everybody, Clark lies to Lex, telling him that the soldiers took the artifact while he takes it home to hide. Episode 16 kicks off with Lois's younger sister, Lucy Lane, showing up at Smallville. She's got everyone fooled with her big smiles and polite act, but Lois isn't buying it for a second. Big Sis knows something's up, because why would Lucy suddenly ditch Switzerland, where she lives, for boring Smallville of all places? And she's damn right. Clark catches Lucy red-handed trying to steal cash. When he confronts her, she breaks down and tells him the truth. She owes $50,000 to Marcus Becker, a dangerous loan shark. That's a lot of money, Lucy. Lex, always trying to prove to people that he's a good guy, offers to pay off the entire debt. debt. But the money drop turns into a disaster. Becker shows up dressed as a cop, beats up Lex, and kidnaps both sisters. Oops. Lex should have just stuck with being a bad guy. While that's going on, Lana decides to test her boyfriend Jason. She tells him that she had the Stone of Air, but it got stolen from her apartment. Baby girl's lying. She never had the stone, she just wants to test if Jason cares more about her or some ancient rock. He absolutely fails. He starts screaming and insulting Lana for being careless. Bro, she doesn't even have it. Meanwhile, back to the sisters drama. Clark uses his powers to track down Lois and Lucy on some icy mountain road. Then Clark swoops in for the save. Hero moment, right? Wrong. Turns out this whole kidnapping was fake. Lucy was working with the loan shark the entire time to trick Lex out of his money. After pulling off the scam, Lucy disappears from Smallville completely. Lex is out 50 grand, though he probably won't even notice. The episode ends with Lana staring at the real Stone of Air in its hiding spot. Episode 17 starts with Lex supervising an experiment on superheated meteor rock. Well, the experiment goes wrong and Lex gets hit by a burst of power. Shortly after, something crazy happens. Lex splits into two different people. Yep. The green meteor rock superheated into the black rock. There's the wise business Lex we kinda like, and then there's Alexander. Lex's worst qualities rolled into one. Unfortunately, both versions are still bald. Alexander doesn't waste a single second. He locks the nicer Lex up and kisses Lana, telling her she deserves better than Jason Teague. Then he marches over to Clark's house and shoots his dad in the leg, telling Clark to join him or watch everyone he loves suffer. How encouraging. Oh, and he makes himself a green meteor ring to keep Clark weak and under control. Clark and Chloe start investigating the mess, and they sneak into the lab, but Alexander attacks him. To finish them off, Alexander tries to crush Clark with a concrete block, but Clark uses his super strength to hold it up. And just like that, Alexander figures out Clark's secret. That's not good at all. After their first showdown, Alexander heads back to the mansion and picks a fight with his dad. They have this intense fencing match where Alexander mocks Lionel's I found religion act until Lionel snaps and shows his true evil self. Religion my foot. In the big finale, Clark confronts Alexander at the Luthor mansion using his heat vision. Clark superheats the green meteor ring on Alexander's hand, turning it back into black rock, and the energy forces Lex and Alexander to fuse back into one person. Episode 18 starts on prom eve with the whole school getting ready for the big dance. Weirdly, Chloe gets a slot on the prom queen ballot, which makes Dawn Stiles furious. Dawn Stiles is furious because she thinks she's the only one who deserves that crown. As Dawn's driving on the road, stressing over the prom queen thing, she crashes her car into a pit filled with meteor rock and ends up in a coma. Or so we thought until we see her spirit jump out of her body. Once Dawn figures out she can hop into other people, she starts causing trouble. First, she starts with Martha Kent, and this creates the most awkward scene ever. Martha starts flirting hard with Jonathan and demanding he take her to the prom. At your age, ma'am? Not happening. She then hops into Lana and uses her body to publicly dump Jason in the meanest way possible. Things get completely bonkers when Dawn hops into Lois Lane, and guys, this is where it gets good. Tough, sarcastic Lois is suddenly wearing a pink dress and doing a full dance routine on stage in front of the entire school. And the dance works. Lois gets crowned prom queen, and Dawn's living her dream in someone else's body. But when Clark figures her out, to defend herself, Dawn in Lois's body runs into the school kitchen, turns on all the gas, and plans to blow up the whole party with everyone inside. Not on our hero's watch, though. Clark uses his heat vision to set off a small explosion that shocks Dawn's spirit right out of Lois's body. Episode 19 kicks off with Kevin Grady, a runaway from the Summerholt Research Institute. His dad, Dr. Grady, has been using him as a lab rat for brain experiments. And now Kevin can erase short-term memories with just a touch. Kevin's running because he thinks he accidentally shot his brother on a hunting trip, but that memory's a fake. His own father planned it to cover up the fact that he's the actual killer. Someone arrest this dad. Anyway, Kevin needs money to stay on the run, and he starts robbing people. His first target is Lois. He touches her, wipes her memory, and leaves her standing there looking lost. Clark investigates, and eventually Kevin uses his power on him, but since Clark's an alien, the ability does a factory reset on his brain. Chloe finds blank Clark sitting down like a lost puppy and brings him back to the Kent farm. Since she already knows about his powers, she becomes his personal trainer, teaching him how to use super speed and super strength. But Chloe isn't the only one who finds him. Lex also does, and immediately takes Clark to his mansion, feeding him lies about how they're best friends who tell each other everything. Bro, what the heck? Lex is just fishing for information about the Kawachi Caves and the Stones of Power. Back to Chloe, she sneaks into Summerholt to dig for evidence on Dr. Grady's computer. But she's caught, and Dr. Grady uses her as bait to force his son back into the lab. His plan is to wipe Chloe's memory of the evidence she saw and keep his son under his control forever. It ain't gonna happen, because Clark breaks in to rescue Chloe, and during the chaos, Kevin finally realizes his father was the one who killed his brother. By the episode's end, Clark is back to normal, but instead of being honest, he tells Chloe he doesn't remember anything about his blank period. Chloe knows he's lying, though. Moving right along to episode 20, Clark and Lana are driving back from a university visit when an explosion rocks a nearby field. They rush over to find an abandoned baby boy laying in the middle of a glowing hole. Clark brings the infant back to the Kent farm, and he and Lana decide to name him Evan and play house. Their little family doesn't last 24 hours though, because Evan starts aging at a crazy speed. By nighttime, he's a 7-year-old boy. Turns out Evan's a meteor freak baby. His body absorbs electrical energy from everything around him like a sponge, and since he can't handle storing that much power, he ages in minutes and releases energy. Clark figures out that every time Evan ages, the energy release gets bigger. By the time he's 20, he will become a nuclear bomb that wipes everyone out. It's a tough call, but Clark knows what he has to do. Since he's the only person who can shield the explosion with his body, he picks Evan up and carries him to an empty field far away from town. The whole thing really is sad. Clark has to watch as his child turns into an old man and dies in a great blast of energy. Episode 21 starts with everyone in Smallville High hyped about graduation. Everyone except Brendan Hetty. Brendan is scared of growing up and watching his friends scatter across the country. Honestly, I feel you, Brendan. Adulting really does suck. But instead of dealing with it like a normal person would, Brendan develops a meteor power that lets him turn living things into wax. Then he starts kidnapping everyone, including Lana and Chloe. Clark and Lois figure out that the girls are missing and track them down to Brendan's hideout. When they get there, Brendan panics and tries to turn Clark into wax too, but Clark knocks Brendan straight into his own pot of boiling wax. Oops, that really settled itself. At the same time, Genevieve is making moves on Lana, still believing that Lana is with the Stone of Air. She attacks her, and during the struggle, Lana's tattoo activates, in which Isabel takes over her body and activates her magical powers. With her powers, she grabs the stone of water that Genevieve even managed to have and kills her with it. But killing someone with the stones comes with consequences. A dark energy is released and a second meteor shower is triggered. Smallville is in trouble. Welcome to the crazy season 4 finale, where everything explodes. The episode starts on graduation day at Smallville High. Clark's giving a nice speech and everything's perfect for like 3 minutes until the sky turns red. Uh-oh. Before anyone can process what's happening, a warning sounds that a second meteor shower is coming. The crowd freaks out and starts running in every direction. But Jason Teague didn't get the memo. He shows up at the Kent farm, shotgun in hand, and takes Jonathan and Martha hostage. He's bleeding, desperate, and screaming about the stones. Then a giant meteor slams directly into the Kent house. Jonathan and Martha survive, but Jason wasn't so lucky, and he dies. So sad. The entire Teague family is gone now. Meanwhile, Lana decides the best escape plan during a meteor shower is to hop in a helicopter. Before she takes off, she tracks down Clark and hands him the stone of water. Then she boards the helicopter, and shocker, it gets destroyed by a meteor mid-flight. But somehow, Lana crawls out alive, and she's stumbling through the dirt, and she spots a hole with a black alien ship sitting inside. That's not something you see every day. Back to Clark. He knows the only way to stop this disaster is to bring all 3 stones together, so he uses his super speed to break into Lex's mansion and steal the Fire Stone. He combines it with the Water Stone from Lana and grabs his own Air Stone from the barn, and then he runs to the Kawachi Caves. But he's not alone. Lex has been tailing him, and Chloe's right there too because she's nosy like that. Clark places the 3 stones into the ancient altar, and they merge together and form this blinding crystal called the Crystal of Knowledge. The crystal releases a wave of energy that rips open a portal in the cave. Lex gets knocked out, and Chloe gets sucked into the portal along with Clark. Both of them are instantly transported thousands of miles away into the freezing Arctic. But hold up, because something else happened. The second Clark unites the stones in the cave, alien energy explodes. And of course, this energy immediately starts hunting for a human host, and guess who found it? Lionel Luthor. Lionel gets blasted and he immediately starts scratching alien symbols all over. Lionel has an alien messenger? Season 5 is going to be wild. Episode 1 kicks off in the freezing Arctic, where Clark just got teleported after that second meteor shower finale. He throws the Crystal of Knowledge into the snow and boom, it creates the Fortress of Solitude. Basically an alien ice castle created by Jor-El. Jor-El's voice echoes through the place, telling Clark that this is where he'll train to save the world from some big threat coming soon. But wait! Chloe got sucked through the portal too. She follows Clark into the fortress, and a dangerous storm immediately attacks her. That's when Chloe begs Clark to save her and confesses something huge.
I think it's time you switch into Super Clark mode now.
Yeah, she's known Clark's secrets since she saw him carrying a car in Season 4. Clark's shocked, but there's no time to talk about it. He begs Jor-El to let him save her, and Jor-El agrees but warns Clark, "Come back before sunset or else." Fine, we've heard you, Jor-El. Clark promises to return and super speeds Chloe to a hospital. Meanwhile, in Smallville, 2 alien guys crawl out of that black spaceship Lana discovered. This time, we don't get a cute little baby like Clark. Instead, we get 2 creepy soldiers hunting for Kal-El because they want to free General Zod, their evil commander, trapped in the Phantom Zone. Yeah, it's alien weirdness again. The Phantom Zone is sort of an alien prison where the worst criminals get locked away forever. Anyway, back to Lionel. He's still possessed by that blast of energy, scratching alien symbols everywhere. He tells Lana that green meteor rock is the only thing that can hurt the aliens, so Lana uses this tip to lure the alien soldiers into the Luthor Mansion vault filled with meteor rock. It doesn't work though. The aliens catch on and seal the vault. Back to Clark. After seeing the effect of the meteor shower on a TV in the hospital, Clark leaves Chloe and super speeds to Lana, who's in trouble with the aliens. He steals a special bracelet from the aliens and uses it to open a portal, trapping both of them in the Phantom Zone. Problem solved. Except Clark stays to help injured Lana instead of returning to the fortress by sunset like he promised. Jor-El is furious. He removes Clark's superpowers and turns him into a regular human. But joke's on him because this is what Clark has been wishing for since he was a kid. Now that he's ordinary, he confesses his love to Lana at the hospital and they live happily ever after. Just kidding, they don't actually, because we get a quick shot of black liquid ooze coming from the spaceship. Looks like Smallville has a new visitor. Episode 2 starts with the whole town helping rebuild the Kent farm after the meteor shower destroyed it. Clark, now without any powers, tells Chloe he's happy about losing his abilities, because he can finally have a normal relationship with Lana without any secrets. Later, Clark and Lana almost sleep together in his loft, but Clark wants to wait and make their first time really special. Oh, what a gentleman. But the sweet moment doesn't last, because while they're locking lips, 3 dangerous prisoners who escaped from the psychiatric hospital suddenly attack him and take his parents and Lana hostage. Here's the thing. Luthor Corp has been experimenting on these guys with a special serum made from meteor rocks. Now that they've been cut off from the meteor rock supply and abandoned in the hospital, they're hooked on it like a drug and desperately need more. Tommy, the gang leader, has heard of Clark's abilities at the psychiatric hospital, so they command Clark to steal the serum from Luthor Corp's secret level 3 lab, threatening to kill everyone if Clark refuses. Yeah, being powerless isn't looking so great anymore. Anyway, Clark partners with Chloe to break into Luthor Corp and grab the serum, but instead of handing it over, Clark gets creative. He packages a bomb inside the serum container to trick them. When Tommy opens it, the explosion knocks out the escapees, and the sheriff finally arrives to arrest Tommy and his crew. Our hero might not currently have superpowers, but he sure has brains. It doesn't end there though. We get a quick shot of Clark beating up Lex. Turns out Lex has been really obsessed with this alien thing. He stole the spaceship that landed during the second meteor shower, and then he set up this whole Tommy situation to test if Clark has powers. Whatever friendship they had left, yeah, it's definitely gone now. Episode 3 opens with Gabriel Duncan, a former classmate from Smallville High, breaking into a missile control room. He kills 2 guards and starts launching nuclear missiles that will hit Smallville in exactly an hour. He calls Chloe and warns her to leave town so she can report on his heroism when he destroys all the meteor freaks in Smallville. When Chloe tells Clark about Gabriel's threat, they fake a car crash to trick Gabriel into revealing himself. Gabriel falls for the trap but kidnaps Chloe and shoots Clark in the chest when he shows up. Clark, still powerless from the last episode, gets rushed to the hospital where he dies from blood loss and mysteriously vanishes from the hospital bed. Clark wakes up in the Fortress of Solitude and Lionel appears. Remember, Lionel is now a vessel for Jor-El. Jor-El explains he's bringing Clark back to life and restoring his powers because Clark's destiny is too important. However, there's a price.
The life of someone close to you will be exchanged for yours.
Yep. Clark can't change fate. Back at the missile site, Chloe breaks free and fights Gabriel over his gun, and during their struggle, the weapon accidentally fires, shooting Gabriel through the stomach and killing him. The missile still launches anyway, though. Clark, finally fully powered again, jumps onto the missile while it's flying through the air, and he takes it apart and redirects the missile into space, saving Smallville from destruction. Episode 4 starts at a beach party at Crater Lake. Lois dives into the water, smacks her head on something, and starts drowning. A mysterious young man named Arthur Curry rescues her using incredible underwater abilities. He can breathe underwater and swim faster than humanly possible. Lois, of course, starts crushing on this handsome stranger. Back to Clark, our hero is a college boy now, and he's attending his first college lecture when he meets his professor, Milton Fine. After class, Fine tells Clark that he's carrying out a research on Luthor Corp illegal operations. He then offers Clark a research assistant job to help with the investigations. Hero duties in college too? These things just always seem to find Clark. Anyway, Clark refuses though. Turns out Fine isn't the only newcomer Clark needs to worry about. After witnessing Arthur Curry's impossible water abilities at the lake, Clark gets suspicious and stalks Arthur. That's how he discovers Arthur came to Smallville to destroy a Luthor Corp project. Apparently, Lex is building an underwater weapon called Leviathan that kills enemy submarines but also murders all sea life in the surrounding area. Fish, dolphins, whales, everything dies. When Clark and Arthur confront Lex with the truth, he denies it, but then he secretly kidnaps Arthur for an experiment later that day. Clark breaks into the Luthor Corp Marine Center and frees Arthur from his cell. Working together, they completely destroy the Leviathan weapon, ruining Lex's $1 million military contract. Victory at last! And yes, Clark finally agrees to join Professor Fine and fight against Lex's company. Episode 5 finds Lana enrolling at Metropolis University at the last minute. She joins the Tri-Psi sorority house, and the sorority president, Buffy Sanders, welcomes her with open hands. Well, open fangs actually, because she grabs Lana's neck, sucks her blood, and turns her into a vampire. Wait, what? Turns out 6 years ago, Buffy got trapped in a cave with meteor-infected bats that transformed her into a vampire-like creature. Now she's building an army of vampire girls. Lana's personality changes completely overnight. She becomes super aggressive and attacks Chloe, biting her neck and drinking her blood. Ugh. Clark discovers the truth about the vampire sorority and confronts them at a Halloween costume party. But the vampires give Lana an ultimatum: kill Clark or they'll kill her instead. Lana has no choice but to obey. But feeding on Clark's alien blood does something unexpected. It gives Lana heat vision powers. When Buffy tries stopping her, Lana burns Buffy with the heat vision and becomes the new sorority leader. Dark Lana is kinda scary, honestly. From Clark's new connection with Professor Fine, he learns that Lex is behind the vampire experiment too. He storms into Lex's office demanding information about the vampire project. Lex casually reveals he's been studying Buffy for years now. Even more conveniently, he has an antidote sitting in a briefcase at the mansion. How lucky! Clark injects Lana with the cure, reversing her vampire transformation, and Lana snaps out of it with no memory of being a blood-sucking monster. Good for her. Chloe also gets some nice vampire benefits. She uses her investigation of the vampire sorority as her breakthrough story, finally earning an internship at the Daily Planet. A legal one now, not one bought by Lionel Luthor. Episode 6 kicks off with Senator Jack Jennings, Jonathan's oldest friend, visiting Smallville to seek support for his re-election campaign. He's running against Lex Luthor, because apparently being a bald billionaire wasn't enough. Now he wants political power too. Ugh. Meanwhile, Chloe receives a distress call at the Daily Planet from a young woman named Melissa Page, claiming she's in serious danger. Chloe and Lois rush to meet her, but they witness a car intentionally run Melissa over, killing her instantly. Well, that escalated quickly. Detectives investigate the murder and discover that Melissa worked as a stripper at the Windgate Club. They find spicy pictures of Senator Jennings with Melissa, making him the prime suspect. Jennings admits that he was having an affair with her, but swears he had nothing to do with the murder. Too bad voters don't really care about the fine print. His political career is toast. Anyway, Chloe, Clark, and Lois go undercover at the Windgate Club to find the real killer. Lois's job is to serve as a stripper and shake her ass for justice. Clark disguises himself as a rich gentleman looking to spend cash, while Chloe transforms Lois into a convincing dancer. During the undercover mission, they discover Mr. Leon, the son of a European diplomat, has been kidnapping strippers and trafficking them intentionally. Leon becomes obsessed with Lois and buys her from the club, attempting to kidnap her with his private helicopter. Not on Clark's watch, though. He uses his super hearing to track them down just in time. He grabs the helicopter mid-flight and pulls it back down to the ground, rescuing Lois before Leon can leave the country. Unfortunately, Leon gets released immediately because of his father's diplomatic immunity. Damn, he still gets a punch from Lois, though. Senator Jennings, devastated by the scandal, even though he's completely innocent of murder, announces he's dropping out of the senatorial race. Before leaving, he suggests Jonathan should run for state senator instead and continue fighting for Kansas. Lex versus Jonathan? I'm in. Episode 7 starts with Clark visiting Lana at her college dorm. He finds a mysterious package addressed to her from Lex. Inside is a strange silver meteor rock that pricks Clark's finger when he touches it. Later that day, a black truck runs Clark off the road, and he gets an anonymous phone call saying, "I know who you are. Someone's clearly messing with him. The silver meteor rock stuck in Clark's finger causes him to see things that aren't real. He starts believing Chloe is planning to tell Lionel his secret, that Jonathan is working against him with Lionel, and that Lex and Lana are dating behind his back. His paranoia gets worse and worse. During a heated fight at the Kent farm, Clark completely loses it. He throws Jonathan against a wooden post and accidentally hits Martha when she tries calming him down. Chloe tries stopping him with a green meteor rock, but Clark speeds away before she can help. Without the silver piece removed, he's becoming dangerous to everyone he loves. Clark watches Lex and Lana talking together at the mansion from outside. His paranoid brain convinces him that they're plotting against him and having an affair. He storms inside and attacks them, breaking Lex's wrist and nearly choking Lana to death with his super strength. Thankfully, Professor Fine arrives just in time and stops Clark from killing anyone. He reveals he's also an alien and uses one weird-looking torchlight to pull the silver meteor rock out of Clark's body. After Clark leaves, Professor Fine returns to the black spaceship. He absorbs the silver meteor rock back into his own body, revealing the truth. It was never real meteor rock at all. Fine created it himself and set up this entire nightmare to make Clark distrust everyone around him. What the F is this guy up to? Episode 8 opens with Martha getting hit by a mysterious energy blast from the sky. She collapses in the driveway and Clark finds her unconscious moments later. At the hospital, doctors discover she's contracted a disease with only hours left to live. Obviously, Clark's mind immediately goes to Wicked Daddy Jor-El. Remember episode 3 when Jor-El said someone Clark loves must die to balance his resurrection? He rushes to the fortress to confront Jor-El, who denies attacking Martha, but warns Clark he cannot change destiny. Helpful as always, Jor-El. Professor Fine shows up and convinces Clark that Jor-El is actually evil, and he claims Jor-El was a dictator in the alien world who destroyed General Zod and their entire planet, and now sent Clark to take over Earth also. Honestly, I want to support Jor-El, but the guy's got some bad habits. Anyway, according to Fine, the only way to save Martha's life is to destroy the Fortress of Solitude completely. Clark's mom is dying, so yeah, he's desperate enough to believe Fine. Meanwhile, Lionel tips off Chloe about Professor Fine's suspicious background. She stalks him and witnesses Fine shape-shifting his arm into a black crystal blade. That's definitely not normal human behavior. On her way to inform Clark about this new discovery, Professor Fine already got there first. You know, aliens and their super speed. Professor Fine gives Clark a black crystal, claiming that to save his mother, Clark has to destroy the Fortress of Solitude, Jor-El's ice castle. Of course, Clark listens. He inserts the black crystal into the control panel of the fortress, and that's when Fine reveals his true nature, attacking Clark with a meteor rock. Yeah, this backstabber is actually Brainiac, an alien that was reprogrammed by General Zod. The black crystal wasn't meant to destroy the fortress at all. It was designed to open Phantom Zone, the alien prison, and free Zod. Clark got played hard. Chloe tries to help, but she gets defeated by Professor Fine. However, she manages to remove the green meteor rock that's weakening Clark. Once Clark regains his strength, he pulls out the black crystal and stops the portal from opening completely. Then he grabs Fine and throws him into the fortress's crystal formations, liquefying his metal body. Serves you right, Professor Fine. Once Professor Fine is defeated, Clark's mom gets healthy too. Episode 9 kicks off on Christmas Eve with Lex meeting a sketchy guy named Griff, who claims he's got dirt on Jonathan that could blow up his entire senatorial campaign. Yep, Jonathan Kent is officially running for Senate. Lex asks for 24 hours to think about whether he's actually going to use it. That same night, while returning, Lex gets carjacked and shot twice. He collapses and slips into a coma. Merry Christmas, Lex! In his coma, Lex dreams up a completely different life. He's married to Lana, they've got a little boy named Alexander, and they live in a small apartment barely scraping by. But here's the thing, they're happy. Lex works a regular job, the town actually likes him, and Jonathan and Clark are his best friends. His dead mom Lillian shows up as a spirit guide, telling him that this life could be real if he just makes different choices. Sounds nice, right? Not for long, though. In the dream, Lana gets pregnant again. During childbirth, things go sideways and the doctor says she needs expensive specialist care to survive. The kind of care only Lionel's money and connections can buy. Dream Lex doesn't have that kind of power, so Lana dies in his arms and he's left alone raising 2 kids. That's brutal even for a dream. When Lex wakes up from the coma, he's furious. He lost his wife in the dream because he was broke. Real life isn't going to make that kind of mistake. He calls his informant Griff and tells him his decision.
I want you to pull the pin on that grenade.
The old Lex is back, and he's worse than ever. Episode 10 finds the race between Jonathan and Lex heating up fast. Jonathan fires his professional campaign manager and hands the job to Lois. Lois? A college dropout with 0 political experience? Yeah, this should go well. Over at his mansion, Lex meets with the student representative of his voters, led by Samantha Drake. She's obsessed with Lex, grinning at him weirdly and carrying his name and a big jewelry on her neck. Red flags everywhere, but Lex doesn't notice it yet. Meanwhile, Griff contacts Lex claiming he has prepared the dirt on Jonathan that could end his campaign. Before Lex can decide what to do, Lionel tracks down Griff first, pays him for the envelope, and burns the evidence. Honestly, I can't get used to this good version of Lionel. It's really spooky. Speaking of Lionel, he offers Martha money to save Jonathan's campaign. Martha knows Jonathan would never accept cash from a Luthor, so she takes it in secret. The campaign's drowning in debt, and desperate times call for shady decisions. Around the same time, someone starts sending Jonathan threatening messages, telling him to drop out of the race. Things escalate fast when Clark finds Jonathan beaten and hanging from the barn ceiling. Whoever did this meant business. The attack actually boosts Jonathan's poll numbers. Voters feel bad for him and his support jumps overnight. The real nightmare, however, is Samantha, the student representative. She breaks into Lex's mansion, shaves her entire head bald to look like him, and tries seducing him. It's disturbing on multiple levels. When Lex rejects her, she knocks him out and then forces Lois at gunpoint to assemble a sniper rifle. At Jonathan's big rally, Samantha makes Lois aim the rifle straight at Jonathan while he's on stage giving a speech. Yeah, this is bad. Lois tries to defend herself, but Samantha beats her up and pulls the trigger. Luckily, Clark's super hearing picks up the sound. He zooms in front of Jonathan at super speed and catches the bullet midair without anyone seeing. Lois uses the distraction to break free and tackle Samantha to the ground. The episode ends, Jonathan's campaign continuing with Lois still in charge, somehow managing to not completely mess things up. I'm proud of her. Episode 11 starts with two Smallville deputies, Greg Flynn and his fiancée Deputy Harris, storming into Lex's mansion. They're pretending to investigate a bomb threat, but Flynn has other plans. He survived the alien soldiers attack way back in episode 1 and witnessed Lex taking that black spaceship. Now he wants answers and he's willing to kill for them. Flynn corners Lex and demands to know where the spaceship is hidden. Lex refuses to talk and escapes into his high-tech panic room. Smart move. Meanwhile, Clark's dealing with his own mess. He just found out Lana's been secretly researching the alien ship with Lex behind his back. She's digging into alien tech, trying to find answers, and Clark's sitting here terrified she's going to accidentally expose him in the process. When Lex refuses to leave his panic room, Flynn drags in Lana to threaten him since they saw her at the spaceship crash site too. They point a gun at her head, and guys, the way Lex immediately comes out the second he sees Lana in danger, it's kinda cute. Looks like our villain's got a little crush. Flynn shoots him in the chest the moment he steps out, and he stumbles back in with Lana. Meanwhile, Sheriff Adams sees Lana's car abandoned on the road. When he traces her movement to Lex's mansion and enters to confirm things are alright, the officers murder her. Okay, Lana is officially scared now. She agrees to show Flynn and Harris the location of Warehouse 15, where the spaceship is stored, but she's lying. Lex already confessed to her that the spaceship mysteriously disappeared one day. Now, they don't know this, but the day Professor Fine died, the spaceship disappeared with him. Elsewhere, Clark and Chloe are also investigating Lana's disappearance. They track her all the way to a warehouse where Flynn has already planted a bomb with a 34-second timer. Clark super speeds into the warehouse just as the bomb explodes, grabbing Lana and shielding her from the massive fireball. Whoosh! Episode 12 is one of the most heartbreaking episodes where everything falls apart. Someone Clark loves dies. Time gets reversed, and by the end, someone else is dead instead. It all starts with Clark making the biggest decision of his life. He's terrified of losing Lana because of all of his secrets, so he takes her to the Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic and tells her everything. His alien origin, his powers, all of it. Then, to prove his love, he crushes a lump of coal into a perfect diamond ring with his bare hands and proposes. Sweet, right? Hold that thought. That same night, Jonathan wins the state senate race and beats Lex. The Kents celebrate while Lex sits alone in his mansion staring at the wall, completely crushed. He calls Lana over to talk, and the second he sees the engagement ring on her finger, he realizes Clark must have come clean to her. Lex reacts aggressively, demanding answers, but Lana isn't allowing anyone to spoil her engagement joy, so she gets upset and drives away from the mansion. On her way home, Lana's distracted, thinking about everything, so she doesn't see the school bus approaching her. Before you know it, her car gets slammed by the bus and she dies instantly in the crash. Completely destroyed by grief, Clark runs to the Fortress of Solitude and begs Jor-El to reverse time and save Lana's life. Jor-El warns him that he only has one chance and that changing time has consequences. Clark doesn't care, he turns back time anyway. In the new timeline, Clark makes a different choice. He doesn't tell Lana his secret, which means no proposal. Without the truth, Lana feels like Clark's still hiding from her, so she breaks up with him. While Lana's at the mansion consoling Lex about his election loss, a drunk Lex kisses her forcefully. She pushes him away and drives off upset just like before, but this time, Clark remembers the exact moment of the accident. He super speeds to the intersection and stops the school bus before it hits Lana's car, saving her life. Oh, if only it ended there. Later that night, night, nice Lionel finally reverts back to his wicked settings. He's somehow laid his hands on proof of Clark's powers, and he just threatens Jonathan he'll expose it unless Jonathan becomes a senator he can control. Jonathan doesn't take this smiling. He snaps and beats Lionel up. When Clark and Martha arrive home, they find Jonathan suffering a heart attack on the floor. Jor-El's warning came true. Someone Clark loves died to balance the exchange. Episode 13 opens with Clark dropping out of college to work the Kent farm full-time. He's drowning in grief over losing his dad and barely holding it together. Martha tries giving him Jonathan's watch as a keepsake, but Clark refuses it. The memories hurt too much. Since Clark refuses, Martha heads to Metropolis to donate Jonathan's belongings to charity. While walking through suicide slums, the worst part of the city, 2 gang members jump her and try robbing her at knife point. But before things go sideways, a masked vigilante shows up out of nowhere and beats both thugs down. One escapes during the fight and swipes Jonathan's watch from the donation bag. Great. Back in Smallville, Clark feels awful about refusing the watch. To track the vigilante, Chloe pretends to be a damsel in distress while Clark robs her. Sure enough, the vigilante turns up, and it turns out to be Andrea Rojas, a clumsy Daily Planet intern who wears glasses and acts awkward during the day. At night, though, she's the angel of vengeance beating criminals up. Andrea explains she got superhuman strength 6 months ago after a heart transplant from a meteor-infected donor. She became a vigilante after gang members murdered her mother in cold blood. Now she's hunting down every criminal in the city for payback. Healthy coping mechanism, Andrea. Moving on, Clark and Andrea partner up to catch Snake, the gang leader that attacked his mom. Clark's so consumed by rage after his dad's death that he nearly chokes Snake to death with his bare hands. At the last second, though, he stops himself from crossing that line. Andrea doesn't have the same restraint. She weakens Clark with her meteor rock locket and then murders Snake. Before Snake dies, he drops a bomb. Lionel Luthor hired him to murder Andrea's mother. Andrea loses it completely. She storms Luthor Corp headquarters and attacks Lionel, trying to throw him out of a high-rise window. Clark super speeds in and catches Lionel mid-air, saving his life. Eventually, it's Lana that finds the watch after searching every pawn shop in Metropolis. In episode 14, Chloe's alone in her bathroom when she sees a ghost in the mirror. Completely possessed by something she can't control, she slashes her own wrists. She tells everyone she didn't mean to, but nobody believes her. Lois, her cousin, is convinced it's due to the lack of sleep and school pressure. Immediately, Chloe is carried to Belle Reve for psychiatric treatment. Yeah, because that place has such a great track record. Before they can ship her out, though, Clark breaks her out of the hospital and brings her back to her room. He uses his X-ray vision to scan the bathroom walls and finds a human corpse sealed inside. Oh, goodness gracious, Chloe isn't mad. However, when Chloe touches the corpse, its spirit takes full possession of her body. Oh boy, I preferred mad. Anyway, the police ID the corpse as Gretchen Winters, a woman murdered 10 years ago. Lois starts digging and finds out that Gretchen was killed by a serial killer who was never caught. Somebody doesn't like her investigations though, because Michael Westmore, a hospital employee, suddenly shows up and kidnaps Lois. Possessed, Chloe tracks Michael to his house and confronts him about murdering her a decade ago. Michael attacks, but she tasers him. While she's trying to escape with Lois, Michael recovers and captures them both. Michael forces a meteor rock bracelet onto Chloe's wrist and gives Lois a horrifying choice. Slit your own wrists or I shoot Chloe in the head. Thankfully, Clark shows up just in time and uses heat vision to knock the gun out of his hand. Then possessed Chloe grabs the meteor rock bracelet and presses it against Michael's neck, transferring her angry spirit into his body. She forces him to stab himself over and over and over until he's dead. Revenge complete. Back at the Kent farm, Lionel approaches Martha with an idea. Take Jonathan's Senate seat and continue his legacy. Martha thinks it over and decides to do it. This is probably the first time Lionel has ever given decent advice. Episode 15 kicks off with Victor Stone, a student escaping from a research facility. While running through the streets, Victor gets slammed by Lana's car at full speed. The car crumples like a soda can, but Victor walks away without a scratch. Lana freaks out and calls Clark immediately. Freak alert. When Clark arrives, he recognizes Victor as a former Metropolis High footballer who died in a car accident years ago, except Victor's very much alive and has a wild story to tell. His whole family died in a car crash, but a company called Syntechnics rebuilt him to be half human, half machine. Luckily, one of the researchers helped him escape, and all Victor wants to do is find his girlfriend Catherine so they can finally live a normal life. Human girl meets robot boy? Doesn't seem very normal to me. Chloe starts digging and discovers Syntechnics is secretly owned by Luthor Corp. Of course it is. Clark storms over to confront Lex about turning people into machines, but Lex swears he has no clue what Clark's talking about. Not buying it, Clark and Chloe track down Dr. Hong, the researcher that helped Victor. Oops, and they find him dead. Seconds later, Lex shows up looking very concerned. He feeds them a story about Dr. Hong planning to expose illegal experiments to the media and blames the whole thing on the lead scientist, Dr. Alistair Krieg, going rogue. Things get worse when Victor's robot parts start failing. He knows he doesn't have much time left, so he decides to at least see his girlfriend before he dies. But when he gets to her house, Dr. Krieg kidnaps him and drags him to the lab. Back at the lab, the researchers are about to drill a control chip into Victor's brain that would turn him into a remote control soldier. But Clark bursts in. He uses his X-ray vision to find the hidden room and tears the equipment apart, rescuing Victor. Later, at the Kent barn, Victor and Catherine say goodbye. They're leaving town together to hide somewhere Lex can't find them. But while Victor rides off into the sunset, Martha gets the worst mail of her life, a blackmail DVD. The video shows Clark walking out of that bomb explosion he saved Lana from back in episode 11. Lionel swoops in, offering to help. He pays off the blackmailer and hands Martha the DVD like he's done her a favor. Problem solved, right? Wrong. We see a quick shot of him keeping a back copy on his laptop. Lionel himself is the blackmailer. Episode 16 starts out in a jungle where scientists in a hazmat suits are poking around some deadly virus. Then Professor Fine shows up and kills everyone. Yeah, that creepy liquid guy is back. Meanwhile, back in Smallville, Lex hires a mysterious woman named Simone to break up Clark and Lana's relationship. Dude, just let it go. Simone's got a blue crystal pendant that lets her hypnotize anyone with just eye contact. So she corners Clark at a coffee shop, and just like that, Clark's brain gets rewired. Things get messy fast. Lana walks in on Clark and Simone making out in their underwear. Hypnotized Clark doesn't even flinch. He tells Lana he doesn't love her and watches her leave crying. But Simone's not done yet. She figures out that Clark has godlike strength, so she orders him to murder Lex, the only guy who knows she killed her dad. Talk about your plans backfiring, Lex. Then we see Lex down in the jungle shaking hands with Professor Fine. Fine tells him the professor gig was fake and he's actually an undercover CIA agent tracking alien threats. You know Lex eats up stuff like this. He immediately agrees to help in any way he can. As soon as Lex is back, Clark goes after him to complete his second mission, murder. He attacks Lex with full alien strength, trying to strangle him to death. Thankfully, Chloe realizes something is seriously wrong and she weakens him with a green meteor rock. Simone comes up with another plan though. She orders Lex to shoot Chloe, then kill himself. During the struggle over the gun, the weapon misfires and a bullet shatters Simone's crystal pendant and enters her chest. Oops. Simone dies instantly and Clark snaps out of the hypnosis. When he pieces together that he destroyed his relationship with Lana under mind control, Clark makes a decision. He ends things with her for real this time. Convinced his double life makes a real relationship impossible. So Lex got exactly what he wanted, just not the way he planned it. In episode 17, Lana is so heartbroken after Clark dumped her that she starts looking for drugs. She visits an underground clinic run by a med student named Lance. This guy's developing a serum made of diluted meteor rock that kills you for a few minutes so you can chat with dead relatives in the afterlife. Lana's already addicted, dying and coming back over and over and over again just to hear her parents say that they love her. Most people see a shrink, but hey, this is Smallville. Lex, being nosy as always, tracks down the clinic and gets attacked by the doctor. In his afterlife, he's expecting a nice reunion with his dead mom, Lillian, but Lillian roasts him. She tells him he's becoming a monster and shows him a future where he's just an evil tyrant destroying the world. Clark also arrives to save Lana, and the doctor injects him. Clark meets his dad, who warns him that Lionel Luthor knows about his superpowers. So much for keeping things quiet. After injecting both Clark and Lex, the doctor tries to kill Lana off with a drill, but Lana pushes him and he lands on his own drill. Well, that settles itself. Episode 18 opens with Martha finally taking her late husband's Senate seat, and things get ugly fast. Her chief of staff gets murdered, and the investigation leads to a young foster girl, Maddie, who saw the whole thing go down. Oh, and Maddie's not your average witness. She has a meteor power that lets her break glass with her mind. Unfortunately, she lacks control over it. Jonathan's mom takes her in while the cops investigate, and for the first time in ages, Maddie actually feels safe. But peace never lasts in Smallville. Turns out her biological father, Tyler McKnight, has the exact same powers, and he just broke out of Belle Reve Psychiatric Hospital. Tyler tracks Maddie to the Kent farm and grabs her, convinced he's saving her from the system. Years of abuse and experiments at Belle Reve have done a number on him. In his head, running is the only option. When Martha and Clark try to stop him, he breaks glass with his powers and points them straight at Martha's throat. Guess who comes through for them? Maddie. She has finally learned how to control her powers, and she uses it to block the attack. Then things get dark real fast. She conjures a glass dagger and nearly puts her own father down with it. Thankfully, Clark jumps in and talks her back from the edge. Tyler is then arrested for killing Maddie's foster mother. the chief of state. Meanwhile, to treat her heartbreak, Lana has traded afterlife drugs for a different kind of bad decision, kissing Lex Luthor, and just like that, the messiest relationship in Smallville is born. Episode 19 kicks off with Lincoln Cole, a former Luthor Corp employee with a serious grudge. Lionel destroyed his life during a corporate takeover, and Lincoln's done waiting. He kidnaps Lionel and forces him to play deadly games straight out of a horror movie. First up, Lincoln hacks Lionel's car and makes it stop on a train track. A train is coming, and the only way out is solving a hangman puzzle in time. Lionel barely cracks it before the train blows past. Lincoln congratulates him for surviving round 1. What a thoughtful kidnapper. But he's just getting started. Next, Lionel gets gassed and dragged to a warehouse where things get worse. He has to balance heavy buckets of fuel on a pole over a heated floor. One slip and he's toast. But he passes that one too. For the third game, Lionel introduces a bonus player. He throws her into a glass tank filling up with water, and Lionel has to solve a puzzle to save her. When Lionel solves it, the letter spells out, "Failed takeover," referring to the company Lionel destroyed. He figures it out just in time and the glass shatters. Let's be honest, Lionel is kinda smart. For the grand finale, Lincoln shoves both of them into an elevator rigged with explosives and drops a gun with one bullet between them. One survivor goes free. Then Lionel does something nobody expected. He tells Martha to shoot him so she can go home to Clark. She refuses. So Lionel picks up the gun and pulls the trigger on himself. The effort's wasted though because the gun is empty. Lincoln was never gonna let them go scot-free. He blows the elevator cables and waits for them to fall to their deaths, but there's one thing he didn't account for. Superhero Clark. Clark catches the whole thing before it hits the ground. Lincoln gets arrested and everyone walks away alive, but the real shock comes right at the end.
How long have you known?
From the moment I held in my hand the crystal that helped to form your Fortress of Solitude.
Lionel tells Clark he's known his alien secret ever since he became the vessel for Jor-El. Episode 20 opens with Clark saving Graham Garrett from getting hit by a car outside Metropolis Courthouse. Nice hero. Great deed. Well, it doesn't stay a great deed for long because Graham sneaks into the courthouse and strangles a witness to death. Turns out Graham is a professional assassin who gained invisibility powers from the first meteor shower. Anyway, Graham might be an assassin, but he's a grateful one. To thank Clark, he sends over an expensive plasma TV. No name, no note, no nothing. So Clark returns it to the delivery company address and starts hunting around town trying to figure out who sent it. Of course, his first stop is the rich dude's house, Lex. Clark heads over to the mansion to confirm, and that's when he discovers the shock of the century. Back to Graham, after revealing himself as the TV sender, he starts hanging around with Clark and discovers his feelings for Lana. So he comes up with another way to be grateful. Kill Lex. Lana comes back to Clark, everybody wins. He sneaks invisibly to the Luthor mansion and goes for Lex's throat with a metal wire. But Lana walks in just as Lex passes out and Graham slips away before anyone sees him. Clark and Chloe immediately start digging and discover that Graham is a wanted assassin known as the Chameleon. But while they're discussing Clark's meteor rock, Graham is already in the room listening to every word invisible. Since they know his identity now, Graham wastes no time using his new info. He ambushes Clark with meteor rock and buries him alive in a shallow grave while he goes back to finish the job on Lex. Thankfully, Chloe and Lois track Clark down and pull him out just before he runs out of air. Clark races to the hospital where Graham is already attacking Lex and Lana. Since Graham's invisible, Lex fires blindly into the air and gets lucky catching Graham in the stomach. Wounded and desperate, Graham fires one last shot at them, but Clark catches the bullet midair, and Lex walks away thinking he's the hero. Episode 21 kicks off on Clark's 19th birthday. Martha, Chloe, and Lois throw him a small party to try and keep things festive at the farm, but the dead dad vibes are pretty strong there. But things get really weird when Jonathan's ghost shows up at his graveyard and tells Clark he needs to kill Lionel Luthor to save the world. It appears to Martha again at the farm and repeats the same thing. Both of them are confused because killing isn't something Jonathan would ever encourage. Meanwhile, Lex shows Lana his secret laboratory where he's been collecting deadly viruses from around the world. According to Professor Fine, an alien invasion is coming soon, so Lex's plan is to create a universal vaccine that could fight against whatever disease the aliens bring. He thinks he's saving millions. Turns out he's just Professor Fine's favorite lab rat. Fine crashes the lab and reveals he's actually the Brainiac, an alien AI. Then he injects Lex with one of the vaccines and blows the entire place up on his way out. Across town, Lionel keeps entering these weird trances where he furiously scribbles alien symbols all over paper. Chloe does some investigating and discovers Lionel called Jonathan multiple times before his death. The final call was made near the Kent farm just an hour before Jonathan's fatal heart attack. I knew Lionel had something up his sleeve. Clark confronts Lionel at the barn, accusing him of murdering his father. It gets even worse when Jonathan's ghost appears again, urging Clark to kill Lionel right now. But Lionel insists the real Jonathan would never tell Clark to become a murderer. And that lands, because deep down, Clark knows his father would never ask for blood. He turns on Ghost Jonathan with heat vision, and they start fighting. When the ghost overpowers Clark and pins him down, Lionel, who's possessed by Jor-El, reaches out and touches the ghost. Immediately, Jonathan changes into Professor Fine and disappears, revealing the whole thing was a shape-shifting trick. Lionel shows Clark all the alien symbols he's been writing during his trances, and when they analyze it, they see the chilling message: Zod is coming. Remember General Zod? That evil alien commander everyone's been trying to keep locked? Yeah, he's about to break out. Back at the Luthor mansion, Lex accidentally cuts himself with a knife while talking to Lana, and he watches in shock as the wound heals instantly right before his eyes. Fine's vaccine didn't just heal him, it's building him into something else entirely, something alien. The final episode in Season 5 opens with Lex waking up and something is seriously wrong. He drives erratically to an empty field with Lana chasing behind him, convinced he's losing his mind. Then the black spaceship appears overhead. Fine shows up, tells Lana he's preparing Lex for his true purpose. And before anyone can react, a beam of light shoots down and sucks Lex straight into the sky. All that's left is a Zod symbol scorched into the ground. Lana finds Chloe and tells her everything. Minutes later, Clark knows too, and he's already gone, racing to his alien dad for answers. Once he's there, Jor-El breaks it down. Fine and the black spaceship are working together to free General Zod from the Phantom Zone. Problem is, Zod's body was destroyed when the alien planet Krypton exploded, so he needs a human body to take over. Jor-El hands Clark an alien dagger and tells him to kill the vessel. Simple enough, until Clark finds out the vessel is Lex, his former best friend. Suddenly that dagger feels a lot heavier. That's when Fine suddenly appears and drops a bombshell. Clark was always meant to be Zod's vessel, but Jor-El's hold on him was too strong to break, so they picked Lex instead. He gives Clark one last chance to release Zod, and when Clark refuses, he unleashes a computer virus across the entire world. I mean, the guy's an AI anyway. Traffic lights go dark, hospitals lose power, and riots break out everywhere. It doesn't stop there though. While the planet is tearing itself apart, Fine makes duplicates of himself and hijacks a jet carrying Clark's mother and Lois mid-flight. This man is everywhere. Then comes the standoff we've been waiting for. Lex shows up asking Clark if he's really going to kill him to save the world. And let's be honest, Clark is tempted. Silencing Lex would solve a lot of problems. But before he can even think it through, another Fine duplicate shows up taunting Clark to kill Lex and finish the job. Clark snaps. He raises the dagger, looks Lex dead in the eye, and at the last second hurls it straight at Fine instead. Good riddance. Except it's not. Because that's what Fine's plan was the whole time. The moment the dagger pierces Fine, it rips open access to the fortress systems, and Zod tears free from the Phantom Zone, sliding straight into Lex's body. Earth is absolutely cooked. Zod, now wearing Lex's face, tells Clark that Lex Luthor is gone. Then he offers Clark a spot beside him to rule Earth together. Clark says no without blinking. Wrong answer apparently, because Zod opens a portal and throws Clark into the Phantom Zone, the same prison he just walked out of. Gosh, this is crazy. The season ends with Clark trapped in the Phantom Zone, Martha and Lois heading toward a crash, Chloe and Lionel surrounded by an angry mob, and Lana dating humanity's worst enemy. The first episode of Season 6 kicks off with Clark in literally the worst family reunion ever. He has been thrown into the Phantom Zone. As if that's not enough, Clark has zero powers there, and he's surrounded by revenge-seeking criminals, known as Phantoms. And these guys are really not happy about being locked up by his father. Nothing like meeting Dad's old enemies while completely powerless. Just when things look hopeless, Clark meets Rhea, another prisoner who was Jor-El's assistant back in the day. She fights off angry Phantoms with a crystal and tells Clark about a gateway Jor-El designed specifically for family members to escape. Finally, some good news. But while Clark is stuck in jail, Earth is having its own crisis. A villain, Zod, has completely hijacked Lex's body and is holding Lana hostage. Yes, Lex Luthor is now possessed by an evil Kryptonian general, as if Lex wasn't evil enough on his own. After Zod leaves, Lana manages to escape. Back at the Fortress of Solitude, Martha Kent learns about the Kryptonian dagger that can kill Zod. Lana somehow gets her hands on this and tries to go warrior princess on Zod, but she fails spectacularly. Not only does Zod shatter the knife, he also activates a satellite that triggers a massive earthquake. Back in the Phantom Zone, Clark and Rhea finally reach the gateway, but angry prisoners aren't about to let them leave without a fight. Rhea gets stabbed mid-fight, but she manages to give Clark a crystal. sacrificing herself so he can escape. Clark is pained, but he takes it anyway and lands back at his farm just in time to save Lionel and Martha from a collapsing barn. Such perfect timing. Clark immediately speeds to the mansion to confront Zod, but Zod is an ancient Kryptonian general who is no match for Clark. He overpowers Clark and literally makes Clark kneel before him, or so Zod thinks. Apparently Clark has a trick up his sleeve and is only pretending to submit to caress the ego of this ancient overlord. When Clark is done with his little show, he takes Zod's hand with Jor-El's emblem hidden in his palm. This emblem sucks Zod right out of Lex's body and traps him. Pretty bad day for the Kryptonian general. Lex collapses completely unconscious with zero memory of his time as an evil alien overlord. At the hospital, Clark checks on Lois and convinces her that the fortress was just a hallucination. Lana, on the other hand, forgives Lex for everything since he genuinely doesn't remember any of it. And while Earth was on the verge of collapse, Chloe had been busy reuniting with her high school lover, Jimmy Olsen. In episode 2, Clark discovers a brand new superpower, Super Breath. Simply put, when Clark sneezes near you, you better pray you're at least 3 miles away because his sneeze literally blows things across the room. Lana moves into Lex's mansion after all the trouble, but Lex is acting paranoid, convinced someone is following him. His suspicions are confirmed when he suddenly gets kidnapped. Lionel immediately suspects Oliver Queen, Lex's wealthy former high school rival, pointing out that Oliver owns the only working satellite capable of tracking him. Lionel then asks Clark to find Lex, even though they're enemies now. His angle is that if Lex gets tortured, he might remember being Zod and reveal Clark's secret. It's peak gaslighting, but honestly, what else would you expect from a Luthor? Lex wakes up strapped to a chair, facing a guy who saw his powers on satellite footage and wants answers. When Lex refuses to talk, the guy shoots him. Desperate, Lex tells the truth that an alien inhabited him, but of course, no normal person would believe that. So Lex lies about a serum at Luthor Corp to buy himself some time. Thankfully, Clark, with Chloe's help, tracks down the warehouse where Lex is being kept. Lana shows up too, but gets captured. When the kidnapper threatens to test the fake serum on Lana, Lex finally snaps and fights back. This triggers the kidnapper to start a fire and lock them all inside. As flames approach, Clark saves the day by blowing the fire out with his super breath, then sneaks away before anyone sees him. Crisis averted, but Oliver's henchman reports that someone else with powers was there as well. Now Oliver wants to find that person. Oliver is clearly building something bigger here, but what? Episode 3 kicks off with Chloe and Jimmy making out at Lone Pine. And because timing can be very evil, they hear a scream in the woods, only to find a girl impaled on a tree. Yikes. Chloe immediately knows an ordinary human couldn't have done it. At the Kent farm, Lois answers the door to a handsome delivery guy, except he's not a delivery guy at all. It's Oliver Queen himself. When Lois realizes her mistake, she tries to apologize with the gift basket, but Oliver has other plans. He'll forgive her only if she goes out with him to Lex's party, and he has already picked out her costume. Smooth move, Queen. Clark investigates the murder and meets Gloria, a charming park ranger. They hit it off, and Clark even blushes, which is adorable because the guy needs a break. But she is subtly trying to steer him away from the investigation. Clark is too trusting to see it, but also too stubborn to quit. Using X-ray vision, he finds the victim's boyfriend barely alive under thorny vines. When Clark tries to pull them away, they actually cut him, which is weird because nothing usually cuts Clark Kent. A curious Jimmy wanders into the woods alone and runs into Gloria. She tries to flirt with him, but Jimmy's already crazy about Chloe, so Gloria gets bored and traps him instead. Back at the hospital, when paramedics arrive with a dead ranger's body, Clark finally realizes that Gloria is an imposter and runs off to find her. Then Chloe notices something. Vines growing around light switches are dead. That means electricity kills them. Soon enough, Gloria traps Clark in the woods and leaves to find more victims, but Chloe arrives with a taser, taking him down and explaining how to kill all the vines. She then uses defibrillator paddles to shock Jimmy awake. Chloe Sullivan definitely doesn't mess around. Clark confronts Gloria at the greenhouse just as she's about to claim another victim. They start fighting and Clark uses heat vision to trigger the sprinklers, shorting out the lamps and electrocuting Gloria. First Phantom Zone escapee handled, but the real question is, how many more are out there? In episode 4, Martha gets robbed at a fancy fundraiser by the Green Arrow. He swoops in, steals her necklace, which Lionel had lended her, and disappears into the night. But Lois, being Lois, chases after him and manages to grab a chain with a ring before he escapes. Girl's got guts. Oliver brings Lois back to Queen Tower for her questioning, and Clark joins them. Turns out over a dozen of Metropolis's richest citizens have been robbed, and Lionel didn't even call the police. Sketchy? Absolutely. But honestly, what else do we expect from the Luthers at this point. While this is happening, Lex is playing with literal alien technology, an insanely powerful energy source that could also be used as a weapon. Instead of, turning it over to the government like a normal person, Lex encourages his scientists to keep experimenting. Lois now wants to look into this Green Arrow bandit guy. She's either too curious for her own good, or she is smitten by the mysterious thief. Chloe snaps a photo of the ring's inscription, but then an arrow releases green gas and knocks them both out. When they wake up, the ring is gone. Whoever this guy is, he's good. But Green Arrow isn't done stealing. That night, he breaks into another mansion, but Clark crashes the party. They fight, and Clark literally throws him across the room like a rag doll. Cornered, Green Arrow tries a different approach, telling Clark he's on the wrong side. Clark isn't buying it though, but the archer escapes anyway. At the very least, Clark gets one of his arrow tips for Chloe to analyze. Then Lois gets kidnapped while fielding Green Arrow tips. By the time Clark arrives, she's gone. Oliver reveals something interesting. Everything Green Arrow stole was bought off the black market. So he's basically Robin Hood in green leather. Well, not the worst vigilante origin story to be honest. Chloe restores a photo from the ring showing the family crest that Clark recognizes from Queen Tower. Boom. Oliver Queen is the Green Arrow. Clark speeds to the tower and finds a secret room filled with archery equipment and articles about the massive anonymous charity donations. Plus, a monitor showing Lois's GPS location. So Oliver has been monitoring Lois. Is he curious about her, or is he just a creepy thief with a hero complex? Oh well. It turns out the kidnapper is Lex's own security guy, and he's torturing Lois for information. Just as his goons are about to shoot her, the Green Arrow swoops in for the rescue. Lois tries getting him to reveal his identity, but Clark surprisingly helps Oliver escape in the dark. When Clark catches up, he admits he knows Oliver's secret, but shockingly, he wants to keep it. Clark Kent protecting a vigilante's identity? Who would have thought? Oliver and Clark are clearly forming an alliance here, and Lois is definitely developing feelings for the mysterious archer. Too bad she has no idea he is the billionaire who made her deliver his packages. Episode 5 brings us flashbacks. We're thrown into 1996, where a teenage Lex and his friend Duncan are getting bullied at Excelsior Academy by Oliver Queen and his rich buddies. Young Lex was definitely not having the best time. Fast forward to the present, Lex attends an alumni event with Lana. Oliver is there with his childhood friend when suddenly a chunk of concrete nearly crushes one of them. He's relieved about dodging death when bam, a statue's sword falls and impales him anyway. Well, that's one way to go. Then Oliver's second friend gets into his car and it explodes with him inside. Two close friends dead in one night? Oliver immediately suspects Lex and recruits Clark to help prove it. Why does Oliver suspect Lex though? Turns out back in high school, Lex and Duncan had a misunderstanding and Lex beat him so badly that Duncan ran into the street and got hit by a car. Oliver and his crew just watched it happen, and of course, Lionel covered the whole thing up. But the attacks aren't done. Lex is pouring a drink when his decanter rolls off the table, then his chandelier crashes down, nearly killing him and Lana, and she hits her head and goes unconscious. Whatever's happening, it's targeting all of them. So where is Duncan? According to Oliver, he has been dead for 10 years, except he's not. Lionel admits Duncan survived, but has been in a vegetative state this whole time, and not so surprisingly, Lionel has been using meteor rock injections to try and revive him. But the wildest part is that Duncan's consciousness can leave his body. He has been astrally projecting himself to kill his bullies. That's some creative revenge, honestly. Oliver's turn comes when one of his own arrows flies at him, pinning him to the wall. An electrical arrow heads straight for him, but Clark speeds in front of it, taking the hit. Clark's sudden interference affects Duncan's brainwaves, and he dies for real this time, so Duncan is gone. But then Clark realizes something important. Rhea is now on Earth. After all the problems with the Phantom escapees, maybe this is actually good news. In episode 6, we go back 6 weeks earlier in Oakland, California. Two kids are playing basketball when one of them, Lamar, gets possessed by a phantom. The phantom asks where Kal-El is, and when the other kid doesn't answer, he gets vaporized with an energy blast. Meet another phantom, Baron, and he's hunting Clark, as usual. Chloe shows Clark photos from the Oakland crash site, pointing out that the attacks are forming a trail leading straight to Clark. On the bright side, Rhea shows up alive at Clark's barn, happy to finally be on Earth. But the reunion is cut short when a possessed Lamar tracks down Clark and attacks. Rhea saves him and explains what they're dealing with. All Phantom Zone prisoners want revenge on Jor-El's son. She predicts Baron is looking for a new energy source and says he can only be defeated with Jor-El's crystal. So what could charge an otherworldly phantom? Leave it to Lex to have the answer. He has been working on a Kryptonian black box, because Lex literally cannot stop himself from playing with dangerous alien tech. Naturally, the box attracts Baron, who crashes in and absorbs it, giving him full power, more than enough to kill Clark. Clark and Rhea lure Baron to the fortress to retrieve it. Fully charged, Baron fires at Clark, but Rhea takes the blast, protecting him. Clark absorbs Baron's energy and banishes him back to the zone, but Rhea dies in his arms, telling him to finish his training. Another loss for Clark. As Clark clutches Jor-El's crystal, the fortress lights up again. 3 phantoms down, but at what cost? Clark has lost Rhea twice now, and the guilt is eating him. This hero thing is getting harder with every fight. By episode 7, Lois and Oliver are, getting pretty cozy. But before you start shipping, Duty calls Oliver when he hears a couple getting carjacked. Naturally, he suits up as Green Arrow and jumps in, but then someone shoots him in the chest. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Lois is confused when she can't find him, and she leaves angrily. Still fuming, she announces to Clark and Martha that she's breaking up with Oliver because he ditched her again, but then she mentions to them that a witness saw Green Arrow bleeding in the street last night. Clark checks on Oliver, who denies being injured, but acts erratic and short-tempered. He breaks a glass in anger and cuts himself. In the elevator, Clark uses X-ray vision to see Oliver inject something into his arm. That doesn't look good. But the weird part is that whatever it is healed Oliver's cut completely. And if you thought Oliver's behavior was concerning, wait till you see what happens next. Lana tells Lex that she wants to volunteer at LuthorCorp halfway house. Lex is resistant and tells her that she won't be safe. He asks her to pick another project, but he's being shady, and Lana knows it. She complains to Chloe, but their conversation abruptly ends when Lana suddenly faints. Wait, what? I guess we'll find out why later. For now, let's focus on Oliver, who just visited Pamela Black. So, Pamela is the doctor who has been developing the drug Oliver takes to speed heal himself. He asks Pamela for more drugs, however, Pamela considers the danger involved and refuses to help him. Now, Oliver is too addicted to give up, so he takes them without her permission. After taking the drug, Oliver tracks down a thug who strangely survives after falling from a high building. Is that the speed healing drug in action? Well, after a not-so-gentle questioning, the thug spills the truth. He admits that he's been getting the drug from a doctor at the LuthorCorp halfway house. It turns out Dr. Black was making the same drug for Lex. With Chloe's help, Clark tracks Dr. Black, but they find her dead. They realize Oliver and Lex are fighting over the drug, and during the process, they shoot each other. Oliver has the drug and heals himself. Lucky him. But he leaves Lex injured. Almost immediately, Clark arrives and looks horrified seeing Lex injured. Oliver wants him to let Lex die, but Clark's superhero instinct kicks in and he saves Lex yet again. Back to the girls. Lana visits Chloe and confesses that she regrets her decisions over the past months. She then drops a bomb. She's pregnant with Lex. Upon hearing the news, Chloe consoles her. So yeah, that's a lot. Thankfully, Thanksgiving comes on a warmer note. Oliver realizes he doesn't need to be indestructible, and he apologizes to Lois. But at the Luthor mansion, they can't say the same. In episode 8, we see Lex and Lana having a normal evening when suddenly the security alarm goes off and Lex literally vanishes in front of Lana. Lana calls Chloe asking for help finding Lex. Chloe looks to Clark for help, but Clark decides to investigate other mysterious deaths instead. What's wrong with our superhero today? So with Clark being unhelpful, Chloe decides to actually be a good friend and helps Lana search the mansion. They find nothing, but the creepy part is that Lex is actually there. He can hear them walking around, calling his name, he just can't interact with them. Turns out Lex is trapped in another frequency and he's not alone. He meets this guy, Bronson, who escaped from something called level 33.1. Now, Bronson has this whole frequency manipulation power, which just simply means he can use radio waves to trap people in other versions of reality. So let's just call where he kept Lex the other side. Anyway, he's mad at Lex. Why? Because apparently Lex has been running a secret lab where he experiments on people. Shocking, right? No, not really. On her part, Lana is a complete mess without Lex, so Chloe calls Jimmy for help. His dad was a radio genius, and Jimmy has all his ancient equipment. He examines Lex's security footage and picks up a faint frequency of Lex talking. They realize that Lex is probably trapped in the mansion library. However, Lana gets a strange call from Bronson, who takes her to level 33.1 to prove that Lex is evil. But it's an empty warehouse. Did someone clear it out, or is Bronson just crazy? Knowing Lex, I'll say someone cleared it out. Meanwhile, in Seattle, Clark arrives at a destroyed ship and runs into Aldar, who has a very delightful power. He can rip people's bones out. Clark tries using the crystal, but it has no effect because Aldar is a Phantom Zone prisoner, not a Phantom. He throws Clark across the dock and escapes. So Clark just got his ass kicked, but somehow things in Seattle are getting even more intense. Lana pours her heart out, hoping Lex can hear her, and reveals that she's pregnant. Bronson then makes Lana vanish from the real world into the other side where he kept Lex. threatening to kill her if Lex doesn't confess about level 33.1. You'd think Lex wouldn't risk the life of the woman he loves, especially because she's pregnant, but then he risks a fight. Luckily, it turns out in his favor, and he stabs Bronson dead just as Chloe and Jimmy tune in successfully, and saves them from the frequency. Back in Seattle, Aldar is about to rip Clark's bones out when the strangest thing happens. He falls dead with a mysterious handprint burned on his back. Then Clark sees an entity with glowing eyes escaping. Well, perfect timing, stranger, whoever you are. But doesn't that mean the stranger must be someone with powers greater than Clark's? Who could it be? Episode 9 kicks off with a young boy named Javier Ramirez and his friend Francisco. These two folks are manual laborers escaping a farm owned by Jed McNally. But just when they think they're free, Francisco suddenly disappears into the earth. Clark finds Javier hiding in the barn and invites him inside to get cleaned up and fed. Javier explains that he ran away from Jed McNally's farm because of abuse, but his friend disappeared while they were escaping. So Clark goes to Jed's farm pretending to borrow a tractor part. Jed is all friendly and warm, but Clark isn't buying it. When Clark gets home, he hides Javier from a deputy who comes looking for him, and then takes him to Chloe's. At the Talon, Jimmy arrives ready for a romantic date, but Chloe is busy babysitting Javier for Clark. Poor Jimmy. Anyway, Clark continues with his investigation and meets workers who say the ground swallowed Francisco. He x-rays the field and sees multiple skeletons underground. Chloe mentions that Luthor Corp purchased the farmland after the meteor shower, but of course, the Luthors will never admit to being part of a crime, even if the crime happens on their private property. While Clark is gone, Jimmy tries to tell Chloe that Clark might be in love with her, but Chloe assures him that they're just friends. Then they realize Javier escaped out the window. When Clark returns, he's upset with Chloe for letting Javier leave. Eventually, McNally gets arrested, but before they can put him in the squad car, he disappears into the ground. Lex is watching the excavation on his laptop when Dr. Bauer comes in. Lex is furious that his test subject will end up in jail and tells Bauer to find McNally before the police. So, Lex is experimenting on people. Clark fetches Javier after they hear a police report matching his description at a bus stop. Chloe and Jimmy find Javier's mother, Esperanza, and bring her to Smallville. Clark breaks the news of Francisco's death to Javier, who is heartbroken. But before Clark can comfort him, he gets sucked underground. Jimmy waits in shock, holding his breath. He thinks Clark is dead, but suddenly Clark resurfaces again. McNally also pops up out of the ground a few feet away, all beaten. Clark had beaten him in his own turf and won. So now we know Bronson was telling the truth about Lex's experiments. But how many others are lurking in the shadows? In episode 10, Linda Lake makes everyone's life a living hell. Who is Linda, though? Linda is the Daily Planet's weekly gossip columnist. She takes her job very personally. Linda recently exposed the Metropolis Meteors baseball player Mike Dawson for using performance-enhancing drugs and completely ruined his career. Who could sit back and let her get away with that? Well, certainly not Mike. Mike confronts Linda, chasing her into the plaza with a fountain, but she literally disappears into the water and drowns Mike. So now we know Linda is not just an annoying gossip monger. She's a powerful one. Lana is her next victim. Lana innocently confides in Chloe about how she's torn between Lex's proposal and her lingering feelings for Clark. But as they leave, the water cooler bubbles mysteriously. I wonder who's eavesdropping. When Chloe picks up her morning paper, she's shocked. Linda Lake's newest article details her exact conversation with Lana, exposing that Lana has feelings for Clark. What a mess. Clark, on discovering Lana's feelings, immediately rushes to the Luthor mansion to talk to Lana, but Lex won't let him. He pettily drops a bomb of Lana's pregnancy. Meanwhile, Linda is eavesdropping on an argument between Clark and Chloe. Clark is upset that Chloe hid the news of Lana's pregnancy, and Chloe mentions how he's being so unfair because she keeps his secret every day. Chloe and Lana trace the news back to Linda. Chloe sneaks into Linda's office with Lana watching via webcam. She finds out Linda is going to release an article declaring that Clark is an alien. Linda catches her, but Chloe quickly spoils the computer, disconnecting Lana before she overhears everything Linda knows about Clark. They start fighting until Lana's car strikes Linda, who bursts into a puddle of water. Whoa. Lana approaches Clark in his apartment, apologizing for not telling him about Lex's proposal. She mentions knowing Chloe is helping him cover something up and wants him to trust her, but Clark says everything's different now. At the mansion, Lana accepts Lex's proposal, but the thing is, Linda isn't dead, and that's the problem. Episode 11 brings us a pleasant surprise. Let's start from when Chloe meets Dr. Caselli from Bellerive, questioning why patients with special abilities were transferred. When she mentions level 33.1, he pulls a gun, but someone super speeds in, knocking him out. Clark also arrives, but realizes someone else can move as fast as him. The figure reveals himself, Bart Allen. Our favorite speedster is here. Now, Bart may be fast, but he's not fast enough to hide from Lex Luthor's Hawkeyes. Lex shows one of his security men a photo of a red blur, ordering him to find the person who is moving that fast. As they leave, Bart speeds in, downloading data from Lex's laptop. Strange, because what would Bart be looking for? Clark tracks Bart's phone, realizing he's working for Oliver Queen. Of course, Queen hasn't given up trying to bring Lex down. Unfortunately for Bart, he breaks into a facility and Lex captures him, putting him in a chamber that electrocutes him if he stops moving, so Bart has to keep running around to stay alive. Clark confronts Oliver about using Bart. Oliver argues that while Clark waits for trouble, he's stopping Lex from building a meteor freak army. Oliver then reveals that his team is rescuing Bart. Clark meets Victor Stone, aka Cyborg, and AC Curry, aka Aquaman. Damn, what a team! Clark tries to rescue Bart alone, but encounters refined meteor rocks and gets incapacitated. The team gears up, with Chloe as Watchtower. Green Arrow, Cyborg, and Aquaman infiltrate Lex's warehouse using teamwork. Green Arrow rescues Clark, calling him Boy Scout, while Clark grabs Bart to safety. After evacuating employees, the 5 heroes blow the facility. Oliver, however, decides to leave Metropolis. He kisses Lois goodbye, and she cries. Oliver's team meets at Clark's barn. Oliver asks Clark to join the group, but Clark must capture Zoners first, and so Oliver's team leaves to save the world. Episode 12 takes us on a very wild ride. Clark is finishing farm chores when Shelby starts barking. He investigates the disturbance, but suddenly gets blasted by pressure and crashes into the barn floor. But the strange part is that he wakes up in a mental hospital wearing white scrubs. And the stranger part? Other patients mock him about crypto freaks. But then, probably the strangest of all is that he's lost his powers, and when he tries to escape, the guards overpower him. Since when can Clark be overpowered? Dr. Hudson arrives and tells Clark he's been suffering from paranoid schizophrenia for over 5 years. He claims Clark created an elaborate fantasy about being an alien with superpowers and started living it during freshman year. What the hell is happening? In the common room, another patient whispers that he believes Clark, calling him Kal-El. He claims he's from Mars, but before he can say more, orderlies taser him unconscious. Clark soon escapes by knocking out a janitor and stealing his uniform. He then heads to his barn to find Lana living there. She runs into his arms saying she bought the farm after Jonathan's death. She insists that they've been dating since freshman year. Clark confronts Lex, but finds him wheelchair-bound and furious. He reveals that he lost both legs in the first meeting when Clark, in his delusion, jumped out in front of his car. Lex swerves, wraps around a guardrail, and bitterly wishes he had just run Clark over when they first met. And then a glimmer of hope arrives when Clark finds Chloe, who assures him that they aren't crazy and they need to hide until he gets his powers back. Finally, somebody believes him, but Clark's hope is short-lived when Lana shows up, claiming Chloe had also escaped from the mental institution. When guards come looking for her, Chloe draws a gun, trying to escape, but they shoot her in the chest and she dies in Clark's arms, muttering that she's not crazy. Feeling devastated, Clark allows himself to be taken back. The patient from earlier is Clark's neighbor in the restraint room. He tells Clark to fight because Dr. Hudson is a Phantom Zone prisoner trying to control Clark's body by controlling his mind. He's also in Clark's mind trying to help. To regain consciousness, Clark must kill Dr. Hudson in the treatment room. Lana convinces Clark to take the treatment and be normal with her forever. They strap him to a table and Dr. Hudson starts up a drill advancing towards Clark's head. And then Clark hears this. He breaks loose and strangles Dr. Hudson. Clark wakes up in the barn with the other patient standing over him, holding a crystal that captured the Phantom. Crazy twist is he's the same person that saved Clark from Aldar. He then flies away in a red streak of light. Who is this mysterious savior that keeps saving Clark? In episode 13, Clark and Chloe arrive at the Talon for an elaborate Valentine's Day party. Jimmy brings Lois, who is still upset over her Oliver breakup. Clark and Lois quickly realize that they're trying to set them up romantically, and Clark leaves. Lois wanders to a vendor booth run by Star, a mystic selling novelties. Star gives Lois a lipstick, claiming she'll fall in love with the first man she sees. The deep red hue comes from red meteor rocks. When Lois puts it on, she sees Clark in the mirror and becomes instantly smitten. Uh-oh. The next morning, Lois shows up at Clark's house in the brightest lipstick and shortest skirt, claiming she loves him. Clark is stunned as she gives him a mix CD and he speeds off when she isn't looking. Smart move. Meanwhile, Lex shows Lana an elaborate nursery and wants to announce her pregnancy at their engagement dinner. Lana is reluctant because she doesn't want people thinking she's only marrying him because she's pregnant, or maybe she's just having second thoughts now. At the Daily Planet, Lois shows up with a heart tattoo reading Lois and Clark forever. Chloe promises to investigate Lois's strange behavior while Lois drags Clark into a phone booth and kisses him. The red kryptonite transfers to Clark and Cal takes over. Yeah, it's not looking pretty. They have a heated makeout session, then move to an empty office where Lois recognizes she kissed him before. Remember when she kissed Clark when he was dressed as Green Arrow? Yeah, apparently it was so memorable. Is Clark a good kisser? Moving on. Jealousy-driven crazy Cal, in a bid to impress Lois, flies her up to Oliver's apartment, where he notices an invitation to Lex and Lana's engagement dinner, and he decides to crash the dinner. Jimmy visits Chloe at work, but quickly gets upset when Chloe expresses concerns about Lois. He thinks she's jealous because of her feelings for Clark. Chloe gets annoyed, telling him to back off and help by getting the antidote. Jimmy is angry, but he visits the Mystic for the antidote anyway. It's a green glowing spray. Cal crashes the dinner with Lois, offering rude opinions about Martha and Lionel's relationship, saying Chloe must be happy that Lana's marrying Lex, so her pining for Clark might pay off, and criticizing Lana's rebound. He tosses Lex a rattle, toasting to baby Luther, and maliciously exposing Lana's pregnancy. What an ass. Cal drags Lana away when Lex tries to attack. Then, on the side, Jimmy cures Lois with Star's spray, removing her memories. Cal takes Lana to the barn and forces a kiss, and she eventually kisses back. But she runs to Lex when he arrives. However, she can't deny her feelings for Clark when challenged. Lex grabs a chisel and stabs him. Cal crumbles as Martha arrives with green kryptonite, restoring Clark to normal. The next day, Clark claims he didn't mean what he said, but Martha calls him out. She says Red K only makes him say everything on his mind, and it doesn't change who he is, but she advises him to stop bottling his emotions. Jimmy, on the other hand, is still annoyed at Chloe for always making excuses for Clark. He says they should take a break and leaves as Chloe cries, heartbroken. Dr. Langston, Lex's doctor, gives Lana a clean bill of health. The doctor remarks that Lana's pregnancy isn't typical, but it's progressing on schedule. Hold on, what does that mean? In her bedroom, Lana opens a drawer where she hid the bent chisel. It turns out the chisel Lex used to stab Clark bent instead of entering his skin, and she saw it. Uh-oh. Is our girl gonna finally find out the truth about Clark? Episode 14 opens with Lana still studying the bent chisel from Clark's barn when she receives a cell phone photo of herself in her bedroom. Security checks around but finds nothing. Lex thinks she's just paranoid from paparazzi attention since their engagement and sets her up at Chloe's Talon apartment with security guards while he's away on business. Chloe updates Clark on the whole current situation and tells him that Lana's photo came from a low-level paparazzo's number, Luis Esposito. She says Jimmy can help find him, but Clark will have to ask him because they've broken up. Chloe shows him the chisel photo she saw on Lana's phone, warning him that Lana is close to discovering his secret. Lana snoops around Chloe's computer and finds the password-protected file marked CK. She hears a noise downstairs and finds a wrapped present containing lingerie with a note. I want you to wear this when I kill you. She tries escaping, but paparazzi force her back inside. Brady, head of security, escorts her to safety. Per Lana's request, he takes her to the Kent farm where she snoops through Clark's bedroom, finding her neutralized necklace. A distorted voice calls saying she can't hide. She then finds Brady with his neck slit, but when she tries to run, he suddenly gasps, startling her and making her fall down the stairs. Clark visits Jimmy, asking him to reconsider dumping Chloe, and requests help finding paparazzo Luis Esposito. Thankfully, they find Esposito's apartment, with photos of Lana snooping in Clark's barn. Lana wakes in an abandoned hospital wing. Chloe calls to check up on her, but then Esposito suddenly shows up and chases her. Clark appears and throws him across the room. Mac, one of Lex's security details assigned to protect Lana, suddenly shoots Esposito, claiming he had a weapon, but Esposito actually didn't. Mac takes Lana to the mansion, revealing that he sent all of the staff home. He admits that he's been watching her every day, and this is how we find out that he's the stalker creepily obsessed with her. Lana pretends to like him back, and then she smashes a bottle on his head and runs. Clark and Chloe discover that the real stalker is Mac, but Lana is already fighting him. They fall through a skylight, but Clark catches Lana seconds before it's too late. Mac, however, ends up dying. She asks Clark how he saved her, but he doesn't answer. Meanwhile, Jimmy and Chloe are reconciling, and Lana discovers the bent chisel is missing. In the final scenes, Lex gives Clark a wedding invitation. The drama is just beginning. In episode 15, we see Lana having her bachelorette party with just Chloe at Smallville bowling alley. Then an employee there called Daniel Kim flirts with Lana and makes her ball miraculously avoid the gutter for a strike. Chloe notices Daniel looking at the ball oddly, meaning he's controlling it telekinetically. Before she can process that, though, a man named Dr. Robert Bethany arrives, guiding a blind young man called Tobias Rice. He persuades Tobias to remove his glasses, and Tobias points at Daniel, saying he's the one. Chloe witnesses Daniel get abducted right after that. Turns out that wherever Tobias takes off his glasses, he can identify metahumans. Next morning, Chloe brings Clark to the bowling bowling alley, but Daniel is surprisingly there, claiming he got drunk and woke up in his own bed. Something definitely isn't right. Now, like most of the other mishaps happening, Lex is involved in this one too. Apparently, he's been using Tobias to identify meteor freaks and is even delaying his eye treatment because it would take away the ability. Somehow, Lex always unlocks new levels of selfishness no one thought was possible. When another metahuman goes missing for one night and returns with no memory of it, Chloe and Clark know level 33.1 is involved and that Tobias knows something, so they go and visit him. When Clark super speeds to catch a falling glass, Tobias's glasses fall off and he asks them to leave. Clark uses super hearing to eavesdrop on Tobias, reporting to Dr. Bethany that he found another one. But here's the thing, Tobias wasn't talking about Clark, he actually meant Chloe. What a shocker! Later on, Clark steals Dr. Bethany's laptop and asks Jimmy to crack it, but Jimmy is panicking, saying Chloe is nowhere to be found. In another scene, Chloe is shown strapped to a table being experimented on, but in the morning, she appears fine with no memory of her abduction. Chloe then finds a GPS map with green dots all over showing the live location of kryptonite-infected people. Just as Jimmy reports that Daniel Kim died, a green dot identifying Daniel turns red, but so do a bunch of others. That means the kryptonite-infected people are being killed. Chloe discovers a GPS device under her skin and destroys it with Clark's help. Her dot turns red, so the only green dot left is Tobias. We later discover that Lana is with Tobias, begging him to stop what he's doing, not knowing she's in grave danger. Dr. Bethany arrives to kill them, but Clark super speeds and kills him first. Meanwhile, Lex watches the video of Chloe being experimented on, telling an associate to watch her closely. Now, Lex has his eye on sweet Chloe. That cannot be good. Episode 16 brings us Lana's wedding day from 3 different perspectives. At 7 a.m., everyone wakes up from nightmares. Clark had a nightmare where he stabbed Lex at the altar, and Lana took the knife and stabbed herself, claiming she loved Lex. Lex had a nightmare where a fetus's eyes glow demonically during an ultrasound, and he wakes up to find Lana by the fireplace. Lana, on the other hand, dreamed about Clark saving her from a tornado in freshman year. At around 10:53 a.m., Lana sends Chloe to the wine cellar to get Lex's gift, but secretly follows and locks her in. Now, this is where things start to get a little crazy. Chloe calls Clark, who super speeds there, pulls the door off its hinges, and uses heat vision to weld it back. The shocker is that Lana secretly witnesses everything. It was a trap, and now Lana knows Clark's secret. She starts beginning to have doubts about the wedding. Lex, who's at LuthorCorp, confesses to Lionel that he is terrified Lana won't show up and tells Lionel he will do anything, and he means any damn thing, to make this wedding happen. When that is coming from a Luthor, we know it won't be good. Clark goes to the mansion to find Lana writing a letter. He says he owes her the truth, but by now, Lana has already made up her mind to leave Lex. It's Christmas for Clark. She promises to meet him at the barn at about 5 p.m., but after Clark leaves, Lionel shows up and threatens to kill Clark if Lana leaves. 17 minutes before the ceremony, Lex meets Dr. Langston in the church crypt, and the doctor blackmails him about Lana's strange pregnancy. Lex furiously beats him and mistakenly kills him. The ceremony begins with Lana missing. Clark is at the barn, nervously practicing his proposal to Lana with Shelby, eagerly checking his watch. Poor guy. He realizes when it's too late that Lana is at the church, and super speeds there, standing heartbroken in the background as Lex and Lana exchange vows. We could almost hear his heart breaking, but Clark won't just give up. He finds Lana after the ceremony, but she rejects him, crying. Meanwhile, Lionel knows about Dr. Langston's murder. He warns Lex that the death will trigger suspicions about Lana's pregnancy. What exactly are they hiding in Lana's belly that is so serious to kill a man over? Lex and Lana drive off in Lex's limo, leaving a heartbroken Clark behind. In episode 17, we meet a big guy, Titan, who is going berserk in an underground fight, but his opponent is Clark Kent. Wait, how did we get here? Let's take it back 46 hours earlier. Clark is still upset after Lex and Lana's wedding and is releasing his frustrations on crypto mutants. Through Oliver, Clark and Chloe learn about an underground fight circuit broadcast online and discover another Phantom Zone escapee, Titan. Chloe identifies one fighter from Belle Reve. Clark decides to fight his way into the ring. However, Lois, who desperately needs a story for the Inquisitor, the paper where she works, catches them talking and recognizes the Air Force hangar setting. Lois goes undercover, claiming to be a dancer from a nearby strip club. She takes photos, but Athena, an official at the underground fight club, catches her. Lois takes Athena down, but Maddox, the executive director, pulls a gun and captures her. Meanwhile, Lex discovers Green Arrow compromised his Corto Maltese facility. He goes to talk to Lana, but finds her lying on the floor in pain. He rushes her to the medical center where he's forced to tell her she lost the baby due to complications. We still don't know what the pregnancy is all about. Clark breaks into Belle Reve, challenging Maddox. Maddox agrees and takes him to the hangar where Clark's first opponent is, Lois. They fake a fight and Clark uses heat vision to destroy all their transmission systems. Titan spots him and comes out to fight, killing Maddox when he gets in the way. Clark tells Lois to run before Titan punches him with full strength. Lois tries helping but gets thrown unconscious by Titan. Clark eventually kills Titan, stabbing him with his own spike. Lana hasn't left the nursery since the hospital, visibly depressed. She tells Lex that she discovered Dr. Langston was killed in a car accident the day of their wedding. She knows something's wrong, but Lex brushes her off. Later, we see Lex burning Lana's files. He's clearly hiding something. In episode 18, we flash back to March 1995, where 8-year-old Chloe watches men in suits take her mother, Moira, away. Back to the present, Lex is driving when a truck hits his car and forces him off the road. The truck's driver then comes to knock him unconscious and steal a flash drive from his car. That is when we see that the truck's driver is Chloe. The next day, Chloe wakes up with no memory of the previous day. She gets confused when she sees muddy boots on her floor and admits to Clark that she's been freaking out since learning she's meteor infected. Clark assures her that she doesn't have to go through it alone and promises to find out what's going on. At Lex's accident site, Clark finds Chloe's button under the car. While at the Talon, Chloe finds the flash drive in her boot containing information about someone who can control meteor freaks. It's her mother, Moira. Moira is being held captive in Lex's lab. He demands she use mind control to bring back an escaped psychopath, but when she denies having such powers, he locks her with another violent meteor freak named Lowell to force her. She soon gives in to save herself. Meanwhile, Chloe and Clark go to the care home Moira had been in, only to find out she had been transferred. They figure out she must have forced Chloe to steal Lex's hard drive so they would find her. Lex uses Chloe to blackmail Moira into finding the escaped meteor freak. She does, but instead of bringing him back, she sends him to kill Lex. In the process, the meteor freak attacks Lana, but Clark and Chloe arrive just in time. After that, Clark takes Lana to the hospital. Meanwhile, Moira telepathically tells Chloe to leave town. At the Kent farm, Chloe succumbs to Moira's influence, putting her meteor rock in Clark's jacket and escaping. But Lex's people capture and deliver Chloe to her mother. Thankfully, Martha finds Clark at the farm and removes the rocks from his jacket. So he rushes to the lab. Later on, Moira helps her and Chloe escape, but when she gets captured, she makes Chloe confront Lex with a gun. Clark, who watches the whole thing, hesitates before saving Lex, but does so anyway. He vanishes with Chloe before Lex recovers. At Oliver's apartment, the drug stabilizing Moira only lasts 24 hours. Moira refuses to have some more and slips back into a catatonic state, devastating Chloe. Lex threatens Chloe with prison unless she kills her Luthor Corp expose. Meanwhile, Lana hasn't told anyone about the miscarriage and demands a complete checkup. The doctor, however, reveals that Lana was never pregnant. Now what next? Episode 19 starts with Lionel and Lex meeting in an underground tunnel when someone sets off an explosion. This someone knocks Lex out and drags him deeper into the tunnels. She is Jody, wife of Wes Keenan, a U.S. Special Forces soldier who was falsely reported to have died in a plane crash. She successfully traced Wes back to Luthor Corp and now demands to know what they did to him. Lex admits that they had taken Wes and tried to heal him, but he died in the process. Jody then angrily sets off another explosion. Lex manages to break free and attacks Jody, telling her to deactivate the bomb, but it's pre-programmed. Clark, who's already in the cave, overhears this, but before he can stop it, Jody's explosion releases meteor rocks, knocking him out. Lana visits an injured Lionel, demanding to know why he forced her to marry Lex, knowing that Lex was faking her pregnancy. However, Luthor can only say he was protecting Clark before he is wheeled away for surgery. She finds Lex's briefcase containing an Ares disc, showing a creature killing people in a place called Patagonia. Clark recovers and rescues Lex. Surprisingly, Lex helps Clark to bandage his injured arm. Surprised he's hurt because he kinda suspected Clark couldn't be hurt. It turns out that even he noticed that the chisel from the other day didn't enter Clark's skin. So it's quite surprising, but that's not the major problem right now. Clark and Lex stumble through tunnels together and escape just seconds before the explosion. Lana, who's been worriedly waiting for them to come out, rushes to Clark first and touches his bandaged arm. Then she goes back to hug Lex. Sad. Lana reconciles with Lex without mentioning that she knows anything about the pregnancy. We then see an angry expression on her face as she hugs him. She's definitely up to something. In episode 20, Jimmy sets up a screening of The Big Sleep for Chloe when they hear a gunshot. They find Lana in an evening gown, unconscious and bleeding from a shoulder wound. In the elevator lobby, they see a figure escaping and Jimmy quickly takes a photo. When the police arrive, Lionel whispers to Lana that he's sorry he got her are caught up in all this. Lex arrives demanding to know what Lana was doing with Lionel at an opera earlier while Lois scoops up a silver cigarette case from Lana's scattered belongings. Jimmy tries to download the photo he took when a figure strikes him unconscious, taking us into Jimmy's dream world. Jimmy dreams he's in 1940s Metropolis, as a star reporter like he always wanted. Chloe and Clark are there too, and they awkwardly meet in front of Jimmy. He later meets Lana Luthor, married to Lex, the most powerful man in Metropolis. She believes her husband is trying to kill her and pleads for help, giving him a silver cigarette case with gardenias engraved on it. Inside is cash with a Talon matchbook. At the Talon lounge, Jimmy can't get past the bouncer until Clark shows up, suddenly looking badass. Lionel Luthor, the club's owner, joins them as the headlining singer Lois surprisingly takes the stage. Jimmy catches Lex with Lois in the alley, planning to get his wife out of the way. They're apparently having an affair, and they probably want to kill Lana so Lex can be with Lois. Jimmy then takes a photo of them and shows Lana, but instead of backing off like a normal person would, he goes back to confront Lex. Lex warns Jimmy that Lana is lying, but Jimmy impulsively shoots Lex. Bad move, because Lex's death immediately becomes the main headline. Chloe knows it's Jimmy that killed him and goes to find him at the Talon. That is when Chloe reveals that Clark and Lana are also suspicious. They want to investigate, but Lionel overhears and calls Lana, warning that they're onto her. That is when Jimmy sees Lana's plans. She has been having an affair with Clark Kent. She admits she set this whole thing up to get Jimmy so riled up that he'd kill Lex for her. And now that she has gotten what she wanted, she shoots Jimmy. But just then, Clark, who had snuck behind Lana, shoots her from behind. He confesses that he's an undercover detective sent to watch Lex but accidentally fell in love with Lana, not knowing about her murderous plans. Oh, and Lex is actually fine. His cigarette case stopped Jimmy's bullet earlier. Jimmy wakes up from his weird dream and sees that someone deleted the picture he took of Lana's attacker. He realizes that Lana isn't as innocent as she seems, so he goes with Chloe to find Brennan, who admits Lana contacted him. But before he says more, someone shoots him from outside. The gunman then knocks Chloe off the balcony, but Clark catches her. Lionel finds out Lois had stolen the cigarette case from Lana and demands it back from her. He plugs it and finds footage of Lex and Senator Burke discussing Project Ares. Someone must have tried to kill Lana to protect Burke. But who? And how did Lana even get involved in all this? And why was Lionel sorry she was shot? Yeah, Lionel has been making Lana spy on Lex to protect Clark, apparently. But instead of giving him what she found, she was going to give it to the papers. Jimmy, on the other hand, gets promoted and leaves Kansas after taking some pictures of Chloe. In episode 21, Lex's guards call him to the Reeves Dam lab, which is in total chaos. Something, or someone, is attacking the guards, and it's showing no mercy at all. Lex barges in, shooting like a maniac, trying to protect himself. But then the strangest things happened. Something stops the bullet. Yeah, you heard that right. Some kind of force field sucks his bullet. And that, my friends, is when we see Wes Keenan in the flesh, coming out to point a gun at Lex. So he was the unknown attacker all along. But it's not even the strangest thing, guys. Wes suddenly stops like a machine, like someone is controlling him. So yeah, it was all a test. The attack and everything was some kind of test for Wes. Lex had, of course, lied to all of us about Wes. Especially Jody. This crazy dude, man. Anyway, Senator Burke visits the lab to confront Lex about going overboard with Project Ares and says he will shut it down before the Senate discovers the project's true mission. And what exactly is Project Ares? Well, it's a secret program to capture and weaponize people with powers. So yeah, it's not surprising Burke doesn't want to be caught with such. Then, to cover his ass, Burke threatens to expose Luthor Corp's secret deals if Lex tells anyone he's involved in Project Ares. Tough luck for him, though, because Lana is eavesdropping. Unfortunately for Burke, he doesn't have enough time to learn that you don't threaten a Luthor and get away with it. Just as Lois, who is digging for a story as usual, accosts Senator Burke, an unseen assailant kills Burke and his men. But Lois recognizes Wes Keenan, who disappears invisibly. Lex finds out Lois witnessed Burke's attack and instructs men to kill her. So Wes appears at the Kent farm, throws Clark across the room, and kidnaps Lois. Lois wakes in a warehouse with Wes reciting programming jargon like a robot. He regains his senses for a bit and tells Lois about Lex's program before urging her to run away. Looks like there's still a bit of the human Wes Keenan in there, but he doesn't hang around for long. Soon, his other side takes over and he starts to attack. Clark tracks Lois there, and he gets there just in time to use his heat vision to blast Wes's force field. Wes, who's already weak, says he would rather die than be controlled anyway, but as he dies, he calls 8 numbers. But here's the thing, Wes is only one out of hundreds of Lex's soldiers. Will this guy ever give up? In the final episode of Season 6, everything finally comes to a head and explodes drastically. In Quebec, Canada, a woman cares for her possessed father when Martian Manhunter arrives. Remember this man? Yeah, he's the man with the glowing eyes who saved Clark from death twice. Now we're finally meeting him properly. Martian has tracked the final Phantom, Bizarro, inhabiting the old man, but he gets severely wounded and punched through the roof. Bizarro tries leaving, but Lex's 33.1 soldiers burst in from all sides. However, Bizarro's Phantom leaves through the old man's chest and vanishes. Lois, who is investigating the numbers Wes mumbled before he died, figures out they are latitude and longitude coordinates. Lana comes to say goodbye to Clark as she's leaving Lex and Smallville. She admits she already knows about his powers. After a moment of silence, Lana kisses him passionately, telling him Lionel had threatened her into marrying Lex. At the mansion, Lana accuses Lex of faking her pregnancy and tells him Clark means more to her. Enraged, Lex hits Lana across the face. Clark confronts Lionel when Martian Manhunter appears. It turns out Lionel is working with him and the last Phantom is searching for a Kryptonian host. Clark and Chloe investigate where the Zoner could be. They learn that an 8-year-old boy with mysterious symptoms was taken in an unmarked helicopter, which definitely screams Luthor Corp. Lois follows coordinates to Reeves Dam and encounters a security guard. They struggle and he stabs her in the abdomen before falling and knocking himself out. Lois pulls the knife out and calls Chloe before passing out. Chloe arrives finding Lois unconscious and bleeding profusely. She tearfully begs Lois to wake up. A shining tear falls on Lois's forehead. After a burst of light, Lois wakes up to find Chloe unresponsive. This can only mean one thing. Chloe has healing powers. That is so freaking cool. Meanwhile, as Lana is trying to leave, her car explodes with her inside. Elsewhere, Lex observes the captured Phantom in the 8-year-old boy's body. The boy breaks out of his restraints and kills one of the men in the room. Lex pushes the doctor into the Phantom's path to escape. Near the exit, Clark blindsides him, furious over Lana's death. Clark grabs Lex, demanding to know why he did it. Lex claims he doesn't know. When the boy appears, Lex says it'll kill them both. Clark lets him go, then Lex tries escaping, but police stop him on the dam and arrest him for Lana Luthor's murder. The Phantom shatters Clark's crystal and becomes Bizarro, an exact replica of Clark, but this one is more powerful and ruthless. So much so that green kryptonite only makes him stronger. Now there is no way to defeat Bizarro. The first episode of Season 7 kicks off with everything absolutely falling apart. Clark's fight with Bizarro has turned Reeves Dam upside down. The dam is breaking apart, water is everywhere, and everybody is in trouble at once. Lois is trapped inside the dam, holding an unconscious Chloe, while the water keeps rising. Lex is locked in the back of a police car, stuck on a bridge that is literally crumbling under him. And to make things worse, there's an entirely innocent father and son fishing downstream, having the calmest day of their lives, with absolutely no idea what is about to hit them. Clark runs into Bizarro in the woods and immediately starts throwing hands. One solid punch sends Bizarro flying straight into an electrical pylon. Problem solved. Or so it seems. Downstream, the water from the dam is racing towards the father and son when Clark shows up at the very last second. He uses super speed and heat vision to vaporize the wall of water, and the kid just freezes, staring in complete shock. And before he can even process what he saw, Clark is already gone. Meanwhile, Lex is drowning in the police car when a mysterious shining woman pulls him out of the water, drags him to shore, and then casually flies away. Back in the woods, Bizarro breaks free from the pylon, immediately kills some random unlucky dude who probably wished he had just stayed home that day. Oops. So later at the hospital, Clark is a little, happier than usual, which annoys Lois, who is trying to tell him what happened. She was stabbed. She should not be okay, but somehow there isn't even a scar. But before Clark can even process that, another problem arises. Chloe flatlines and dies, except she doesn't. She wakes up inside a morgue drawer later, screaming for help, which is terrifying, by the way. Clark hears it with his super hearing, sprints in, yanks the drawer open, and saves her literally seconds before it's too late. But just when you think everything's finally okay, we meet a strange woman in Shanghai who is removing her wig, and it's none other than Lana. What is Lana up to? Who is the mysterious woman who saved Lex, and what happened to Bizarro? What the F is happening? Episode 2 has Clark and Lois back at the dam, trying to figure out what exactly caused the whole thing to fall apart. Lois is poking around like she always does when she finds a spaceship. Yes, of all things to find, an entire alien ship is just sitting there. And the question on Clark's mind, like it probably is on all of our minds, oh my hell, who is it this time? Clark immediately immediately starts backing away because, yeah, green rocks are everywhere. Lois pulls out her phone to take a picture, but the second she snaps it, she gets knocked clean out by something moving insanely fast. Our mysterious blondie who saved Lex earlier shows up, calmly crushes Lois's phone in her hand, and then goes straight into a super speed fight with Clark. And when I say fight, I mean she's tossing Clark like a sock in the dryer, man. She beats him too easily and then orders him to leave. Back at the Talon, Clark is doing what Clark does best, lying badly. He's trying to convince Lois that what she saw was not a spaceship, but Lois is not buying it. Quick question though, if Lois really is this smart, why hasn't she figured everything out by now? Meanwhile, Clark tells Chloe the truth about this blonde girl who is just as strong, if not stronger than him. Yeah, that's a problem. Over on Lex's side of things, he gets released from prison because someone suddenly confessed to killing Lana. Ahem. But Lex would rather die than give up because he thinks Lana is still alive and wants to find her. Clark catches his mysterious blonde opponent named Kara at a school where she's asking little kids their names. He confronts her, notices the House of L symbol on her wrist. And that's when she says she's looking for Kal-El. Clark pauses and goes, yeah, that's me. So he takes her back to the Kent house where she explains who she is. Her father Zor-El was Jor-El's brother, which means they're cousins. Yay, or nay. She explains that her ship crashed during the 1989 meteor shower and that she's been stuck in suspended animation for 18 years. She needs to find her ship fast because if humans try and open it, it will self-destruct in a nuclear-level explosion. Jeez, like there aren't enough problems already. We then cut to a government lab where technicians are already playing with the new toy, which is about to surprise them with an explosion. Elsewhere, because Lex is always up to something, he tracks Lana to Shanghai using voice recognition software. She confronts him with a gun, but sadly, sweet Lana will always be sweet Lana. She cannot shoot Lex. At the same time, Grant Gabriel, the new plant editor, offers Lois a job to cover the spaceship story, but the problem is that her desk is right across from Chloe's. Weird, because it looks like Lois is going to take Chloe's job now. Is it just me, or is Grant pitting these two against each other? Kara warns Clark about the crystal from her ship that only Kryptonians can destroy. We cut to Washington, where a mysterious scientist delivers the same crystal to the Department of Domestic Security. Jeez, do these people ever learn? At the fortress, Jor-El gives Clark a warning.
Watch over her, Kal-El. She poses a greater threat than you believe.
Wow. The episode ends with Lex sitting down, drawing Kara's face from memory, and ordering his men to find her. In episode 3, Clark is already trying to help Kara settle in by taking her to the Smallville Harvest Festival, but Kara cannot care less. She is on a mission to find her blue crystal, and she's making that very clear, but then she sees Jimmy Olsen with his camera, and suddenly she's very interested in blending in, if you know what I mean. So 3 pretty cool baddies show up to sign up for the Miss Sweet Corn beauty pageant, and they're literally so shiny everyone's jaw is brushing the pavement. Okay, things are getting interesting. Fast forward to the Kent farm, where Clark is doing his usual brooding in the barn when someone puts their hand on his shoulder. He turns around and, surprise, it's Lana. She's back from the dead. Well, fake dead. They hug it out and she explains she didn't tell him about faking her death because she was protecting him. Sure, Lana. Communication is overrated anyway. So Lana moves in, and right as they're having this moment, Kara walks in wearing a red bikini, announcing she's entering the beauty pageant. Awkward. Now here is where it gets dark. One of the contestants, Carly, walks into a flower shop and within seconds the entire room freezes over. Like, the whole room, including Carly. And we find out it was Tyler, another contestant who killed her with her ice powers. Yeah, Tyler is a meteor freak with ice powers. She tells her friend Tempest that she had no choice. Nah, it's definitely a choice, but okay. When Kara asks Tyler and Tempest for makeup help, they're as cold as ice. Pun intended. But as Kara is walking away, she passes the flower shop and sees Carly's frozen body through the window. Sweet, now Kara will join the team to fight bad guys. Chloe does some digging and reveals that all 3 pageant girls are meteor freaks who have been pulling robberies across the country. And we know what happens to naughty meteor freaks. Let's just say these ones won't be chilling around anymore. Clark and Lana decide to give dating another shot, and with Lex finding Kara now, his attention might not be on Lana for too long. In episode 4, all Chloe wants to do is have a normal evening. Probably get back together with her ex, get married, and, live happily ever ever after that meteor freaks become nothing but a dream. Right up until Smallville ruins her night again. Introducing Sasha Woodman, the girl who could control bees from freshman year, except the last thing Chloe heard is she was in Belle Reve. So now, how is she here? Sasha so happily says one Dr. Curtis Knox cured her. Sounds nice, right? Except seconds later, when Chloe leaves, Knox himself shows up and kidnaps her. Things are getting hotter at the Kent farm though. Martian Manhunter has learned of Kara's presence and is not happy about it. Clark steps between them and Martian Manhunter reveals that Kara's father, Zor-El, tried to assassinate Jor-El. He warns Clark to find Kara's crystal before she does, or everything he loves will be destroyed. What they don't know is that Kara is listening to everything. Oopsie. Sadly, Clark may have to handle this one alone because Chloe is too busy going crazy over Dr. Knox. She wants him to cure her like he cured Sasha, but what she doesn't know is that Knox isn't who she thinks he is. In his secret room, Knox takes care of an unconscious woman surrounded by jars of glowing green liquid, before extracting an organ from Sasha's abdomen, killing her. So Knox is harvesting organs from meteor freaks to save someone. Knox is disposing of Sarah's body when Lex catches him and shoots him 6 times in the chest. Knox falls but gets right back up unharmed, knocking Lex out before Clark super speeds in, so we have an immortal evil doctor. Great! Chloe arrives at Knox's facility, but Knox kidnaps her instead, and she wakes up strapped to a table next to his wife, Sophia. Guess he has never learned to not mess with Chloe Sullivan, and Clark arrives just in time to teach him that unforgettable lesson. Sophia finally flatlines and Knox cradles his dying wife while Chloe frees herself. So yeah, that's handled. But then it looks like Jimmy and Kara are flirting, and Chloe isn't happy when she finds out. Ooh, is this new drama brewing? Episode 5 opens up at the Kent farm, which has been turned into a full-blown Hollywood movie set. Cameras, trailers, grumpy crew, and the whole package. Ironically, the movie is about a small-town boy who grows up to save the world. Sound familiar? Well, Clark isn't enjoying it, and he's just trying to exist behind the cameras when the lead actress Rachel speeds off in a car and suddenly her brakes fail. Someone cut the cables. Clark saves her life, and suddenly he's the most interesting thing on set. Has to be the fastest I've ever seen anyone fall in love. While all that is going on, Lois is poking around the Luthor-owned land near the dam. Grant tells her to drop it because officially there's nothing there, which in Lois speak basically confirms that there is something there. And then the episode shows us exactly what that something is. We see Lionel Luthor waking up in a cabin near the dam with a metal trap locked onto his hand. He's bleeding, panicking, and very much not in control. A woman named Marilyn is holding him captive, but Lex finds him and manages to break him out. Lionel turns feral in about 2 seconds flat, and let's just say Marilyn won't be sharing her experience with anyone ever. Shockingly, Lex isn't secretly behind this kidnapping, which honestly feels illegal. So if he didn't do it, then who did? Well, we'll get to that shortly because back on the movie set, things are heating up pretty fast. The actress's obsession is getting stronger, and she even tries to kiss Clark when Lana walks in. Awkward. He's taken, ma'am. Leave him alone. Lana, anyway, ignores that and later explains what is going on. An obsessed fan is targeting Rachel, and it's true. During filming, a production assistant named Ben secretly swaps a prop bullet for a real one. Clark x-rays the gun, sees it, and super speeds to stop the shot, saving Rachel yet again. But this time, Ben sees Clark move, and that changes everything. Now, Ben wants to exploit Clark's powers. Everything finally crashes together at Queen Tower. Rachel is there, giving Lana a "you're the love of Clark's life" speech, which, okay, sure. Coming from the same woman who just tried to kiss him? Be for real, ma'am. But before that can go anywhere, Ben shows up, tasers both of them, and tosses Lana off the building. And in his head, he's trying to help Clark embrace his hero calling by killing Lana. Sure, Ben. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Clark jumps in and saves the love of his life, though. Ben ends up at a psychiatric hospital, which is the perfect place for him, if we're being honest. Lex visits, wanting to know what he saw about a man with superpowers. But Ben is now convinced everything was in his head. Oopsie, better luck next time, Lex. But wait, we didn't forget about Marilyn and her little kidnapping business. Only at the very end do we finally get the answer. Marilyn isn't acting alone. She's taking orders, and yeah, it's from Lana. This girl seriously has moves now, but what will be her next? More importantly, is this still the same Lana Lang that Clark fell for? I guess we'll find out. In episode 6, we're finally finding out what the crystal Kara has been crazy about is finally about. And once the memories unlock, everything clicks into place. The crystal isn't just a Kryptonian tech that would explode or whatever. It's a time capsule of Kara's past, and more importantly, Clark's origin. Through Kara's memories, we're taken back to Krypton, where her dad hands her the crystal, telling her to protect it, and then sends her off while the planet explodes. So yeah, now we know why Kara has been going crazy. Then the memories take us to Earth years before Clark ever arrives. Kara secretly follows Lara L., Clark's mom, through the portal to see where her cousin might grow up, and that's where the emotional weight really lands. We see Lara walking through the Kent farm, choosing it not because it's special, but because the people are. This is where Clark's life is decided. And then the crystal drops the bombshell Kara definitely did not sign up for. Turns out her dad isn't the hero she has been worshipping all this time. No, he's actually an obsessive, jealousy-fueled mess who has a full-blown thing for Lara. Kara overhears him admitting he tried to kill his own brother. Yeah, Clark's dad. And somehow that's still not the worst part, because this man then tries to make a move on Lara after she tells him she's pregnant. Sir, please, stand up. But what really breaks Kara is realizing how far he's willing to go. He confesses to having stored Lara's DNA inside a crystal because in his mind, he can't have her. No one can. So when Kara finally confronts him, he doesn't have to apologize or try to explain. Instead, he wipes her memory to protect the perfect hero image she had of him. What an ass. Thankfully, Kara comes back to her senses and finally gives up on the crystal. Episode 7 literally brings wrath to our screens. Remember, Lana has been acting off for a while now. She's angrier and more daring. Now we'll see what she's up to in this episode. And trust me, you're not prepared for it. One afternoon, Lana and Clark are riding horses when a storm starts, and Smallville remembers it hates happiness. Clark gets weakened by kryptonite near the windmill. Lana grabs it to help. Lightning strikes, and suddenly she catches a collapsing windmill. What the? Lana has Clark's powers now? That is the moment everything first shifts. Lana now has Clark's powers, and for the first time, she's not the fragile one in the relationship. At first, it's intoxicating. She runs, she lifts things, she enjoys the balance of finally being equal, until even Chloe feels uncomfortable about it. Lana overhears Chloe complaining to Clark, and then she decides to be even worse. It's almost like, oh, you think you can complain? Wait till you see how much worse I can get. Once Lana tastes power without limits, she stops asking and starts taking. She spies on Lex, breaks into his vault, steals from him, and doesn't even bother pretending she's doing it for the greater good. She even flings poor Lois through a window for trying to talk sense into her. Geez, Lana. Side note, something seems to be brewing between Lois and Grant, and it's looking promising, but we're keeping our fingers crossed for now. Because honestly, I really don't trust Grant. By the time Clark confronts Lana about the power plant, Lana is ready to kill Lex and justify it as something Clark should have done long ago. Their fight ends with Clark forcing the powers back into himself, but the damage is already done. When Lana asks if he still loves her no matter what, Clark's disappointment doesn't let him answer, and that silence lands harder than any punch. Something big has changed here, and no amount of love or nostalgia can reverse it. Are we getting to the end of Clark and Lana's love story? Episode 8 is where rebellion officially becomes the group's hobby, because at this point everyone is actually ignoring common sense and warnings. And before we get into it, we need to circle back to something Zor-El traumatized us with earlier. Remember, he said he kept Lara's DNA inside a crystal. Yeah, this is that crystal. Clark has it, so welcome to the consequences. So it happens that on the Kent farm at night, Clark is busy missing his mom when he hears her voice from the barn. It's the blue crystal calling for help. He is transported to the fortress where Jor-El warns him not to insert the crystal, but Clark disobeys. Strike one. He puts it into the console, and Lara appears, disoriented and mistaking Clark for Jor-El. They hug while a shadowy figure watches them, unseen. Clark brings Lara home. Kara sees her, and for a brief moment it feels like maybe this miracle will work out. Lara, however, immediately clocks that Zor-El's replicant is nearby, and she is very much so not relaxed about it. Clark brushes it off because when has ignoring warnings ever gone wrong for him? Meanwhile, Zor-El proves Kara right by popping up, manipulating everyone and very strategically pushing Clark exactly where he wants him. It starts when Lara gives Clark Jor-El's blue ring, which quietly drains his power. Zor-El planned the whole thing. The crystal, Lara, the ring, all of it was bait. Now Clark is powerless and he can't even take off the ring. Zor-El has control and the end of the world is suddenly on the schedule because Zor-El is sick of all humans. Yay! While all this is going on, Lex is on his own secret mission. trying to stop Grant from dating Lois. Why? Because Grant is actually Julian Luther, his long-dead brother, given up for adoption. You know, I knew there was something off about Grant. Anyway, Grant heeds Lex's warning and tries to break up with Lois, but what a clown. He's head over heels for her. But let's leave that for now and go back to the fortress where it's finally going down. Clark realizes that the only way to stop Zor-El is to destroy the crystal, which also means losing Lara forever. Clark hesitates because, of course, who would want to lose their mom twice? But he makes the call, destroys the crystal, and lets Lara go. Zor-El disappears, but Kara does too, only to wake up stranded elsewhere on Earth with no memory. Jor-El, on the other hand, is not impressed at all. He reminds Clark that the choices like this don't come for free, and as the light floods the fortress, you can feel it. Something has changed again, and Clark is about to pay dearly for it. Episode 9 kicks off at the Daily Planet, where Lois and Grant are secretly sucking face. Lois is trying to be professional for once, saying maybe she shouldn't write a Lex expose while dating her editor, and Grant says Lex asked for her specifically. At the same time, Chloe has been quietly spiraling because Clark has been missing for 2 weeks, and she can't even talk about it with people. Then Lois answers a phone, and she really shouldn't have. And suddenly her entire day is hijacked by a vengeful psycho named Adrian Cross, who calmly explains that Chloe has a bomb on her, and that the only way Lois can save her is to do anything he says. Adrian isn't yelling, he isn't ranting. He's just sad, angry, and dying, which somehow makes it worse. Everything Lois does after that is an autopilot, because she's scared out of her wits, and honestly, she deserves an award for functioning at all. While Lois is being blackmailed, Clark is back with Lana, and suddenly he's very interested in everything she has on Lex. Lana proudly shows him her secret surveillance projects and the leftover alien tech she absolutely did not destroy. And Clark is surprisingly supportive this time. Back at the planet, Chloe ends up trapped in an elevator with Jimmy and a bomb dressed up as a Christmas gift. She finally tells Jimmy the truth about herself because she genuinely thinks this is her time to die. Everything collides when Adrian forces Lois to confront Lex, only for Lex to knock her out, and Adrian reveals the shocking truth. He and Grant are clones. Same memories, same DNA, same childhood that never actually happened. Lex didn't just ruin their lives, he manufactured them. And when Adrian realizes he was the disposable version, Lex kills him without hesitation. Adrian activates the bomb moments before he dies, so, Chloe. Thinking she's going to die, she quickly reconciles with Jimmy, tells him the truth about her powers, and they even kiss. Clark saves Chloe at the last second because of course he does, but we're not prepared for what happens next. After everything settles, after the hugs and relief and emotional cleanup, Clark and Lana share a quiet moment on the farm, and then his face glitches, because it isn't Clark. The real Clark is trapped in the fortress, and whatever is standing in the barn smiling at Lana has been lying to all of us the entire episode. Oh boy. In episode 10, it's the morning at the Kent farm, and Lana wakes up next to Clark, except it's not Clark, it's Bizarro, and she doesn't know that yet. I mean, how will she when he's being all lovey-dovey, talking about flying her to Paris? Then Lana, already in imagination land, opens up the curtains, and boom, sunlight hits him. And his skin starts doing that very not normal stone thing. He panics, dives into the shadows, and rushes her to close the curtains. First red flag of the day, and it's not even breakfast yet. Lana takes him to Isis, her little office where she does her research on Lex and plans revenge. She proudly shows him her latest research about homeless men being found dead, drained of trace metals, and instead of being concerned like a normal person, Bizarro is weirdly focused on fixing himself. You can already tell his priorities are off, and Lana doesn't clock it. Or maybe she does and just doesn't want to admit it. Things get uncomfortable when he goes to see Chloe. He's pushy, aggressive, and he grabs her arm when she doesn't give him an answer fast enough. Chloe immediately knows something's wrong because Clark has never acted like that with her. She goes straight to Lana to gently ask if she's noticed Clark acting strange, and Lana shuts it down hard, basically telling Chloe to move on and stop questioning him. That right there tells you how deep Lana already is. Then the real Clark finally comes back, and he shows up at the farm, very much alive, very much himself, and Lana realizes the man she's been sleeping next to, trusting, and falling for was never Clark at all. And the worst part is her reaction. She doesn't just feel tricked, she feels conflicted, because Bizarro gave her something Clark hasn't in a long time, which is uncomplicated love. That comes to a head at Queen Tower, where Bizarro traps Lana and tries to convince her that what they had was real. And the gut punch is that Lana agrees. She admits she loved him because he loved her freely and understood her. but then she kills him, giving him the blue kryptonite that overloads him. Bizarro dies, telling her he loved her. The episode ends quietly and painfully. First, Lex finally has Grant killed, arranging it as a robbery gone wrong. So sad. And Clark and Lana get into bed that night, but they stay on opposite sides, not touching, not speaking. Whatever they were before is gone. Something broke here, and they may never come back from this one. Episode 11 opens into chaos when Chloe is just trying to work late and is suddenly attacked by a blonde woman in leather, throwing daggers. Her name is Black Canary. She was hired by Lex, who convinces her that the Green Arrow is a dangerous terrorist. So she is targeting him by going after Chloe. Chloe barely escapes by calling the one person we've all missed, Green Arrow. He saves her, but not without it being very clear that someone new and dangerous is hunting him. Cut to the Kent farm the next morning, where Clark and Lana are doing that whole avoiding each other thing. Short answers, awkward eye contact, zero warmth. And hovering over all of it is the truth Clark can't let go of, that Lana lived with Bizarro for over a month without noticing, or maybe noticed and didn't want to admit it. Clark vents to Chloe about it, and this is where the real argument starts to form. From Clark's point of view, Lana fell in love with someone who looked like him, but loved her without fear, secrets, or distance. That hurts because it makes Clark feel like he's been failing her this whole time. But from Lana's side, it's what she keeps trying to say is that Bizarro didn't make her feel judged or held to impossible moral standards. He was present, listened, and was understanding. And to be sincere, that's not nothing. So who's right here? Clark is right to feel betrayed and scared of what that says about their relationship. And Lana is right to be angry that the version of Clark she loved felt more available when it wasn't even Clark. They're both reacting to the same loss, just from opposite sides. While all of this is happening, Lois gets hit with an emotional whiplash. Grant dumped her just days before, and almost immediately Oliver Queen is back in town. Their chemistry is still there, but so is the problem. When the Black Canary comes back for him, Lois realizes he's Green Arrow and that loving him means always coming second to the mission. And she has already lived her whole life feeling abandoned by duty. She can't do it again, even if she wants to. Meanwhile, Lex is doing what Lex does best, weaponizing people. Remember, I mentioned that he hired the dagger-throwing blonde to bring him Green Arrow. It all explodes into one big confrontation where Clark saves Oliver, Lex gets stabbed, yet nothing feels resolved. By the end, Lana decides to step back and move to Chloe's, and Clark admits the most honest thing he's said in a while. He doesn't know if they'll end up together. In the end, everybody just walks away carrying a little more doubt than before. Wow. Episode 12 starts in Detroit in the rain, as Lois and Lex run through the storm and track Kara with a GPS. They end up at this fenced-off junkyard where a psycho guy called Finley is holding Kara. Guns come out, tempers flare, and in the most chaotic standoff imaginable, Lex and Finley shoot each other. Lex goes down with a bullet right between the eyes, which is one of those moments where you pause and go, wait, did they just kill Lex Luthor? We then cut to the hospital where Clark and Chloe meet Lionel, who's somehow calm in a deeply unsettling way. Lex might never wake up. Kara and Lois are still missing, and the only solid lead is Lois's phone, which now contains photographic proof that Lex and Kara are way more entangled than anyone realized. Chloe immediately suggests the nuclear option, which is using her healing powers to wake Lex up long enough to talk, and Clark shuts it down fast because he's not ready to risk Chloe permanently dying for Lex Luthor of all people. Enter Lana, who reminds everyone that Luthor Corp once built a device that lets you crawl around inside someone's mind. Yes, 3 interrogators died using it, but it feels like a footnote to her. Clark decides that if anyone is going into Lex's head, it's going to be him. Inside Lex's mind, things get dark pretty fast. Clark wanders through this shadowy metal hallway and meets a small boy named Alexander, who turns out to be the good part of Lex that never really stood a chance. Alexander calls Clark Lex's best friend, which is honestly devastating. And he explains that Lex thinks Clark is the reason he's losing his edge. From there, Clark is dragged through Lex's greatest hits of trauma, Lionel throwing him around as a child, Lillian stepping in only to be maltreated too, and then a softer memory where Lex gives Kara a necklace and she calls him a humanitarian, which somehow hurts more than the violence. So Lex has known Kara's whereabouts all this while, well, before a jealous Finley kidnapped her. Then Lex's mind decides to get cruel. Lex forces Clark to watch a memory of himself having sex with Lana. where she promises she'll love him forever. And if you were wondering whether Clark needed more emotional damage, the answer was apparently yes. Clark bolts, finds Alexander again, and finally pieces together where Kara is being held. But he can't just leave. Lex is literally choking Alexander, crushing the last good part of himself, and at the same time, his body flatlines in the real world. If Lex dies, Clark dies too. So Chloe does the thing Clark was terrified of and uses her healing power on Lex, knowing full well she might not come back. Clark saves Alexander, runs for the red door back to the reality, and wakes up to find Chloe unconscious. She was dead for 18 hours. 18 hours.
But you can never do it again.
Clark, I have the power to save people's lives. Now, obviously, I am the last person who thought she would drag Lex back from the clutches of death, but it was my decision to make.
Damn. Clark races back to Detroit, saves Lois and Kara in the nick of time, and Lex wakes up with no memory of what really happened. And just when you think that's the end of it, Lex goes to Kara and gently convinces her that more treatment will help her recover her memories and learn the truth about her life. Which sounds nice, except it's Lex saying it, so you know it's going to end badly. Episode 13 takes us to a One Republic concert, which already feels like a time capsule, where we see Pete. Remember him? He's looking for some gum to eat. The DJ directs him to the back room where he finds some random gums. And Kara, who still hasn't recovered her memories by the way, and Jimmy are also having fun at the concert. Looks like a normal day for once, right? Definitely not. Chaos soon breaks out and scaffolding comes crashing down towards Kara. Before anyone can panic properly, Pete appears out of nowhere with arms that stretch halfway across the venue and yanks her out of danger. Yeah, he's elastic. Anyway, Jimmy, doing what Jimmy does best, snaps a photo. Kara, meanwhile, is starting to ask the right questions, specifically why she doesn't seem to exist on paper. Lex feeds her just enough truth-adjacent information to be dangerous, pointing out that her bracelet design matches symbols popping up around town and heavily implying that whatever Clark is hiding is connected. At the same time, Pete finally fills Clark in on how he got his powers, which turns out to be kryptonite-laced gum from a factory back in the day. Clark immediately goes into protective mode, worried the exposure is going to mess Pete up long term, but Pete is not here for Clark's concern tour. He basically tells Clark that if he tries to stop him from being a hero, he'll blow Clark's secret wide open. Jimmy shows the concert photo to Chloe, who instantly recognizes Pete, and Pete decides this is his moment. He wants to be interviewed, to be seen, and to change how meteor-infected people are viewed. Chloe uploads the photo, only to realize Lex is watching her files like a hawk. Kara snoops through Clark's truck and gets caught by Lana, who bluntly tells her not to trust anything Lex says, which of course makes Kara trust Lex even more. Pete, desperate to make a difference, goes to work for Lex, who sends him to steal Kara's bracelet from Lionel's office. Clark, however, catches him on his way out. Their confrontation ends with Pete using meteor rock to take Clark down, which really says everything about how far his friendship has fallen. Pete then meets Lex at the gum factory, gets a little too confident, and ends up beaten by Lex's thug.
Where is it?
I don't have it. I already told you I don't have it.
Clark shows up just in time, takes out the thug, and knocks Lex unconscious. Good for him. After all of that, Pete finally cracks. He apologizes to Clark and admits that much of this wasn't about being a hero. It was about jealousy and feeling left behind. He thanks Chloe, awkwardly acknowledges that Lex told him about her power, and then quietly leaves town again, leaving behind a lot of emotional debris. On the brighter side, though, Jimmy asks Chloe out for coffee, clearly testing the waters for something more, and she says yes. Finally, a win! Meanwhile, Kara makes a choice that is obviously the worst one available and asks Lex if she can stay at the mansion because she no longer trusts Clark and Lana. And now we're wondering how trusting Lex keeps being the reoccurring mistake everyone insists on making. In episode 14, we finally find out that Clark has never been just some random farm boy who happened to land in Smallville. People have been watching him since day one, and that secret is exposed here. We open with Clark getting kidnapped right off of the Kent farm, which actually already tells you this isn't a meteor freak of the week situation. Someone knows exactly how to neutralize him, how to cage and hurt him with kryptonite without killing him immediately. And the scary part is that this setup did not come out of nowhere. Enter Patricia Swan. Her father, alongside Lionel, Luther, and a few other powerful families, formed a secret group called Veritas years ago. Their obsession was the Traveler, a being who arrived during the meteor shower and was supposed to decide the fate of the world. Yes, that Traveler is Clark, and everyone knows Clark just didn't. Patricia accuses Lionel of wiping out the other Veritas families to keep control of the secret, and Lionel never actually denies it. Typical, isn't it? Anyway, Patricia wants to continue where her dad left off, so she wants the Traveler now, but Lex threatens her instead. But wait, Patricia isn't the one behind Clark's kidnapping. Lionel is. We're all asking the same question. Why? In Lionel's head, he's not abducting a grown man and locking him in a kryptonite cage. He's protecting the Traveler. Lionel has known for years that Clark is the special meteor baby Veritas was obsessed with. And instead of, explaining that like a normal human being, he builds a torture bunker because of his silly foresight. The cage is Lionel's idea of love. Violate Clark's free will now so that the world can't go after him later. And somehow he is shocked that Clark doesn't appreciate the gesture. Anyway, Chloe and Lana eventually realize that if Clark is going to survive, Kara has to get her powers and memories back.
We need Kara.
Chloe, Kara can't help if she doesn't have her powers back.
Even if that means putting her in danger, aka taking her to the fortress. Jor-El, surprisingly, is cooperative. When Kara is restored, everything finally snaps into place. But there's one teeny tiny problem. Lionel's head of operations decides it's time to take his job extra seriously, especially when Lionel starts to talk about setting Clark free. He believes Clark isn't human and deserves to be killed, so he goes on a coup d'etat situation that he will so regret. Just when our overzealous head of operations amps up the kryptonite to fry Clark, Kara storms in, saves Clark, and proves that yes, the Traveler is real, and yes, people have been trying to control him for years. Lionel kills his head of operations to protect him, which is disturbing, not just because it's violent, but because Lionel genuinely believes this makes him redeemed. The episode ends with two gut punches. First, Clark realizes that the adults who shaped his life were never protecting him out of love, they were guarding an asset. And second, Patricia is murdered before she can fully expose the truth. So right out of the gate in episode 15, we see Brainiac show up and make one thing painfully clear. He has switched targets. He's done chasing Clark around Smallville, and what he wants now is Kara, and more specifically, that bracelet that ties her back to Krypton. Clark manages to scare him off in the moment, but it's very obvious that it isn't over yet. In case you've forgotten, Brainiac, by the way, is basically a Kryptonian supercomputer with a god complex, who has been manipulating everyone since Season 5, pretending to help Clark while secretly trying to control Krypton's future and destroy Earth. Meanwhile, Lex starts putting pieces together that were never meant to fit.
But ever since I was shot in Detroit, I keep having flashes of things that I'd forgotten.
He remembers overhearing the Veritas founders as a kid talking about the Traveler and about controlling him with a key if he proved to be a threat. An actual key. And suddenly Lex's lifelong obsession with Clark doesn't feel random anymore. He didn't stumble into the story, he was raised inside of it. We all know what happens when Lex gets his hand on the key, don't we? And then the episode takes a hard left into devastating terror. Because Brainiac doesn't come back swinging at Clark, that would be way too easy. Instead, he goes after Lana, which is frankly the cruelest option on the table. And the worst part is, Lana isn't unconscious or possessed in a way that lets her escape the pain. She's aware the entire time, and she feels everything. She just can't fight it. So now Brainiac uses Lana like a delivery system, writing Kryptonian symbols she doesn't understand and passing along threats she doesn't want to make, all while Clark watches her suffer and remains completely powerless to stop it. Brainiac knows exactly what he's doing here, and he tells him the only way to save Lana is for Kara to come with him. Everyone knows it's a trap. Clark knows it, Kara knows it, and Kara still goes. They vanish into space, and just like that, Kara is gone. What's left behind is the fallout. Lana survives, technically, but she's not really there anymore. She's physically there, but mentally shattered. And all she says is,
"You're too late, Kara."
Devastated, Clark closes her eyes and cries because this time, he has lost. Episode 16 opens with Lex finally snapping. He confronts Lionel about the Traveler, but this time things are different. Lex is furious because he has pieced it together now. Lionel brought him to Smallville on purpose, raised him around Clark on purpose, and lied to his face for decades. Lionel doesn't even deny it. He admits that he's been trying to protect Clark, not Lex, and before that sentence can fully land, Lex does the unthinkable and takes the key from his father's neck before pushing him out of a window. And just like that, Lionel Luthor is dead. Wow. Naturally, Lex immediately starts unraveling. He keeps seeing his younger self, the version of him that still had a conscience. and that kid is not letting this go. Everywhere Lex turns, he gets accused by his own guilt. Meanwhile, Clark senses that something is wrong and starts retracing Lionel's final moves, which leads him to Lionel's office and a recorded message meant just for him. Lionel admits he can no longer protect Clark and warns him that Lex has the knowledge to control him.
These keys used together unlock the secret of controlling you.
While Clark is processing that gut punch, Chloe discovers proof that Lionel didn't jump. Lex pushed him. The moment Lex realizes Chloe has the key that Lionel hid, he fires her on the spot. Things spiral pretty quickly from there, with Lois and Jimmy almost dying because they're standing too close to the truth and Clark having to save them at the last second. In the end, Lionel is in the ground. Lex gets rid of his good side, but still doesn't know Clark's true identity. And Clark, on the other hand, realizes every father figure he's ever had is gone. There's no way back from this now. In episode 17, we have Clark and Chloe running on fumes and panicking at Icy's. Lana is still unwell, Kara is missing, and Clark is laser focused on fixing this. He pushes Chloe to do something extreme, which for them means hacking satellites and poking places they really shouldn't. Chloe hesitates because she knows that once they cross that line, they're breaking federal laws. Clark doesn't care though. If it saves Lana, the rules are irrelevant. While all this is happening, Jimmy is quietly unraveling. He keeps being shut out, lied to, and treated like the normal guy who couldn't understand. And it finally catches up to him. He gets pressured into spying on Chloe, but he wasn't even trying to be evil about it. He does it out of pure insecurity. He wants to know what she's hiding and whether Clark will always come first. The big turning point comes when Clark goes back to the fortress. Jor-El finally gives him something tangible. Kara didn't just disappear. She went to Krypton, and Brainiac followed her there with one terrifying goal: to change history by killing Kal-El as a baby.
She must have met the version of me on Krypton 20 years ago.
Clark, if you really are in trouble on Krypton, you better find a way to get there soon, or...
Will have never existed.
Suddenly, everything clicks. This isn't just about Lana anymore. This is about Clark's entire existence. By the end of the episode, Chloe and Jimmy are forced to confront the mess between them. She admits that she's been lying. Not because she wants to, but because this world keeps demanding pieces of her she doesn't know how to share. Jimmy chooses to stay anyway, even knowing it's dangerous. Meanwhile, Lex has located the box and opened it. At first, it looks empty, but then he finds a cryptograph. A guard tries strangling him, knowing he's not one of the authorized members of Veritas who should have access, but Lex escapes. Now he has everything to control the Traveler if he ever finds out who it is. Episode 18 opens with Clark reading Swan's journal, already deep in his feelings because Kara sent a message from Krypton saying Brainiac's closing in. Chloe tells him very calmly but very firmly that this is it.
I'm not letting you off that easy. You're going back to Krypton now, before it's too late.
Clark, in full self-loathing mode, says the world would honestly be safer without him in it. Chloe does not entertain that nonsense for 1 second. She presses the key into his hand, light explodes everywhere, and Clark is gone. Then things get weird. Clark wakes up in Smallville, except it's not his Smallville. A kid walks up and introduces himself as Clark Kent, which is already unsettling. Chloe doesn't know him, she's engaged. Jimmy barely recognizes him, and Lana moved on. Got married, had kids, and looks genuinely happy. That one hurts. And just when Clark is trying to process this nightmare, he learns Lex is President of the United States. Of course he is. Kara is now working for the government, arresting people, and when Clark finally confronts her, she doesn't recognize him as family. She attacks him instead. What's the whole point of this? Well, let's get into it. Lex's role in this episode is the endgame of everything Clark has been trying to stop him from doing since season 1. In this alternate reality, Lex as president isn't random or symbolic fluff. It shows what Lex becomes when Clark removes himself from the world. With no Clark as a moral counterweight, Lex rises unchecked, using fear to rule. He's even staging a fake nuclear crisis, positioning himself as the only man who can save the country, while secretly letting Brainiac run the show. Clark has figured everything out and convinces Kara to let him see Lex, but Lex shoots Clark with kryptonite bullets.
The future is yours, Mr. President.
Brainiac launches America's nuclear arsenal, and Clark dies. Except he wakes up in blue light. Jor-El tells him that this world was the result of Clark giving up. This is what happens when he chooses not to be a hero. Clark finally gets it. So we cut to Krypton. Brainiac is seconds away from killing baby Kal-El. Kara stabs him from behind, and Clark sends himself off in the ship just as the planet explodes. So now Clark knows he was never the problem. Walking away was. But now there's another problem. Kara is fetching milk when she suddenly collapses. Something has definitely possessed her. By episode 19, Lex's obsession has grown into something ugly. He finally cracks the Veritas cryptograph and immediately gets attacked by someone carving Kryptonian symbols into his chest. Those symbols turn out to mean Traveler and Savior, which tells us everything about how Lex sees this whole situation. Clark is either humanity's miracle or the biggest threat. But the man attacking him isn't random. He was sent by Edward Teague, the last Veritas member alive. And the symbols carved into Lex's chest are a warning because Lex is getting too close. And Veritas was never meant to control the Traveler, only to protect the secret. Of course, this does the exact opposite of what it's supposed to do. Instead of backing off, Lex takes it personally and becomes even more determined to prove that Destiny picked the wrong man. Clark and Chloe put the pieces together and realize that the Veritas clues point to one place, a so-called sanctuary. That leads Clark straight to Edward Teague, the last surviving member of Veritas. Teague drops the big truth bomb. Veritas was created to worship the Traveler and protect him by all means. It was created because powerful men believed Clark was the savior of the world.
I didn't ask to be worshipped. Putting me on a pedestal, that was something Veritas did, not me.
But then things take a very dark turn. Teague physically weakens Clark on purpose, placing him in liquid kryptonite and performing a kind of ancient ritual on him because, in Teague's view, Clark isn't living up to what Veritas claimed the Traveler would be. Teague believes that if Clark won't step into his destiny, then he shouldn't be allowed to exist as a threat or a pawn. So he weakens Clark and even craves Kryptonian symbols into his chest as part of a ritual. Teague fears that Clark might fall into the wrong hands, especially Lex's, and be used for control instead of fulfilling his greater purpose. Chloe eventually arrives and frees Clark by washing away the kryptonite. And Lex, of course, shows up right on time and proves Teague's point. He solves the final puzzle and finds the device hidden in his own mansion and activates it. The device doesn't control Clark directly, but it does point to something massive buried in the place called the Arctic. Everything finally scatters in episode 20. Remember when Kara suddenly fainted at the end of episode 18? Yeah, we're finally seeing why. Because Kara suddenly turns violent, kills Teague after demanding to know where the device to control Clark is, and starts killing like she's on a mission to save humanity from Clark. That's when it clicks that this isn't Kara. Brainiac has taken over her completely. Lex now has the Veritas device, but there's a problem he didn't expect. It won't work for him. It's designed so only that the Traveler can fully activate it. And instead of backing off like a normal person, Lex doubles down. Kara, however, finds him and says she wants them to work together to destroy the Traveler. She even reveals who he is.
Who is it?
Don't you already know?
Brainiac, still wearing Kara's face, makes his move. He tries, though he fails, to eliminate Chloe and manipulate Clark, tying up every loose end before the final act. Clark manages to stop him, but the damage is already done. Kara is still lost, and when Clark goes back to see Lana, hoping she has recovered, he sees an empty bed and a goodbye message. Lana believes she's holding him back from saving the world, and so chooses to leave instead. Chloe, however, gets taken away mid-proposal by the government, because she'd been hacking and digging into highly classified systems to track Brainiac and help Clark, which made her look like a threat. She's out of reach when Clark needs her the most. Sad. Which brings us back to the Arctic. Lex reaches the fortress first and activates the device, triggering a catastrophic reaction. Clark arrives just in time, and for once Lex drops the villain monologue and tells the truth. He really did love Clark like a brother, but love, mixed with envy and fear, curdled into something dangerous. The fortress and everything else falls apart. The first episode of Season 8 starts 4 weeks after the fortress collapses. The Arctic is dead quiet, and suddenly the Justice League, that is Oliver's team, shows up looking stressed and cold. Green Arrow, Black Canary, and Aquaman are tearing through a camp Lex's people clearly set up to look for their boss. They're also looking for Clark because Clark vanished when the fortress went down and nobody knows if he even made it out alive. After all that searching, all they find is his jacket. Damn. While that's happening, we see Chloe being locked up in Black Creek, Montana, and at first it looks like the government is really doing what they should, keeping her safe and maintaining her basic human rights. Except no, it would almost make too much sense. Instead, she's being tested by this guy named Ray. He keeps pushing Chloe to solve things faster and faster, and then she realizes this is not a government black site, this is Luthor Corp. Chloe is not a prisoner, she is a tool. And worse, she's being used to help trap people she actually cares about. Aquaman and Black Canary end up getting caught because Chloe is being manipulated into handing over their locations. And just when the episode has you worried about everyone else, we finally see Clark. He is alive, yes, but that is about where the good news ends. He's stuck in a Russian labor camp, exhausted, beaten down, and completely powerless. The fortress collapsing did not just knock him out, it stripped him of everything that made him Clark Kent, the superhero. This is not the Clark who can punch through walls, this is just a guy trying to survive. Oliver shows up undercover to pull him out, explains what happened, and suddenly Clark realizes the world did not stop spinning just because he disappeared. Chloe is in danger, the League is being picked off, and hiding is no longer an option. They rush to Montana to save Chloe, but Ray has already crossed the line from manipulation to brute force. He injects Chloe with a serum made from her mother's DNA, which is both disturbing and very LuthorCorp, and it completely hijacks her free will. When Oliver tries to step in, Ray does the same thing to him, and that is when things spiral fast. That is when Martian Manhunter shows up, because the show loves dramatic entrances, and he does the one thing nobody else can. He takes Clark into the sun, and it restores Clark's powers completely. But the price is that Martian Manhunter loses his own abilities forever in the process. When Clark wakes up, he starts understanding that pretending to live a small life is not protecting anyone. It's just delaying the inevitable. When all of this is happening, Tess Mercer is quietly moving pieces on the board. She's running LuthorCorp now, asking too many questions and poking around places she absolutely should not be in. And that is how she finds the Crystal of Knowledge glowing in a briefcase. So Lex may be gone, but his shadow is still very much here. In episode 2, Clark is starting his new job at the Daily Planet. He will be Lois's new reporting partner, but the poor boy cannot even have a normal first day at work. He steps into the Daily Planet in the most ridiculous checkered shirt and washed out jeans. Lois immediately jumps in to help, which somehow leads to him changing in a phone booth, but just as he finishes, a bus explodes outside. Clark vanishes into the smoke and saves people. One of the people he pulls is Tess Mercer, who thanks him, mentions that Lex used to talk about his obsession with saving people, and lets Clark know that she will be watching him. While Clark is trying to process the fact that Lex's replacement is already suspicious of him, Chloe meets Bet, one of the bus survivors, who seems sweet and shaken. She also runs into Davis, the calm, oddly charming paramedic who helps clean up the mess, and the vibe between them is noticeable. Nothing happens, but something about their interaction makes you pause for a second, especially since Chloe is very much engaged to Jimmy. Anyway, Clark quickly realizes that the explosion was not an accident, and when Bet leads him to another kid named Tommy, things go sideways fast. Tommy tries to run, Bet's eyes light up and barrels explode, and Tommy dies. Then she immediately pretends it was his fault. As in, the boy was crazy and couldn't control his powers, so he killed himself by mistake. Something isn't right. Lois doing actual journalism for once proves there was no meteor rock in Tommy at all, which exposes the truth. Bet caused everything. She admits she spent 3 years being experimented on in Black Creek, and now she's done being the victim. When she turns on Chloe, Clark steps in, stops the blast, and does his usual "you are not a monster" speech. It almost works. Bet is arrested, and just when you think this is the end, Tess hijacks the transport and offers her a place on some secret team. Because yeah, replacing Lex means inheriting his hobbies too. So yeah, even without Lex, nothing has really changed. The threats are just better dressed now. In episode 3, Oliver collapses at a fancy charity event after sipping poisoned champagne, and
I have 12 hours to live.
He has about 12 hours left to live. Everyone is panicking and Clark and Chloe rush him to Icy's, where Davis helps keep him stable. The problem is no one knows what the problem is, but they know that treating it the normal way would actually make it worse. Great. While Oliver is burning up, his brain decides to take us on a trip. He starts hallucinating about being stranded on an island years ago, hunting and trying to survive. Fun fact, if you're ever wondering how Oliver came to be the Green Arrow, the archer with the greatest aim ever, here you have it. Because Oliver fights to survive in the woods and learns how to shoot. Anyway, back to our story. Oliver meets a much younger Tess Mercer on the island. This is not a random nostalgia. That island memory is the key. Tess saves him back then by stopping him from using adrenaline after he was poisoned by a rare plant. The same one that poisoned him now. Back in the present, Chloe connects the dots using her newly upgraded brain and traces the toxin to a LuthorCorp lab. Now, Clark has to ask Tess for help, and surprisingly, she does help. Then Clark does what Clark always does and runs halfway across the planet to grab the antidote before Oliver flatlines. It works and Oliver survives. Everyone breathes again. Well, for about 10 seconds. Because then Oliver finds out the crazy truth that Lionel Luthor killed his parents over Veritas matters, and Clark knew. The guy who preaches honesty and trust to everyone. Will Oliver ever come back from this? Episode 4 starts with Tess letting a scientist poke around Clark's crystal at the mansion, but she regrets it almost immediately. He flips a generator and the crystal fires a giant blue signal into space. At this point, you already know what this means. If you play with danger, don't be surprised when it starts playing back. And it does. And now we're meeting Queen Maxima, a beautiful Kryptonian who lands on Earth convinced her Kryptonian soulmate is waiting for her there. Her first move is to kiss a random businessman who lies about being Kryptonian. Uh-oh. The kiss floods his body with alien hormones, and he drops dead with a nosebleed.
You're dying because you're not the one I came for, but I will find him.
So yeah, within 5 minutes, she's already committed manslaughter with eviction. Meanwhile, Clark is having his first official day at the Daily Planet, thinking he'd actually get to report normal stuff for once. You know, maybe the mayor was caught embezzling, or maybe his mistress is his wife's sister. But no. What Lois brings is an unhinged report of a stockbroker that died under very suspicious circumstances. Apparently, the man's hormones were so aggressively high that his own body said, "Enough," and shut everything down. Chloe connects the dots and figures out Maxima. Her kiss is designed for one specific partner, and anyone else literally cannot handle it. Translation, Clark is the target, and every other man is disposable. Maxima tracks him down to the Ace of Clubs, but not before almost killing Jimmy, who unfortunately looks just Kryptonian enough in bad lighting. Clark saves him, Maxima sees Clark move at super speed, and that is it. Soulmate confirmed. She follows him to work, corners him in an elevator, and they kiss like the world is ending. Lois walks in at exactly the wrong moment and kinda crashes out in jealousy. Clark suddenly regains his senses and runs after Lois. When Maxima realizes Lois is competition, she snaps. She throws Lois's car in a tantrum until Clark finally shuts it down by activating Maxima's bracelet and sending her back to her planet. Whew, problem solved. Or is it? At the end of the episode, Tess reveals the crystal has been stolen, and whoever took it left behind a message signed with a red X. Yeah, something darker just joined the party. Episode 5 starts with Chloe and Jimmy's engagement party, which should be the most beautiful celebration ever, but this is Smallville, so of course it goes sideways. Lois gets a little too drunk and gives a terrible toast that calls soulmates a scam, which is wild considering the room she is standing in. Clark jumps in to help with a genuinely sweet speech. Everyone is happy. The night winds down, and then boom, literally. Chloe and Jimmy step outside and get abducted by a masked lunatic. Talk about bad timing. The next morning somehow gets even more awkward. Lois wakes up hungover at the Kent farm wearing Clark's jersey and immediately panics, asking if they slept together. Clark is horrified. Lois is mortified, and the answer is no. But the vibes are already ruined because they can't even stand the thought of it. Once they realize Chloe and Jimmy are missing, the awkwardness gets shoved aside and it is detective time. Their investigation leads them to a jewelry store, and to maintain their cover, they pretend to be an engaged couple. This alone is already too much, but then Oliver sees them and immediately assumes something is going on, which forces them to commit even harder to the lie. Clark is stiff, Lois is doing way too much, but neither of them is okay. We then meet the kidnapper, who is not just evil, but also deeply unwell. He's a jeweler who kidnaps engaged couples and straps them to a lie detector chair to prove their love.
Have you ever cheated on your fiancée before?
Because his wife cheated and instead of therapy, he chose crime. When he tests Chloe, she passes easily. Lois is not so lucky. When she gets strapped in and asked if she loves Clark, she says yes, and the machine confirms it. Clark hears it and immediately assumes she must be lying, because that is easier than accepting much has happened. When it's his turn, he cannot answer at all. He doesn't say yes, he doesn't say no, he just freezes, rips the kryptonite off the guy, and knocks him out instead. At the end, Lois tries to explain herself, clearly embarrassed, but Clark lets her off the hook by saying she's just a good liar, or maybe he's just being purposefully ignorant. Let's just hope Clark doesn't mess this one up. Episode 6 opens with Chloe running a support group at Icy's for meteor-infected teens. She's trying to help people instead of locking them up or exposing them. One of the girls leaves early, hears something strange outside, and then gets dragged off by something moving way too fast. So yeah, we were right to think something dark just joined that party. Let's go to Clark at the Daily Planet pretending to work when he hears about a certain attacks around the city. He rushes to save them all, but the highlight is the attack at the Ace of Clubs. He rushes over and finds a familiar face at the center of the chaos. It is Davis. He is covered in blood, surrounded by injured people, and he genuinely has no idea how he got there. That alone is already a huge red flag. As bodies start piling up, Clark and Chloe end up on opposite sides of the same problem. Clark wants the list of everyone Chloe is helping at Icy's so she can stop the killer.
Chloe, I need your help.
Doing what? Randomly pointing fingers?
Chloe refuses because she promised these people safety, and she means it. Meanwhile, Davis starts spiraling. He checks himself medically and realizes something terrifying. He's not injured at all, but he is covered in victim's blood. He goes to Chloe and confesses he thinks he might be the killer because he has been blacking out. Chloe believes him when he says he does not remember hurting anyone, and she chooses to protect him, even when Clark brings evidence against Davis. Then the truth finally surfaces. A smoky, super-fast creature attacks Davis. Clark stops it, and it turns out to be Randy, another meteor-infected kid who admits to the murders. Case closed. Or so we think. As if it would be that easy. As Davis gets into his ambulance, the camera lingers on an onyx crucifix hanging from his mirror. It belongs to a murdered nun. What if Clark stopped the wrong monster? By episode 7, the city is already talking about this mystery hero. Finally, because have they been blind this whole time? Jimmy and Lois are even talking about him when Clark saves Lois from getting robbed. And Jimmy's camera catches a red and blue blur. That is all it takes for Clark Kent's alias to come alive. Jimmy wants to run the photo. Tess wants it on the front page, and Clark is spiraling. But then Chloe flips the situation on his head. Instead of hiding, she suggests creating an alias. The photo does not prove it is Clark Kent. It just proves the hero exists. So they lean into that.
It's not like anyone's gonna be able to tell it's you, Clark. You're practically just a smudge on the lens.
But it is me.
Jimmy almost figures it out anyway after visiting the farm, but Oliver steps in, throws on red and blue, and stages a rescue to sell the lie. The city buys it instantly. Headlines roll out, Lois is obsessed, and Clark officially has a public hero persona, even if he will never admit it. But while Clark is moving towards the light, Chloe is doing the opposite. She visits a man named Sebastian in the hospital, removes her gloves, overloads his mind with brainiac knowledge, and kills him. What the hell is Chloe turning into? Episode 8 doesn't start easy. Lois shows up at Clark's door announcing that she's moving back in, and then a mysterious package arrives with the crystal of knowledge inside. The house shakes, everything glitches, and boom, Clark and Lois are sucked into the phantom zone. Tess's hound dog instincts immediately notices the energy surge and shows up breathing down Chloe's neck. She knows Clark is involved, and she's done pretending otherwise. Chloe struggles to cover for him, but at least she manages to calm Tess down. Inside the Phantom Zone, Lois is panicking. Clark is trying to be calm, and then they run into Kara. Turns out Kara willingly trapped herself there, holding the door shut so the worst Kryptonian phantoms could not escape to Earth. That alone tells Clark how bad things are getting. Kara opens a way out for Lois, but one phantom slips through with her and possesses her. And things only get crazier from here. The Phantom goes straight to the hospital to Davis. She is Feora, Zod's wife, and Davis is her son.
You don't recognize me, but you are the spitting image of your father.
But the problem is, she tells him he's growing into something that'll destroy this planet. When Davis refuses to believe her, she stabs him and leaves him to die. Is it just me, or are aliens just generally not good at family? Clark and Kara make it back just in time to clean up the mess. Feora is ripped out of Lois and sent back to the Phantom Zone. Lois survives, shaken, but alive, and without any Phantom Zone memories. Kara says goodbye again and leaves Earth because staying only makes things worse. Davis, though, heals. Completely. He tries to kill himself afterward, and the knife snaps like it hit steel. It's not looking good. Episode 9 starts off cute. Jimmy brings Chloe breakfast in bed, and they talk about their wedding plans. Life is normal. Love is alive. But just then, Chloe's reality glitches. Objects start to disappear, she forgets things, and suddenly she cannot even remember Jimmy's face anymore. Brainiac is apparently not just visiting her mind anymore. He's redecorating. Clark sees the damage, and it is bad. Chloe has turned Icy's into a reminder museum. Sticky notes everywhere just to remember who she is and why Clark keeps showing up looking stressed. Names like Kal-El and Krypton mean nothing to her, but one word keeps coming back: Doom. How subtle. They somehow build a brand new fortress and seek its help. Jor-El confirms the worst news imaginable. Brainiac can be removed, but Chloe will have to permanently forget anything about aliens or Krypton or Clark. Clark looks at her, and of course he goes for the best option for her. It's better for her to forget him than lose her entire life, and loved ones completely. He asks Jor-El to save her and erase him from the equation. It works. Chloe wakes up fine and she remembers her life, but not Clark's secret. Congratulations! Clark just saved the world and lost his best friend in the same afternoon. And when Clark is quietly dying inside, Davis steps in and kisses Chloe, confessing his feelings for her. Meanwhile, Brainiac pops up again at the fortress just to remind everyone that he's not done and announces that Doomsday is coming. Episode 10 starts by doing the most disrespectful thing possible. It lets us believe, just for a second, that Chloe and Jimmy are about to get a happy ending. The barn looks perfect, everyone is smiling, Clark walks Chloe down the stairs, and they have the most beautiful ceremony. For 1 whole minute, we have peace. And then right as the cake comes out, the barn literally explodes from the inside. Not again. Something massive crashes in. People are thrown around, and before anyone can even process what's happening, Doomsday is standing there. Clark rushes him, but gets launched into a loft, thanks to a nice surprise dose of kryptonite. Jimmy bravely tries to protect his wife and pays for it instantly when Doomsday tears into him. Chloe screams, passes out, and Doomsday takes her and vanishes. Then the episode rewinds 8 hours just to rub it in. Earlier that day, everyone is stressed but happy. Lois is decorating the barn, Jimmy is trying to matchmake, Oliver pulls Clark aside to say he's convinced Lex is still alive and wants to track him, which somehow leads Oliver all the way to Cuba.
Goodbye, Lex.
Where the real jump scare happens. He sees Lana alive and well. Lana follows Oliver back to the wedding, and the second she walks in, the entire mood sours. Clark and Lois are mid-slow dance, leaning in for a long-desired kiss, and then Chloe sees Lana, and everything screeches to a halt. Lois immediately decides she's done trying to compete with Clark's unresolved past. And then we're back to the nightmare at the reception. Chloe wakes up at the fortress with her eyes turning silver, which is the universal sign that Brainiac is taking over again. Meanwhile, we cut to someone calmly watching the wedding footage on a screen. It is Lex. He's alive. Are you surprised? Episode 11, titled Legion, opens right after a wedding disaster, so Clark is already emotionally wrecked. But then it gets worse. A man called the Persuader shows up swinging a glowing axe to attack Clark, but before Clark can get flattened, 3 strangers step in to save him. These are Rock, Irma, and Goth. Superheroes from the 31st century known as the Legion of Superheroes. Oh yeah, the future just dropped by. They explain that the Persuader stole one of their fight rings to travel back in time, but the strangest thing was that he was not actually trying to kill Clark. He was just trying to make sure Brainiac survives. So that means everything that is happening right now is important enough to affect the future. At the fortress, the truth finally comes out. Chloe is not Chloe. Brainiac is fully in control, using her body while calmly explaining that Davis is Doomsday, the ultimate destroyer, and Earth is on a countdown.
After I've drained this planet of all the human information, Doomsday will annihilate what's left.
The Legion drops another bombshell by saying Chloe Sullivan does not exist in the future history books at all. Their conclusion is that she must die, stopping Brainiac. Clark totally refuses. The final fight turns into a race to save Chloe without killing her. Brainiac tries to absorb the world's knowledge at the Daily Planet, but Clark, the Legion, and Chloe herself fight back. They successfully extract Brainiac from her body as a black metallic sphere, restoring Chloe completely, memories and all. The Legion takes Brainiac with them to reprogram him into a future version called Brainiac 5, hoping he turns out better. And just when things start to look better, Davis fully transforms into Doomsday. Episode 12 starts with J'onn J'onzz, aka Ex-Martian Manhunter, doing his new job of catching criminals, until someone unloads bullets into his car and wounds him. Clark confirms what we already suspected, and that is that this is not a random attack. The more Chloe investigates, the uglier it gets. John is investigating his own precinct, and the bullet that hit him conveniently disappeared from evidence. That means the shooter is a cop. So Clark surprises us and goes undercover as a police officer. His partner is Dan Turpin, a tough, cynical cop who hates vigilantes but still believes in doing the right thing. This is where the episode gets interesting. Clark saves Dan's life in the field, and suddenly Dan thinks maybe the red-blue blur is not the problem. At the same time, we meet the real villain, a corrupt cop named Talbert, who has been silencing anyone who threatens to expose him. While all of this is happening, we find out that Lex has been alive and watching through Tess's eyes the entire time, which explains a lot, and also somehow makes everything worse. But good news, Tess is also sick of Lex's games and finally wants to get rid of him. And finally, Clark and Lana kiss and get back together. Poor Lois. Episode 13 opens into a lab where an experiment is being conducted. It's Lana submerged in water. And fire. What could she be up to now? Clark goes to the Talon to see Lana, only to find her apartment ransacked. Tess comes out holding a gun and explains that she came to warn Lana, who had been investigating LuthorCorp technology. Tess reveals the real reason Lana left Smallville. Lex's men had kidnapped her on video, but she escaped. Clark is furious upon hearing this and pushes Tess against a wall, demanding answers. Meanwhile, in his lab, Dr. Grohl grafts nanites into Lana's body as a part of Project Ares, a dangerous technology that'll give her superpowers. Tess goes to Grohl's lab, demanding that the technology should be destroyed, warning that it would kill Lana.
Lana Lang was born to be a martyr.
No!
But the doctor won't answer, so she aims at him instead. Just as she shoots, Clark bursts in at super speed, only to see Lana coming out from the containment chamber. Now, he's not the one doing the saving, Lana is. Lana now has super speed and even catches Tess's bullet midair and knocks out Tess. Lana then burns all Dr. Grohl's research files at the mansion, telling Tess that she will no longer be a victim. Yeah, I know you're worried. We haven't forgotten what Lana did the last time she had powers, and clearly Clark hasn't either. But this time, Lana is promising us that she has prepared herself for this power and can now protect herself. Do we believe her? I guess we'll find out. She reassures Clark that she will no longer be a distraction, and together they can make the world a better place. Clark finally agrees and they kiss. At least now they can be together. Episode 14 brings a creepy toy maker talking to a ventriloquist dummy. Moments before LuthorCorp Plaza explodes in the middle of a board meeting. Oliver Queen had showed up unannounced and announced he now owned LuthorCorp, but then he notices a cradle swinging too fast, screams for everyone to duck, and still gets blown up. Everyone dies except for Oliver. Cut to the Kent farm where Clark and Lana are having the exact opposite kind of night. So intense, they literally break the bed. But as usual, that happiness lasts about 5 seconds before Chloe shows up to tell them that Oliver is hospitalized. At the crime scene, they discover kryptonite embedded in a Queen Industries chip, and when Lana handles it, the kryptonite loses its power and her suit absorbs the radiation. Oliver suspects Winslow Scott, aka Toyman, former employee he fired when he became psychotic, is working for Lex. Chloe helps track him down, but doesn't want to tell Clark because she thinks he'll be in danger. Clark reminds her that he could have killed her to save others when she was Brainiac infected, but didn't, so she shouldn't let Oliver murder anyone either. Winslow chains Oliver to his bed, activating a toy monkey that'll detonate soon. But Oliver frees himself and grabs him to forcefully extract information. Clark and Lana find Winslow's warehouse, discovering a bomb made entirely of kryptonite on the Daily Planet roof. That is when Lex joins the party and ruins everyone's week, or probably the rest of their lives. He speaks to them, revealing he tricked Lana into putting on the suit, so now she must choose between Clark and Metropolis. If she absorbs the kryptonite, the city is saved, but Clark can never get near her again. After one last kiss, Lana absorbs all radiation. As Clark approaches Lex's truck in rage, Lana speeds in front, warning that killing Lex would cause him to lose himself. But then the truck explodes with Lex inside. Did Lex Luthor just die a second time? In episode 15, Linda Lake returns. Remember her, our annoying meteor gossip monger who makes everyone's life a living hell for a living? Well, this time she's not just spying. She's taking her audacity a step further and threatening to expose Clark's secret unless he gives her exclusive information on the red blue blur. That is, the mysterious hero in the blurry picture everyone has been going on about. Refusing blackmail, Clark decides to reveal his secrets to the world on his terms, telling Chloe that as the world accepted the blur, they might accept him. At the Daily Planet, he asks Lois to write his story admitting he's the red blue blur. She laughs disbelievingly, thinking it's an excuse until Clark lifts the table she's standing on with one hand. He tells her about his powers, including heat vision, super hearing, x-ray vision, and super speed, before revealing he's from Krypton, not a meteor freak. The next day's headline reads, Clark Kent, alien from Krypton, and everywhere he goes, people smile, applaud, and take pictures. A girl even deliberately jumps from a balcony, calling for him to catch her. Isn't it feeling too good to be true? Anyway, Linda quickly reminds us why we hated her in the first place, when she holds a press conference announcing Clark is the first wave of an alien invasion, claiming the real hero was Lex, whom Clark killed. Federal agents arrive questioning him, and when he throws one across the room, they open fire, but bullets bounce off his chest before he super speeds away. Davis stumbles into Ices, telling Chloe he's built a tolerance to antipsychotic pills and remembers Brainiac told him it's his destiny to destroy Clark, so he remembers that he's Doomsday. Not again. Chloe phones Lois, leaving a message saying that Davis is Doomsday. But before she finishes, Clark uses the Legion ring, going back in time. He electrocutes Linda, neutralizing her power, and arrests her. But Davis transforms in the hospital, smothering Linda to death when she goads him, then throws away his pills. Great. In episode 16, Clark is back where he started. He's hiding again, lying again, and pretending everything is fine. Meanwhile, the real problem is just getting worse. Davis walks into a church and confesses to a priest that there is a demon inside him that takes over. He says he drives around Metropolis stopping criminals so the beast does not surface. What he does not say out loud is that he's killing them, because everybody he drops is him delaying Doomsday. Back at the Kent farm, Chloe points out that the papers are praising the Red Blue Blur for breaking records in one night. Clark is loving it a little too much. He's even slowing down so traffic cameras can catch him in action. Chloe worries he's getting careless, but Clark thinks people need hope. He proudly shows off how fast he can change his clothes using a backpack. Priorities. At the hospital, Jimmy is not sleeping, but who can blame him? He relives the wedding attack and wanders the halls only to see a hooded figure murder a man in an elevator. Unfortunately, he recognizes the killer. It's Davis.
No, Chloe, he was the killer. I saw him murder someone right in front of me.
But nobody believes him, not even Chloe, especially since Davis shows up completely normal like the sweet little EMT everybody sees him as. Now they think Jimmy's pain meds are making him delusional. Poor Jimmy. Tess then pulls Clark onto Oliver's private jet to Los Angeles. She drinks a little too much and starts fishing for his secret. That is, when the plane suddenly depressurizes. Clark knocks Tess out to save her, jumps out with her in his arms, and survives the explosion. Jimmy confronts Davis and handcuffs him, but Davis begins to transform. Chloe touches him and the monster stops. That changes everything, and Jimmy is not too happy with this, bond? So he becomes furious and tells Chloe marrying her was a mistake before storming out. Later, we see Tess paying the pilot that flew Oliver's jet. Uh-oh, she set up the crash? It was a trap? And Clark walked right into it. It is Heartbroken Chloe's birthday in episode 17, and a mysterious magician named Zatanna shows up to the party. She asks Chloe to make a wish. Chloe jokingly wishes she could be more like Lois. Zatanna smiles, waves her magic, and clearly takes that wish way too seriously. The next morning, Chloe looks in the mirror and screams. She is Lois. Same face, same voice. Even her hair length isn't an inch longer or shorter than Lois's. Well, at least the real Chloe is away in Mexico. At the Daily Planet, Clark immediately senses something is off. Lois is acting strange, translating Latin and knowing things only Chloe should know. When she reacts to his secret without fear, Clark realizes this is Chloe in Lois's body. They track down Zatanna, who explains that the spell will not break until Chloe no longer wishes to be Lois. Then she starts being annoying and switches Clark too. You know how he's always wished to be normal? Yeah, she makes that happen too.
Something has to be different.
He doesn't have his powers, just the regular old reporter. When a mugger appears, Clark calls 911 like a regular guy. Chloe locks him on a roof and tests him with a pipe. Since science confirms it, he is human. Meanwhile, Zatanna tries to bring back her dead father using dark magic, but the spell begins to kill her. Clark rushes in, reminds her that loss hurts but must be accepted, and it works. She closes the portal. Thankfully, the magic reverses. Clark gets his powers back and Chloe is herself again. Now, Clark knows he does not want a normal life without responsibility. Chloe realizes she needs a new path, so she leaves reporting behind and becomes Watchtower to help heroes from behind the scenes. Episode 18 finally explains how Davis came to be. Let's go back to the 1989 meteor shower. Jonathan and Martha Kent find baby Kal-El's ship in the field, but they're not alone. Nearby, something else crashes. A strange egg. It cracks open, liquid pours out, and another child forms from it. That child is Davis. Two boys arrive that same night, and their destinies sip coffee. At Chloe's apartment, Davis cooks dinner and thanks her for helping recover data from his phone, but he cuts his finger while cooking. Chloe wipes the blood away, but once it's clean, there's no cut again. Whoa, that should not be possible. But well, Davis lies that the knife didn't actually cut him. Later that night, we see Davis standing in a muddy field holding a bloody shovel after burying one of his victims when Tess appears and blows up his car. Davis wakes up wrapped in bandages, and Tess admits she tried to kill him. She shows him Lionel's journal, revealing Lionel captured him and young Lex once befriended Davis before Lionel exposed him to meteor rocks.
You think you can keep me here?
I know. There's nothing that can restrain you.
Tess believes Clark and Davis are meant to destroy each other, but any doomsday talk annoys Davis. And this time isn't an exception, because he snaps and attacks Tess. Clark and Chloe realize all of Davis's victims were criminals, so Davis was not hunting randomly. He was trying to control himself. At Icy's, Davis finally confesses the truth to Chloe. He loves her, but he wants her help to die. They go to Dr. Grohl's lab, where Davis locks himself in a cage and begs Chloe to activate a machine that will kill him with liquid meteor rock. Clark comes with one of his second chance speeches, but Davis begins transforming, leaving Chloe no other choice but to pull the lever. And just like that, Davis dies. Easy peasy, right? But nah, it's never gonna be that easy, and Chloe realizes this when she finds Davis alive downstairs. The meteor rocks made him invincible, so she makes the difficult choice when he asks her to stay with him because she calms the monster in him. After a long pause, Chloe locks the door. Looks like a lifetime subscription to calming the monster. Not stupid at all. After locking Davis in the Talon basement, Chloe is living a double life, and that danger spills over fast. But let's start this one with Lois, who's already irritated, arguing with an attendant who refuses her entry into a press society event. She vents about not having a big story and how the red-blue blur keeps ignoring her public calls for an interview. Still annoyed, she heads to Chloe's car and suddenly hears Chloe scream. Lois rounds the corner and sees Chloe being mugged by two men. Without hesitation, Lois attacks. She stabs one with her stiletto heel, kicks the second one down, and when she sarcastically asks if she's a superhero, Lois fires back, "Call me Stiletto." Clark goes ahead to question one of the attackers, who has already made bail, and learns he works at the Ace of Clubs where Jimmy is now bartending. Inspired, Lois decides to lean into her new persona. She makes a leather costume, asks Jimmy to photograph her as Stiletto, and hopes it'll finally get the red-blue blur's attention. At the club, the muggers recognize Chloe and Stiletto from Jimmy's photos and attack Jimmy, demanding Stiletto's location. Clark tracks their counterfeit money operation, but gets weak because the bills are laced with kryptonite. This gives one of them the chance to beat him up, and he gleefully takes it.
How the hell did you get back here?
But our rookie superhero Lois crashes through a skylight and takes our mugger down. When he fires his gun, Clark forces himself forward and takes the bullet for Lois. Jimmy tackles him and Lois finishes the fight. But if you think that was harsh, wait till you see what happened to the second mugger who decided to attack Chloe. Long story short, his remains are in that bag Chloe disposes of because Davis had intervened and torn him apart. So Chloe is covering for the monster that is destined to kill her best friend. Not to forget, he also tried to kill her husband. What the hell is she up to? In episode 20, Chloe's guilt is eating at her so much that she cannot escape it, even in her sleep. She dreams that she's in the Talon basement with Davis. The room is candlelit and quiet as he kisses her. Then she looks up and sees Clark's torn-apart body hanging from the ceiling with a bloody S painted across his chest. Chloe wakes up gasping. That same day, Clark tells her Tess has publicly named Davis as a serial killer in the Daily Planet. Chloe lies straight to his face and insists Davis is dead, even though Clark knows another Doomsday-style murder happened after Davis supposedly died. Clark feels the pattern returning. Jimmy is also spiraling, looking desperately for his pain meds. He asks Oliver for money. Oliver refuses, assuming it's for drugs, and Jimmy gets angry and embarrassed. Chloe meets a scientist and secretly hands over Davis's saliva, begging him to find a cure. When she returns, Davis is out of the basement. He admits controlling the monster is getting harder, and says the only way to stop it is if Chloe stays with him constantly. She agrees, and they plan to run away together. Clark asks Oliver for help protecting Chloe, but Oliver bluntly says Davis must be killed, and we all know Clark's stance on that.
You'd be saving thousands, Clark. The only way any of us are ever going to be safe again is if Doomsday is destroyed. For good.
Apparently, not even monsters deserve to die. Being locked up with a slight possibility to escape and terrorize the world again just seems like a better idea. Everything scatters when Jimmy sneaks in to steal Chloe's money, and Oliver catches him. Unknown to them, Davis is in the house and he attacks them, nearly killing Jimmy, then turns on Oliver. Clark arrives just in time, grabs Davis, and disappears. At the fortress, Clark opens a Phantom Zone portal to imprison Davis forever. Chloe stops him. She says she cannot condemn Davis to eternal hell, and she takes the key and leaves with the monster. From a gas station, Chloe calls Clark and says she's doing this for him. She's ready to sacrifice herself because the world needs him alive. She hangs up crying. Davis returns with a heart-shaped lollipop, and they drive away. Episode 21 is where everybody starts to face the consequences of their actions. Let's start with Chloe, who is running for her life through the woods. She freezes in front of a speeding truck, but Clark saves her at the last second, safe in his arms. Chloe finally admits that Davis would not let her leave the motel. She escaped at a gas station and ran. Shaken and exhausted, she finally agrees to let Clark destroy Doomsday. Finally, some common sense from this woman. Clark wants a solution that does not end with blood on his hands. He believes black kryptonite can split Davis from the monster, and end this without killing anyone. For Clark, it is the last moral lifeline. So Oliver breaks into Tess's mansion and steals the black kryptonite. He barely survives and hands it over to Clark, along with a warning that this is Clark's last chance to end this cleanly. Clark rushes back to the barn, ready to finally act, and then common sense goes poof again. Someone has stolen the crystal. Yikes. Tess appears and admits she destroyed it. She tells Clark there is no more clever solution or moral loophole.
You can't tell me that no one's ever escaped from this phantom zone.
This isn't your battle.
So you admit that it's yours?
It's either he kills Davis or forsake his destiny. When Tess returns home, a strange orb activates and asks her if Clark is ready to fulfill the prophecy. Turns out she was following the orb's orders, so there's another threat. In the last episode of Season 8, everything finally comes together and it doesn't look good at all. It starts when Rock, from the Legion, returns from the future with terrible news. Clark is no longer alive in it. He explains that saving Chloe earlier kept her connected to Doomsday, and that one decision ruined everything because Clark could not hurt Chloe to send Doomsday away. But that's not all. Tomorrow is the day Clark is supposed to die. Uh-oh. The Chloe in question is still facing her own consequences. Davis has found her again, and he makes sure she understands that she chose him. How can she leave him now when she has no choice? So she stays. Clark, on the other hand, doesn't know what else to do, so he just decides to die. What a hero. He starts to write a farewell message as the red-blue blur, but while he is busy, Lois finds footage of someone warning Tess about an orb that'll unleash destruction to the world. She realizes the same mysterious orb has been controlling Tess all along, and is tied to a far greater threat. She stupidly confronts Tess, leading to a fight that leaves her beaten and unconscious. When Clark finds Chloe and Davis, he gets captured by the Legion. They want to do everything possible to stop him from dying and then kill Davis. That's finally what it takes for her to decide to stop being a victim, which is probably the smartest choice she has made recently. She somehow gets her hand on black kryptonite and uses it to separate Davis from Doomsday. For one moment, Davis sees the monster he's been running from. The battle that follows tears through Metropolis. Clark saves civilians, gets thrown through buildings, and barely survives. With everything he has left, he drags Doomsday into a trap and he's buried alive. But the cost is unforgivable. Davis, driven by jealousy, or obsession at this point, wakes up and stabs Jimmy just as he's reconciling with Chloe. Jimmy fights back, kills Davis, but then dies in Chloe's arms.
I love you.
The choice Chloe made to protect Clark ends up destroying the man who loved her the most. That's sad. At the funeral, Clark watches from a distance, blaming himself. If he had just done the right thing, killed Davis when he had the chance, Jimmy would still be alive. He tells Chloe his humanity makes him weak, and from now on, Clark Kent is dead. As the season ends, the orb comes on one final time, but this time it burns a symbol onto the ground and releases Major Zod. So, while you're rejoicing that Clark survived Doomsday, know that he just unleashed something even worse. Season 9 kicks off 3 weeks after Doomsday trashed Metropolis, and yeah, everything is different now. Chloe is running Watchtower full-time, the Justice League is gone, and Lois completely vanished too. So Chloe takes matters into her own hands. She hacks into systems and survives alone until Dr. Hamilton comes looking for her, but all he does is just confirm her worst fears. The Justice League is gone for good. Then, out of nowhere, Lois just drops back into existence on a monorail in a shower of purple lightning. But no sooner is she back than a ninja assassin attacks her, and the train starts derailing. Very on brand. And right before everything goes very bad, a mysterious hero in black freezes the train midair, saves everyone, and vanishes. Lois notices the symbol he leaves behind. The blur has rebranded. Dark mode activated. Oh yeah. Lois soon learns she's been missing for 3 weeks and had to come back with a Legion ring. When she goes back to investigate the train, she meets John Coburn. Her new colleague, who's just as nosy, very much has a crush on her with no lessons on boundaries. And then we see Clark deep in his I have no feelings, only destiny era. He's training nonstop at the fortress, insisting that he has cut ties with humanity, which is funny because the second Lois is alive again, he is immediately nearby and Jor-El is not impressed with this at all.
Something or someone is holding you back.
No.
Elsewhere, Major Zod and a group of powerless Kryptonians are now on Earth as a result of Tess's orb activating. They're confused, angry, and already questioning Zod's leadership, but it feels like a problem for later. By the end, Clark tracks the ninja that attacked Lois, but it turns out she was after him all along. She's from a future where Clark destroys the world exactly 1 year from now, and she's not very happy about it. By episode 2, Lois is already doing what she does best, showing up unannounced, and she heads to the Kent farm looking for Clark and immediately realizes something is off. The place is dusty. Clark is nowhere to be found, but the dog has clearly been fed, which is somehow the creepiest part. Clark is missing and someone knows to take care of his dog, so yeah, it was definitely planned. Lois gets a call from John then, and from minute 1, he's a lot. He's weirdly obsessed with the Blur and trashes Lois's hero worship, which is not suspicious at all. Totally normal behavior, but just then, life hits him with a truck, literally. John nearly dies and wakes up in what is very much not a normal hospital. Half of his body is metal, his heart is kryptonite, and surprise, Luthor Corp is behind it. John spirals too fast. The kryptonite heart messes with his emotions, his grief over his sister turns into rage, and he decides the Blur ruined his life. So what is the next thing for him to do? He kidnaps Lois, figuring the Blur would come for his biggest fan. And yeah, just as he thought, Clark shows up. But the kryptonite affects him so badly that he's barely able to stand, so he thinks fast. He uses an EMP grenade and saves Lois at the last second. John dies, believing he was right. Afterward, Clark stays in the dark and refuses to show Lois his face, even when she begs him to. He then apologizes to Chloe for disappearing when she needed him the most, while Lois, on the other hand, is just happy Clark is back to work, rambling about helping the Blur, completely unaware she's talking to the same guy.
It all started when this guy showed up with this major grudge against the Blur.
Now we see Tess, who is connecting Kryptonian symbols across the world and realizes one thing. Zod didn't come alone, and the house of L is already marked. Episode 3 opens with Clark waking up at the watchtower with a needle mark in his arm. Not a good sign. Then his phone buzzes with a text from Oliver saying, "I lost her." Not weird at all. Clark rushes into Metropolis and immediately notices how the city feels off. The streets are empty and too quiet. There are abandoned cars in the middle of the road, and he heads to the Daily Planet looking for Lois. And the second she turns around, she growls at him and lunges. She's a zombie. So let's rewind, because clearly we missed something. A rage virus is spreading across the city. It shuts down people's ability to sleep and turns them aggressive, impulsive, and completely unhinged. Tess gets attacked at the mansion, bitten, and starts going full Hulk at the hospital. While all this is happening, Clark, Chloe, and Hamilton scramble for answers and trace the virus back to the worst possible source, Davis Bloom. Yeah, that Davis. Apparently his blood is the only thing that can stop this thing, and the universe absolutely refuses to let him go. Things go downhill fast from there. The Daily Planet turns upside down. Lois gets bitten, Clark scoops her up and carries her out, and they hide while the city melts around them. And half-infected Lois confesses she's so obsessed with the Blur because she doesn't want to be alone. Clark doesn't know what to do about this, but he feels it.
I had never had this connection with someone before. Now that I have this connection, I don't want to go back to the way things were.
He's already falling for Lois. To make the cure, Clark lets Chloe stab him with a kryptonite-dipped needle. He drops it instantly. Chloe releases the antidote through the rain. Lois fully turns, attacks Clark, then the rain does its job. The cure works. The city is saved, but feelings are absolutely not resolved. And the episode ends with Zod learning that Clark is alive, just before he kills the soldier that recklessly unleashed the virus in the first place. In episode 4, Clark has moved on from the virus to his regular crime stopping. He saves hostages from a factory bombing, tanks the explosion, and then immediately starts to hear voices. Except they're not actual voices, they are thoughts. Specifically Lois's thoughts, and unfortunately for him, Lois thinks very loudly. So now Clark has the worst power upgrade imaginable. He starts answering things Lois has never said out loud. From flirting to a very aggressive inner monologue. Lois thinks Clark is glitching, but Clark thinks this is how he dies. As they investigate the bombing, Clark realizes mind reading is absolute torture. He hears fear, lies, and insecurities everywhere. Nobody is okay. Jor-El tells him to stop assuming the worst and actually listen, because understanding people is different from hearing them. The trail leads to Queen Industries, where Oliver is attending a fancy gala and pretending he's fine. He is not fine, though. Our least favorite toy man crashes the event and traps Oliver in a psychological nightmare, forcing him to publicly confess to killing Lex or he will blow up the room. Clark figures out the trick just in time. The bomb is fake and the real weapon is control. Once that illusion breaks, Toyman loses his leverage and Oliver is saved. Again, though he didn't want to be. Meanwhile, Clark is hearing enough of Lois's very explicit thoughts to know that she likes him very much, so he plans a date. Lois shows happy, but Clark panics and does not show. By the end, Clark apologizes, shares the byline, and awkwardly asks how one might earn a second date. Hypothetically, for journalism reasons. Lois doesn't say yes, but she doesn't say no either. Clark can't even complain, but there's another problem. Tess is not done poking around, and she visits Toyman in jail with a very painful warning to leave Oliver alone, and then gives him John's meteor-powered heart, ordering him to find out how it works. Whatever this woman is up to, it's not good. Oliver Queen is not done hitting rock bottom, and in episode 5 we're seeing him hit the bottom of the rock bottom, if that makes sense. We see him gambling, drinking, flirting, hardcore, and then trusting a mysterious woman with a snake tattoo. Because sure, why not? She gives him a red pill and asks what he has to lose. Oliver says nothing, and then wakes up buried alive in a coffin with "Game On" carved into it. Spooky stuff. While Oliver is fighting for his life, Clark and Lois are having movie night at the Kent farm, but Clark keeps disappearing to save people and then reappearing with popcorn, hoping Lois wouldn't notice. Of course she does, but she lets it slide, for now. Back to Oliver, who is now being hunted. First, he hears Lex's voice coming out of a coffin, but when he opens it, it's empty. That's when the voice comes through hidden speakers.
Just say the safe word and the game will stop.
The hell are you talking about? I didn't get a safe word!
Because you didn't ask.
Letting him know that it's all a game and he's being monitored. If he wants to stop, he must use the safe word, but the teeny tiny problem is, Oliver didn't get a safe word. In fact, he didn't get the rules either. So yeah, this one's all on him, right? Oliver almost runs mad from here. Dogs chase him, trucks try to run him over, fake cops even show up, and all his bank accounts are drained. Basically, someone turned his trauma into an escape room with murder stakes. He slowly realizes that this is not about money. Someone wants to break him. Now, can you guess who is behind everything? Chloe. Yes, our Chloe. She planned everything from the pills to the traps to the psychological horror. Her logic is unhinged but clear. Oliver was spiraling and she needed to remind him who he really is before he destroys himself. As annoying as it is, it works. Oliver puts the suit back on, rejoins Clark on the rooftops, and the city officially has its green arrow again. How relieving it must be for Clark to not be the only emotionally repressed vigilante on night duty. Team brooding is back in session. Episode 6 opens with Clark helping Lois audition for a morning TV show, and from the jump, it's not looking great. Lois is overstimulated, and Clark, on the other hand, just looks as lost as ever because he's really not interested. All he wants is just a second date with Lois. Right then and there, they bicker a little too much, but somehow that is exactly what the producer wants. The bickering is the chemistry. Congratulations, they're hired as a duo. That's bad. Their first official segment is blind dates, which is a terrible idea considering the boiling tension Clark and Lois are trying a little too hard to ignore. Now, each of them has to tape themselves on a real blind date. Clark's date is smart, confident, and wildly accomplished. Lois hears all this through her earpiece and immediately becomes jealous, but she will not admit it and will fight anyone who dares to point it out. Her own blind date turns out to be Oliver, definitely planned, because when has any billionaire you've ever dated refused any opportunity to cause problems? While the flirting and denial Olympics are happening on camera, Tess is busy teaming up with Zod to build a massive solar tower that is supposedly going to save the world. Zod is involved, so let's all pretend to be shocked when that turns out to be a lie. Things get serious fast when Oliver confesses his feelings on camera, leaving Lois no choice but to drag him off the screen and tell him she's in love with Clark now.
Clark. Yes.
But that's not the craziest part. As Oliver leaves, a pimp kidnaps both him and Lois. Clark hears gunshots through the feed, vanishes at super speed, melts a gun, and saves everyone without anyone seeing him. Professional. Lois hugs Oliver afterward. Clark watches from the rooftop, silently melting with jealousy. That must be when he decides to stop playing games and just go for the girl. So after everything, he kisses her. Finally! Episode 7 takes a detour from Clark's love life and takes us back on an important pre-meteor shower event. It opens on Krypton years before it explodes. Jor-El is working with the ruling council on a secret project involving Kandorian DNA. Okay, let's take a quick pause here to explain. Now, Krypton is the planet, and Kandor is just one of the major cities. So, Kandorians are simply Kryptonians from Kandor, not a different species or anything. So the plan sounds great at first. If Krypton ever falls, the Kandorian people could be brought back through cloning. But the problem is these clones are not meant to be farmers or teachers. They are meant to be soldiers, an army in storage. Jor-El goes, oh, hell nah, and shuts the project down immediately. He believes science should heal, not build weapons, but General Zod does not agree at all. Around this time, Krypton is already unstable. A civil conflict breaks out between the Kryptonian military and a rebel group called Black Zero. And during all that chaos, Kandor is destroyed in a massive explosion, and Zod's wife and child die in the blast. And that is when our angry, sadistic warlord turns into a vengeful, apocalyptic freak. Now back in the present, Zod is leading a newly freed Kandorians on Earth. They are alive, powerless, and angry. Zod believes Jor-El is the Blur, leaving Kryptonian symbols around Metropolis, and he promises his people that Jor-El will restore their powers. Clark then investigates with Oliver and finds signs that his biological father is alive. Jor-El is on Earth, and he goes to the farm to find Clark, but it's Chloe he meets. Jor-El then explains the truth to her. Zod was once his closest friend, and trusting him was his greatest mistake. However, before Clark could get back, Tess captures Jor-El and hatches a plan with him. If he wants to keep his son safe, he must pretend to be the Blur. Zod falls for it and takes Jor-El thinking he's the Blur. Under torture, Jor-El admits that he used blue kryptonite to make sure the Kandorians would be powerless on Earth, not out of cruelty, but because he knew powered Kryptonians would rule humans like gods. Zod soon realizes something even bigger. Jor-El has a son, Kal-El. But unfortunately, Clark is too late. Jor-El has been severely wounded and he dies in his son's arms, asking him to save Zod if he can.
Don't go. I can save you. Save Zod.
Clark buries his father, knowing the truth now. Zod is no longer someone who can be saved, and from the shadows, Zod watches. Now he knows exactly who he's fighting. Episode 8 begins inside Lois's head, and it's the most embarrassing vision ever. She's daydreaming about lots of skin, and I mean lots, with Clark. Then she wakes up and suddenly she has to go face Clark in real life. Uh-oh, awkward alert. At the Daily Planet, Lois is completely flustered and distracted. Clark notices immediately, but I guess reading rooms isn't our superhero's strong suit. He chooses this moment, of all moments, to bring up the kiss. Lois panics, of course, avoids the conversation and signs for a delivery instead. That delivery turns out to be 2 undercover cops in a box, which is strange, but not the strangest thing today. Outside, we see a massive house of L symbol painted on a nearby building. Yeah, that's not good. Someone is copying Clark. And they're not even doing it well. Those undercover cops were mistaken for criminals by the Blur. It doesn't take long for Clark and Chloe to fish out the culprit. Piece of cake, in fact, because they're just 2 super-powered teenagers copying a symbol and trying to be heroes. Clark catches them and leaves them at the watchtower for Chloe's lecture. She explains that being a hero is not about copying someone else. It is about knowing when to step in and when to stay back.
I mean, how do you always know the right thing to do?
You don't. And neither does he. But you stick around a hero long enough and you get your share at saving him.
But then one of them messes around with the sound system while the Blur is on a call with Lois trying to clear his name, and she hears his voice, realizing it's Clark. Later, a politician publicly attacks the Blur and demands he reveal himself. Clark considers stepping forward, but just as he's about to do so, Lois addresses the crowd herself, arguing that she knows the Blur personally and thinks he should remain a symbol of hope, and not a man under a spotlight. And the public listens. Wait, is she protecting Clark now? What Lois doesn't know is that she has now brought unwanted attention to herself and starts to face consequences immediately. The congressman is clearly not happy and lures her to the roof, where he pushes her off. Clark, however, can't save her with his powers because of the crowd gathered outside the building. Not until our superhero twins come to the rescue and release a cloud of smoke everywhere. But just when we think all that is over, Lois has a dark vision. Apparently things get worse. Episode 9 opens with Lois in a coma. Clark thinks she has gone missing, but it turns out she's been taken and Tess is the one behind it. She believes Lois is hiding something in her mind, and she is right to think so. Tess uses some kind of tech to connect herself to Lois's mind, and suddenly the truth becomes clear. Lois did not imagine those visions. She really went to the future, and that future is worse than bad. Now let's take a trip into Lois's head, starting from when she wakes up in a ruined metropolis under an extraordinarily red sun. The Blur is dead and the Kandorians have taken over the city with General Zod in charge. Humans are prisoners and hope is gone. When Lois finally finds Clark, he is alive, exhausted, and completely defeated. He tells her that he made the wrong choices, tried to fight Zod alone, and lost everything. The world fell apart because of it. Zod eventually captures both of them. Tess is there too, fully aligned with Zod, and convinced she saved the world by helping him take power. Clark is sentenced to die, and Lois realizes this future only exists because she never went back to stop it. The Resistance shows up in the last second, led by Chloe and Oliver, but it is already too late. Tess dies, Chloe is killed in front of Lois, and that is the breaking point. Lois escapes, finds Clark again, and the solar tower begins to fail. Clark regains his powers. He forces the Legion ring back onto Lois's hand and sends her home, knowing it will erase her memories of the future. Lois survives, but remembers nothing. Clark, however, remembers everything. And by the end, Clark decides he will not fight Zod as an enemy. He'll try to do something else.
This time I'm going to do things the right way.
He approaches Zod openly, stands before the Kandorians as the Blur, and forces them to kneel. All except Zod. Episode 10 opens with Clark and Lois leaving a charity gala together. Trust me, this is a bigger deal than it sounds because this is technically their first public date. Clark is very into it. Lois is into it too, but she's also doing that thing where she pretends to not be. Clark points out that she refused to show any affection inside that gala, and Lois immediately changes the subject by mentioning that Oliver vanished the second they arrived. Is she still worried about her ex's feelings, or what? Once they're outside, Clark's super hearing ruins the moment by picking up a robbery in progress. He promises to call her tomorrow and disappears, which is becoming a pattern. But Lois soon has bigger things to worry about. When she gets into her car, it won't start. And while she's checking the engine, an arrow slams into the car right next to her. She looks up and sees someone dressed like Green Arrow standing on a rooftop. Naturally, she assumes it's Oliver and yells at him. Then the second arrow hits her in the shoulder and she goes down in the middle of the street. At the same time, Oliver is having a very bad night of his own. He's meditating when someone attacks him and nearly kills the intruder before realizing it's Mia, a woman he's training to defend herself. The scary part is not the fight. The scary part is that he did not recognize her or even hear her shouting his name. Yeah, I don't think Oliver has fully recovered yet. So while Lois is in the hospital recovering, Oliver starts putting pieces together with Chloe, and he looks at the arrow that hit her and immediately knows this was not an amateur move. The shot was precise, and it was meant to injure, not kill. It's a message, and Oliver knows exactly who it's from. Back on the Kent farm, Clark comes home to find Zod already there, standing in his kitchen. Zod talks a lot about his history, about religion, about knowledge, and about how Kryptonians believe information should be shared. But Clark is not impressed. Zod eventually gets to the point and suggests that they work together to help Kandorians regain their powers. Clark shuts that down fast and leaves to attend to Lois instead. At the hospital, Lois downplays what happened because that is what she does. Oliver does not, though. He recognizes the arrow design and goes back to his office where he pulls out an identical arrow wrapped in cloth marked with a Celtic symbol. Oliver immediately knows what this means. The arrow comes from the Dark Archer, who belonged to a secret society that trained Oliver all those years ago called the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood taught him to be lethal and isolated. Their rule was simple. No lovers, no allies, no students. Oliver broke every rule, and now anyone close to him is now a target. You'd think Oliver now has enough knowledge about his enemy to take him down, right? No. His new friend Mia gets abducted, and when Oliver tries to save her, he joins in the kidnap party too. The Dark Archer's plans for them are not looking good.
If you won't fulfill your duties, I will hunt down and kill your apprentice.
Clark eventually finds Oliver and Mia trapped in a hedge maze where the Dark Archer is hunting them for fun. Oliver refuses to kill his former mentor, even when pushed. Clark steps in and saves them both, and the Dark Archer escapes wounded, but alive. And just when it feels like the worst is over, Zod visits Lois at the hospital, clearly sending a message. Kryptonite isn't Clark's only weakness, and Zod is not afraid to explore that. Episode 11 brings us our usual dose of superhero teams that leave huge smiles on our faces. This time we're meeting the Justice Society of America. Sounds big, yeah, but let's start from the beginning. We first see Chloe trying to call Clark when the power cuts out and a blinding light, well, almost blinds her. A guy named Sylvester appears, tells her he knows about Watchtower, and says he's getting his old superhero team back together. But before they can explain, someone attacks with ice powers. Sylvester shoves Chloe into a dumpster, classy way to save someone, and fights the attacker alone. He dies, but not before gasping the word, check. Ominous much? Clark and Chloe investigate, and find another body frozen solid with JSA written nearby. Someone is hunting down old school heroes. They discover the Justice Society of America was a superhero team from the 70s who got framed and destroyed by the government when they refused to play ball.
Why'd you bring me here?
Dr. Fate says you're a big deal.
Clark tracks them down to an abandoned museum and meets the survivors, Hawkman, Dr. Fate, and Stargirl. But as you'll have it, our favorite Martian Manhunter is a member of the club, and he's back to help. Dr. Fate, who is a seer, or psychic, puts on his helmet, pokes his nose into Clark's destiny, and drops the bombshell that Clark is the future. Wow, he's gonna lead the next generation of heroes. Hawkman doesn't trust Clark's team and wants to handle this alone, but Stargirl believes in him. The killer turns out to be Cameron McKent, also known as Icicle 2, out for revenge. The Justice Society had once confronted his father, Icicle 1, who was a villain, and that fight had left his dad mentally broken and catatonic. Now, Icicle 2 blames them because he grew up believing the Justice Society never took responsibility for what happened. During the final fight, Dr. Fate sacrifices himself to save John Jones from Icicle's son, giving John his Martian powers back in the process. Sad, but finally! All of them finally team up to stop our villain boy. Turns out Amanda Waller manipulated him into attacking the JSA to force them back into action, and make them look like heroes again. Why? Because she's building an army for the apocalypse. She shoots him and welcomes him into an organization called the Suicide Squad, which is the name of her army. Then afterwards, she meets with Tess Mercer, who is secretly working for her organization, Checkmate. Episode 12 opens at Metropolis WonderCon, which you know is basically a building full of people dressed like their favorite childhood obsessions. Somewhere between the lightsabers and capes, a kid named Alex sees a rare Warrior Angel comic. He is told not to touch it, but touches it anyway. Bad choice. But opening the comic does not just lower its resale value, it activates a magical curse. The second Alex starts reading, the fantasy kicks in. He doesn't just imagine being the hero, he becomes one. Suddenly Alec is Stephen Swift, a grown man with powers, confidence, and a whole lot of attention. To be fair, at first everything looks great. Swift saves people, he flies, he smiles. Chloe meets him, and you can tell immediately why she's drawn in. This guy makes hero work look easy and fun. Remember fun? That thing that no one in this group ever has? Clark, meanwhile, learns the truth from Zatanna. Of course it's her again. The comic is enchanted. It turns the readers into the hero they admire the most. But there's a catch. Because when isn't there ever a catch? Warrior Angel's story always ends with betrayal, and when that happens, the hero turns bad. Zatanna's worry turns real when Steven finds out the truth. The powers are temporary. The magic will be undone.
Normal means being wailed on at school every day. Normal means not having the power to defend myself. Do you have any idea how much my actual life sucked?
And the moment that fantasy starts slipping away, he panics. Not because he's evil, but because he doesn't want to go back to being invisible. That fear twists him into Develicus. He takes Chloe hostage to stop the spell from being reversed, but Clark and Zatanna go through with it anyway. Chloe almost dies. Almost. When it is over, the magic is gone, Alec is just a kid again. Clark sits with him and explains the part that matters. Being a hero is not about powers, it is about the choices you make when you do not have them. Thankfully, Alec listens. In episode 13, you may be tricked into believing Metropolis is about to see a normal Valentine's Day. Well, don't be. Even though at first everything looks normal from the outside, couples, candles, roses, Clark and Lois are not doing any of that. Instead, they're pressed up against a construction wall, investigating the Rao Solar Tower instead of having dinner. Lois is standing on Clark's shoulders, scanning the site, convinced something is wrong. Clark catches her when she slips, and yeah, our boy enjoys it more than he lets on. Now you may wonder what their business with the tower is. Lois dips her nose into every story, of course, but this is special. It's Zod's tower, the one from the future with which he destroys the world. Remember? Yeah, so they've started to build it. Anyway, Clark and Lois head back towards the planet, still debating whether to drop the story when a woman dressed like a fairy approaches and hands out Valentine's treats. Lois grabs the chocolates without hesitation. The fairy blows glittery dust all over them. Clark reacts for half a second, his eyes flash blue, and then it passes. That didn't seem good. Inside the Daily Planet, things change pretty fast. Clark agrees when Lois jokes about wanting a traditional relationship. Lois freezes. Her eyes flash blue. She smiles and suddenly means it. She gives up the tower story without a fight. Lois never gives up. Never. Especially without a fight. Hell nah, something definitely ain't right here. But then she quits her job entirely. Clark doesn't understand why this feels wrong yet, but it does. At the farm, it gets worse. Lois shows up dressed like a 1950s housewife, cooking, talking about moving in, talking about engagement. Clark is stunned but plays along long enough to confirm what he already suspects. This isn't Lois. At Watchtower, Chloe is not herself either. She's obsessive, protective, willing to cross lines, and even clashes with Lois over who is best for him. Clark finally traces it back to the fairy dust and realizes the truth. This kryptonite does not control him, it makes people obey him. But Clark is on a side quest to befriend some Kandorians though. Alea and Feora, remember her? Zod's wife and Davis's mom? Anyway, Clark gives them fresh identities on paper, making them legal citizens, but in return he wants to know who exactly killed his dad. But all he gets is a strict warning to stop going after Zod. but trusts Clark to never listen when his emotions are involved. Clark confronts him at the tower and uses persuasion without meaning to, asking Zod if he killed his dad. Zod's eyes glow blue before he answers that he wasn't Jor-El's killer, but Tess was. Somehow Zod manipulates Clark into angrily admitting that he wants to be a killer too.
You don't think I want revenge? You don't think sometimes I want to be a killer like you?
Clark leaves shaken. He understands now the power works on him too. Now Clark is in full rabid mode and he goes after Tess mercilessly. But before he can kill her, Chloe shows up with green kryptonite, weakening him and bringing him back to his senses. But as surprising as it may sound, Zod actually wasn't Jor-El's killer. It was Alea. She confesses to Zod and surrenders herself to be killed. He doesn't even hesitate. Episode 14 kicks off with one of the Kandorians, Feora, staring at a poster announcing the solar tower's destruction. She's pissed that the tower's gone, but Clark insists the future is better without it. Feora's sister, Vala, works in a bookstore, and while closing up, some creep in a gas mask breaks in and kidnaps her. When Vala wakes up, she's locked in a container wearing nothing but her underwear alongside 2 other Kandorians. Yikes. The next day at the Daily Planet, Lois and Clark are planning a romantic dinner when Feora crashes their date. She tells Clark that Vala is missing and needs his help finding her. Clark heads to the bookstore where he runs into Zod, who has already taken over the investigation. Zod blames Clark for the kidnappings since destroying the tower left the Kandorians powerless and vulnerable. Someone is hunting them and Zod makes it clear their blood is on Clark's hands. While all that is going on, the kidnapper, Bernard Chisholm, reveals he's holding Vala and the others as guinea pigs to prove aliens exist. Turns out Vala and her crew were stealing corpses from the hospital to experiment on humans, bringing them back to life and trying to restore Kandorian powers. Vala was one of those corpses they stole, and their experiment on him worked. But it scarred him, who is now hell-bent on exposing them. Aw, Vala, so this one is on you. Lois gets lured to Chisholm's lab under the guise of a story. She's handcuffed and forced to type this alien expose while Vala is imprisoned nearby. Zod shows up pretending to be FBI, but Chisholm shoots him before he can rescue Vala. Clark arrives just in time and Chisholm accidentally electrocutes himself. With Zod dying, Clark does the unthinkable. He uses kryptonite to cut his own hand and drips blood onto Zod's wound, healing him instantly. Zod wakes up, telling Clark he can finally trust him.
How did you know that your blood would cure me?
I didn't.
But here's the shocking part. After Clark leaves, Zod's pain disappears. He meets Clark on the roof of the Daily Planet, and after he leaves, he jumps off and flies into the sky. Clark's blood didn't just heal Zod. It gave him powers back. And the question we're all asking ourselves is, why the hell did Clark bring back his greatest enemy and Earth's destroyer back to life? In episode 15, Clark finally had enough. He wants to take a much-needed break by taking Lois on a romantic getaway. Finally, normalcy. He hands over the city to John Jones, but then Chloe is also going on a getaway with Oliver under the fake names Mr. and Mrs. Green. Sounds sus. Anyway, they all end up at the same creepy country inn during a storm. Clark and Lois's room is flooded. The only other room is already taken by the Greens, so yes, this becomes an accidental double-date horror weekend. When Lois rips an old painting in the lobby, it turns out to be a huge mistake. The painting is a seal, and breaking it releases a murdered woman who came back as the Silver Banshee, a spirit that possesses women and kills men with a scream. Damn, first victim dies off screen, and from there, everything goes crazy. Chloe gets possessed first. While possessed, she nearly seduces Clark in the shower. Lois walks in at the worst possible moment, grabs her, and the spirit jumps straight into Lois instead. Even worse. Now possessed, Lois lures Oliver into the woods to kill him. Clark clocks what's going on fast enough, but he barely holds off the Banshee while Chloe figures out the only solution. Burn the painting, close the portal. She does. The spirit is dragged back. Lois survives. Everyone survives. Meanwhile, Tess and Zod sleep together, which is exactly as bad an idea as it sounds. And the episode ends with the real problem. Zod secretly contacts Lois, pretending to be the Blur, and asks for her help to dig up dirt on Tess. She agrees, but the thing is, she has no idea who she's really talking to. Episode 16 opens with Amanda Waller in her Checkmate headquarters, playing with a chessboard. At the Daily Planet, Tess walks into her office and notices a white knight missing from her chessboard. Red flag. Or white. Anyway, she grabs a gun, tranquilizer, and duffel bag from a hidden compartment, then escapes through a secret chute, emerging in disguise. 2 Checkmate agents immediately attack her. She fights them off, but gets cornered. Green Arrow swoops in to save her, but Tess knocks him unconscious with her tranquilizer and hands him over to the agents. Yikes, Oliver just got played. At Watchtower, Chloe tells Clark that Oliver hasn't checked in and security footage near his last location is shut off. John Jones shows up to the scene, but Chloe didn't call him. Clark confronts John, x-rays him, and finds an earpiece in his pocket. When Clark questions him, John says he shouldn't have done that and flies off. Oliver wakes up tied to a chair in a truck. Amanda Waller appears via video feed, welcoming him to checkmate and trying to recruit him for the government. Oliver quietly picks the locks in his handcuffs, blows the door off with explosives, and jumps off the moving truck. Smooth escape. Back at Watchtower, Oliver reunites with Chloe and Clark, explaining his kidnapping. Chloe connects the dots. Checkmate hunted down the Justice Society, recruited Icicle, and killed Sylvester Pemberton. At Checkmate HQ, John Jones discovers they're holding a mysterious blood sample. Waller reveals it's Kandorian blood and traps John in a ring of fire when he tries to convince her she's overreacting.
Your preparations for war are unnecessary. You're simply reacting out of fear.
Meanwhile, Chloe goes undercover at MetGen to investigate missing patients sent to Checkmate instead of Belle Reve. The doctor lures her to the basement where Checkmate agents grab her. It turns out that Oliver was just the guinea pig, the real target, Watchtower, because they want all the information on aliens and the whole package. John shapeshifts into Waller, escapes the fire ring, and destroys the Kandorian blood. Clark confronts Waller, who gives him an ultimatum. Join Checkmate and give up his team's identities, or she kills Chloe. The power goes out courtesy of Oliver, sabotaging their system, and Clark uses the distraction to rescue Chloe. In Waller's office, a red queen chess piece appears on her board. She sweeps it aside, saying it's time for a new game. Episode 17 kicks off with Lois sneaking into Tess's lab on Zod's orders. He's still pretending to be the Blur. She discovers kryptonite experiments, but security catches her. A gas canister explodes, and John Corbin, the guy with the kryptonite-powered heart, rescues her, but this time he has been upgraded. A worried lover boy Clark, however, tracks Lois's location and gets exposed to red kryptonite. That's bad news. Red K. Clark is back, baby. Should we be happy? Or, yeah, we should be worried. Red K. Clark storms into Watchtower and discovers Chloe has been hiding kryptonite arsenals across North America as insurance against the Kandorians. Furious, he knocks Chloe down, burns the House of L symbol into the wall, and takes off. Clark finds John, but before he can confront him, someone bombs him. It's Zod, and he's on a mission to manipulate Clark, saying none of his human friends truly understand him. Under Red K's influence, Clark agrees to team up. They torch kryptonite caches and cause a blizzard in Seattle with their Arctic breath. Clark even takes Zod to the Fortress of Solitude. Corbin had survived the blast and attacks from them at the fortress, but stabs Clark with kryptonite, freeing him from Red K's effects. Clark snaps out of it, but Zod escapes. Later, Zod rallies his loyal soldiers at the fortress, cuts himself with a kryptonite dagger, and offers his blood to them so that they can gain powers too. Zod's army is almost complete. Episode 18 opens with Lois jumping out of a huge cake in a bunny outfit at disgraced DA Raymond Sachs' party. Clark is there too, and she accidentally swings at him in front of cameras. The photo makes it to the Inquisitor's cover, and the new Daily Planet editor fires them both for their lovers' spat. But wait, how did we even get here? Let's rewind to yesterday when Lois tells Chloe she's dropping the L-bomb on Clark during their rooftop date. Yeah, you guessed right, she's going to tell him that she loves him. Good news, right? Yeah, it was looking that way until Lois adds that she is also spilling all her secrets, including her contact with the Blur, who is actually Zod pretending. Chloe is internally screaming. At work, Stern, the new Planet editor, offers a deal. Whoever gets the Sachs story keeps their job. Clark and Lois split up to investigate. Lois calls the Blur for help, while Clark tracks Sachs with Chloe. When Sachs tries to kill Lois, again, Clark saves her as the Blur, but then she thanks him for his help for the past few weeks. Clark, who has been ignoring her, realizes Lois has been talking to a fake Blur for weeks, but then a photographer snaps his picture and runs away when Lois tries to catch him. So this is what brings us back to the party. Lois traces the photographer to Sachs' party and infiltrates in the bunny outfit to catch him. So the punch she threw earlier was a cover to smash the photographer's phone, but Sachs kidnaps them both anyway. He takes them to Maxwell Lord, the Black King, who hooks them to a memory extraction machine with 4 others who have seen the Blur. He's building a composite image to expose the Blur's identity. Clark rescues Lois and destroys the machine. As the Blur, he touches her shoulder, their first physical contact before speeding away. Later, he calls her as the Blur one last time and ends things to protect her. That night, on the Daily Planet rooftop, Clark asks if he's enough without the Blur. Lois stays silent. But then, Maxwell had escaped, but hadn't even taken 2 steps when someone presses a gun to his side and forces him into a car. He looks up to see bright red heels and the longest legs.
So it's true. The Red Queen does exist.
The Red Queen is here. Episode 19 starts with Chloe working late at the Watchtower when Tess breaks in, holding a gun. Before things get spicy, Watchtower goes into lockdown. Turns out Checkmate planted a transmitter on Tess, and it's a parasite chip powered by her body. Now they're both trapped with Checkmate trying to track them down. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Clark asks Oliver for help to find Zod and make peace. Yeah, good luck with that, Clark. Oliver tracks down Zod at the mansion and shoots him with a kryptonite dart, but Zod pulls it out and burns a massive Z into Oliver's chest before flying off. So now Zod is immune to the only known thing that can kill aliens. Great. Back in the trap, Chloe and Tess are running out of air. They use nitrogen coolant to freeze and smash the steel door, escaping just in time. But then, Checkmate is tracking them through a chip in Tess's neck. Chloe performs surgery on Tess, stopping her heart to remove the chip. She promises to revive her with atropine, and spoiler, she does. Before leaving, Chloe warns Tess to keep her mouth shut about Watchtower. Or next time, she won't be so nice. Clark visits Feora at a Kryptonian ceremony and tells her Zod now has powers. She's skeptical of Zod abandoning them, but Clark shows her messages from Jor-El proving Zod destroyed Krypton. But then Feora tells him she's pregnant with Zod's child. Yet that's not the biggest thing she tells Clark. She also tells him about a book, the Book of Rao, warning that Zod mustn't get his hands on it because it's the only way that Clark can defeat Zod. Feora turns against Zod, but he attacks, accusing her of betrayal and chokes her to death. Then he realizes too late that she was carrying his child. He listens to the fading heartbeat and actually looks devastated. Character development or just regret? It's really hard to say. A furious Zod then rallies his soldiers, lying that humans killed Feora and his unborn child. Clark arrives and calls him out, but Vala sides with Zod anyway. The Kandorians all fly off together, ready for war. Zod declares all humans will kneel before him. Well, that escalated quickly. Episode 20 starts with Clark searching for the Book of Rao at the Kent house, but it's gone. He tells Chloe, who is busy rebuilding Watchtower after the last attack. Suddenly, Lois shows up sneaking around. She is desperate to get her daily planet jobs back and reveals that she has a huge story about aliens in the Book of Rao. Clark tries to calm her down, but Lois suggests they take a break from their relationship. Awkward timing because Martha Kent walks in with her new boyfriend, Perry White. Yeah, that Perry White. Lois geeks out meeting Perry and shows him her alien story. Perry has been investigating the same thing, the Book of Rao, the Red Queen, and Checkmate, so they decide to team up and write a story together. Meanwhile, Tess wakes up locked in her own mansion. Maxwell Lord bursts in, demanding the location of the Book of Rao. Turns out he's been torturing her with illusions, making her think Oliver is being hurt. Tess figures out it's all in her head, breaks through the illusions, and escapes. Back at the Kent farm, dinner gets messy really fast. Clark and Lois are pretending everything is fine, but the tension is thick. Lois cracks under pressure and confesses to Martha that they're fired and taking a break. Then she officially breaks up with Clark in front of everyone, saying she needs time without him and without the blur. Ouch.
Lois? Lois. Don't do this.
If you care about me, then let me go.
Perry decides to leave with Lois to finish their story, and as he's gathering his files, Martha recognizes the symbol of the Book of Rao in his files. Martha tells Clark that the only way to get Lois back is to be honest with her about being the blur. Maybe that will work, but for now, Lois is occupied with the Red Queen. She and Perry threaten Checkmate into giving them the coordinates to meet the Red Queen. They head to a rooftop rendezvous, where Perry almost falls to his death, but Lois saves him. The Red Queen escapes before they can talk, and Clark tries to intercept her car, but she hits him with kryptonite and gets away. Tess retrieves the Book of Rao from the hidden wine cellar, but the Red Queen appears behind her. Psych! It's Martha Kent. Martha forces Tess to hand over the disc and warns her to stay away from Clark or face the apocalypse on the wrong side. The next day, Perry gets Lois and Clark their jobs back, and Lois finds a note from the Blur saying it's time to meet. At the Kent farm, Clark confronts Martha about being the Red Queen. She explains that she created the persona to protect him from the forces in Washington working against him. Martha gives Clark the Book of Rao, but warns him that it could exile all Kryptonians, including him, to another dimension. Well, that's not ominous at all. Episode 21 opens with the exact moment Smallville has been teasing from the very beginning. Clark is dreaming, but it's not the usual farm boy stress dream tonight. This one is different. He's in the future, 2013. At Metropolis World's Fair. A plane is about to crash into the Daily Planet and Superman, not the Blur, not mysterious guy in a trench coat. Superman is out there. Fully suited, like, stopping it in front of everyone. Clark gasps awake in the loft and finds the black box from his mom. Inside it is the iconic red and blue suit with the House of L symbol. Let's freaking go! And then Zod immediately starts pulling the rug. Lois meets the Blur on a rooftop, except it's not Clark, it's still Zod. But he moves like the Blur and sounds like him. He convinces Lois that Clark is hiding something dangerous and nudges her towards investigating him. Lois doesn't fully buy it, but doubt is planted, and that is all Zod needs. At Watchtower, Clark shows Chloe the Book of Ra. Turns out it's not a Bible, it's a one-way ticket to another dimension for all Kryptonians, including Clark. Chloe wants to use it immediately, but Clark hesitates because it means leaving Earth forever. Chloe drops some heavy truth. Maybe his destiny isn't to protect Earth, but to lead his own people. Translation, lead your people out of here and give us some peace. Ouch. Tess decides to take matters into her own hands and confront Zod. She beats the out of him, but her luck only lasts for so long. She's brutally injured and ends up in the hospital long enough to tell Clark she moved the tower crystals so he can use the book. Then she dies. Or does she? A mysterious woman enters her room, and we both know that something will definitely come out of that. However, things only get worse from there. Zod's war goes public. His army is burning his symbol to famous monuments worldwide. Lois steals the Book of Ra to keep it away from Clark, meets Zod again, and finally realizes the truth when he touches her. This is not the Blur.
You're not really him.
Zod shoves her violently, but Clark catches her mid-fall, kisses her passionately, and then takes the book. Lois finally puts it together. Clark! At the Crow's Nest, Clark is about to activate the Book of Ra when Zod and his army show up. Clark tells the Kandorians the truth about Feora's death. The army hears Zod whisper his confession using their super hearing and turns on him. They all side with Clark, who activates the book. A golden pillar of light appears and the Kandorians start disappearing one by one. But Zod still wouldn't give up just like that. He pulls out a blue kryptonite dagger, the one thing that can shut down Kryptonian powers completely. The moment it's out, the Book of Ra can't grab him because he's basically human in that moment. Their powers vanish and they fight with just their fists and rage. Zod cuts Clark across the chest and arm, swearing that humanity will kneel before him. Then Clark surprises us. Instead of fighting back, he lets Zod stab him with the dagger. That's the trick. With the blue kryptonite now in Clark's body, Zod loses his protection from the book. The Book of Ra is still active and now it can finally take him. As Clark falls backward off the building, powerless and bleeding, the golden light descends on Zod instead. Clark free falls with the dagger still in his chest, grinning victoriously as the rain pours down. He stayed on Earth, exactly where he belongs. What a way to end the season. The first episode of Season 10 opens right from when Clark is still dropping out of the sky, very much dead after sending Zod and the Kandorians away. Lois finds his body in the rain and realizes blue kryptonite killed him. She pulls it out, tosses it as far away as she can, and quietly watches from a distance as the sun brings Clark back to life. Once she sees him heal and speed off, she slips away, choosing to protect his secret again. Clark is not really back, though. While unconscious, he is stuck in a limbo cornfield where Jor-El warns him that something darker is coming and that Clark's sacrifice may have been a mistake. Seriously, is there any right sacrifice at all? But then the episode surprises us with an old friend, or enemy depending on how you look at it, Lex Luthor. And when Clark finally wakes, he is convinced that Lex is tied to the coming of evil. Of course. Chloe, on the other hand, basically makes the biggest choice of the season. Oliver is missing. Nobody knows where he is, and Chloe realizes there's only one way to get answers. So she goes for the helmet of Naboo, as in Dr. Fate's helmet, fully knowing it can mess up her mind. The helmet shows her the future, and she sees exactly how this all plays out. Oliver survives, but only if she pays the price. And she saw Cadmus Labs on fire. What she doesn't say out loud yet is the scariest part. She also saw her own fate, and that will be the last time Clark will see her. In secret, she surrenders herself to save Oliver from his captors. Checkmate. But hold on, what or where exactly is Cadmus Labs? It's where Tess wakes up and discovers Lex cloned himself to survive his injuries. She meets young Alexander, but then one other clone attacks, burns the lab down, and sets his sights on Clark using Lois as bait. He strings her up in a field recreating Clark's old scarecrow trauma, and forces Clark to choose, save Lois or save Metropolis. Easy peasy. Isn't that what Clark has been doing all this time? He rescues Lois from the fire and then catches the falling Daily Planet globe in front of a cheering crowd? Hero moment. Yay! But then Jor-El shuts him down hard. warning that Clark's anger could make him Earth's greatest threat. Lois, feeling like she will never have a chance with Clark, gives him a goodbye letter. She has left for Africa.
Tyrell was right about one thing. Something dark is coming.
And in the shadows, Darkseid, our biggest, baddest villain in the series, finally arrives, ready to make Clark's life a living hell. By episode 2, Lois is gone. Clark is still shaken, and that warning about something dark is still ringing in his ears. Lois is already in Egypt, chasing another story about ISIS and pretending this is just another assignment and not her running from Clark. Then we see Carter Hall, aka Hawkman, entering and telling Lois that she doesn't know what fate has in store for her. Subtle? Not even a little. But what would Hawkman, brooding, harsh, and probably sadistic Hawkman, be doing at an Egyptian excavation site with reporters? Yeah, keeping an eye on Lois per Clark's request. Back in Metropolis, Clark walks into the Daily Planet and finds Lois's desk hijacked by Cat Grant. Loud, flashy, and blasting anti-blur radio takes. Clark hates it immediately. Turns out he should because a sniper called Deadshot blows up Cat's car. Who would want to kill an innocent girl? Except she's not innocent. Clark finds out Cat lied about her name. Her real name is Mary Louise. And when he questions her, she explains that she did it to protect her son Adam. While Clark plays bodyguard, Oliver's world keeps collapsing. Tess tells him Chloe didn't get kidnapped. She had erased herself on purpose. She saw the future with Dr. Fate's helmet and chose to trade herself to save Oliver. Classic Chloe, but absolutely devastating. Deadshot targets Cat again. Clark stops him, but the thing is, Clark got grazed by a bullet in the process, and it draws a weird symbol on his skin. Nah, that's not looking good. Meanwhile, Oliver and Carter also get marked with the same symbol, and behind it all, a new name surfaces: the Suicide Squad. Episode 3 takes us to 3 weeks earlier, when a shadow slips through the rip Clark created when he sent the Kandorians away. The shadow finds a mouthpiece in Gordon Godfrey, a washed-up sock jock who suddenly reinvents himself as the loudest anti-hero voice in Metropolis. And yeah, that's Darkseid whispering in his ear. In the present, Lois is back in Metropolis. Clark is relieved, but their reunion lasts about 5 seconds before another round of problems start. Godfrey's rally turns dangerous when a massive billboard falls towards the crowd, only to stop midair. Kara shows up, flying, smiling, and very publicly saving the day. Clark's cousin is back again, and this time she's not exactly hiding it. Kara finally meets Clark and tells him Jor-El sent her because he doesn't think Clark can stop the darkness. Ouch. But worse still, Darkseid feeds on doubt, and Clark is full of it. Kara even tries to teach him how to fly, and it kinda works for a second. Progress! Meanwhile, Lois does what Lois does best. Pokes the bear. She goes undercover to expose Godfrey, only to discover he's fully possessed. Darkseid takes her hostage, planning to lure Clark in and claim him as a weapon. Kara steps in just in time, driving the darkness away before it can take Clark.
You risked your soul to save me, and if you hadn't jumped between us...
The dark spirit would have possessed you, Kal-El.
By the end, the message is clear. Darkseid can't possess someone pure of heart, but Clark's doubts make him vulnerable, and if heroes keep hiding, you can guess what happens. Oliver decides he's done hiding too, and he steps in front of the cameras and reveals his identity to the world. In episode 4, Lois drags Clark to their Smallville High reunion. Her logic is that you can't save the future if you're scared of the past. Walking those halls affects Clark more than he lets on. He remembers Lana, Chloe, and everything else that shaped him. Then time literally freezes, which is usually not a great sign. Enter Brainiac 5. The future and friendly version of our bitter supervillain computer that almost wiped us all off the Earth, and he's here to give Clark a reality check. Brainiac 5 takes Clark on a tour of his life, starting with the truth about Jonathan's death. It turns out that Clark didn't cause it. Jonathan chose his fate, and Clark doesn't need to blame himself for it. Then Brainiac takes Clark to Oliver's current pain after losing Chloe, and the real problem haunting Clark. It's not the darkness coming, it's that Clark can't stop punishing himself. Then comes the big one. The future. Clark accidentally jumps ahead and lands in 2017, where Superman is public, Metropolis is safe, and Lois knows everything. They work together, they protect each other, and they're even in love. Clark even saves her from a helicopter crash and they make out afterwards. Back in the present, Clark finally gets it. He lets go of his past at Jonathan's grave, supports Oliver publicly, and finally stops running. Well, we have a happy ending for once, but how long will it last? Episode 5 comes off Homecoming, and now Clark is finally deciding it's time. He's ready to tell Lois the truth. Meanwhile, Lois is also ready, except she already knows. All she wants is for Clark to say it out loud. Simple, right? Of course not. At the Metropolis Museum, an ancient artifact called the Amulet of Isis goes missing. Guess where it ends up? Lois accidentally packs it, activates it, and boom. She's possessed by the Egyptian goddess Isis, with the full superpower package. Super strength, flight, and zero patience. Clark finally confesses he's the Blur, but Isis could not care less. She flies off to resurrect her dead husband Osiris. Because priorities, right? With Chloe gone, Clark and Oliver are forced to do the unthinkable. Ask Tess for help. Awkward, but necessary. Tess proves useful, while Cat Grant, who is still obsessed with exposing the Blur, sees Lois using powers and decides that she has cracked the case and will expose her. Congrats, Cat. Wrong hero. At the museum, Isis tries to complete the ritual, binds Clark, and prepares to sacrifice him. Oliver intervenes, Clark destroys Osiris's heart, and with a perfectly timed heat vision assist, Isis is forced out of Lois. Crisis averted. World saved. Lois remembers nothing except that she loves Clark. Kat tries one last time to expose Lois, literally stabbing her with a pen to prove she's invulnerable. Rookie move because Lois is now a human again. Clark smartly covers everything up. Lois admits she'd risk everything to know the Blur's truth. And this time Clark doesn't run. He tells her,
I'm the Blur.
And she admits to knowing all along. So Lois officially knows who the Blur is. But then, as if they don't already have enough problems for a lifetime, we see that Tess actually saved young Lex from Cadmus Labs, and she has adopted him. There's no way in the world that this will end well. In episode 6, Clark and Lois decide to take a romantic road trip away from Metropolis. Yeah, even superheroes need a break. But their cute little getaway goes sideways when they get a flat tire near this creepy farming village. Clark decides to head off and find help while Lois stays with the car minding her business for once. That lasts about 5 minutes before a friendly girl convinces Lois to visit their totally not suspicious village. Then the second Lois walks in, red flags are everywhere. People stare at her weirdly, conversations stop the moment she enters the room, and every time she tries to leave, people block her path with a creepy smile. Girl, you gotta run. Turns out that this isn't just any random town. These people worship meteor rocks. Their water supply got contaminated with blue kryptonite during the original meteor shower. So anyone who lives there has just enough blue kryptonite in their bodies to shut off Clark's powers. So now they think the same blue kryptonite is giving them super crops and perfect health. Then things start to get bad when Clark follows Lois to the village. The blue kryptonite affects him, and suddenly he's just a regular guy who can actually get hurt. Clark gets captured, beaten up, and tied down, which is terrifying because this never happens to him. Meanwhile, Lois discovers the horrible truth about the village's big harvest celebration. These psychos are planning to sacrifice her to keep their blue kryptonite prosperity going. Yeah, they're planning a spiritual barbecue, and she's the meat. The escape scene is crazy because, for once, Clark can't just super speed them out. He has to fight like a normal person, which means punches actually hurt, and running away carrying Lois is genuinely exhausting. But they try anyway. When Clark gets far enough away from the kryptonite source, his powers come back and they break free from the villagers. The authorities eventually arrest the crazy villagers, but Lois now fully understands what being with Clark means. She has seen firsthand that his enemies can exploit his weaknesses, and that's not good at all. Clark and Lois are still trying to be a normal couple in episode 7. This time, they're trying to have a normal Thanksgiving when General Sam Lane and Lucy Lane, Lois's dad and sister, show up for a surprise visit. At first, it seems like typical awkward family things. Overprotective dad meets the boyfriend, you know the deal. Except General Lane isn't just intimidating, he's actively pushing the Vigilante Registration Act, a law that would force all superheroes to reveal their identities to the government. Translation: Clark's secret would become public record, and that's as terrible as it sounds. Things get even messier when Rick Flag enters the picture. This guy is running a shady off-the-books operation with Amanda Waller to hunt down the Blur and the other heroes, and he's using Lucy as his secret weapon. Flag pretends to be a good guy, charms Lucy, and gives her tracking technology that will lead Flag straight to her father.
The General is leaving the farm, sir.
Which means Clark Kent won't be able to blur to his rescue.
The plan is to lure Clark away from the farm and assassinate General Lane. If Lane dies, the registration debate goes down and heroes everywhere become easier to control. The assassination attempt puts Clark in an impossible situation. When Flag attacks, Lois ends up in the crossfire, and Clark has to use super speed to save everyone without exposing himself in front of General Lane. One visible super move and his entire secret will be blown. Meanwhile, Oliver and Tess at Watchtower start connecting the dots. Flag's attack isn't a random villain's grudge. It's well-funded and part of a bigger surveillance network targeting heroes, the Suicide Squad. Even though Flag escapes, the team realizes they're not just fighting bad guys anymore. They're fighting an intelligence operation that can turn families against each other and use the law as a weapon. By the end, General Lane survives, but the damage is done. The Vigilante Registration Act is now a real threat hanging over every hero, and Flag escaped. Clark will need more than super strength to survive this one. In Episode 8, Clark is in a bad place emotionally. The Fortress of Solitude shut him out, meaning Jor-El is giving him the silent treatment right when Clark needs guidance the most. Without the fortress, Clark feels lost and directionless, which is dangerous when enemies are literally hunting heroes. He's drifting, and drift equals death when the bad guys are this determined. That's where Lois comes in clutch. She finds an old videotape message from her late mother, Ella Lane, who tells her not to let fear stop her from becoming who she's meant to be. This message touches Lois deeply, and instead of just crying about it, she takes action. Lois marches straight to the Fortress of Solitude and basically guilt trips Jor-El into reconciling with Clark. For once, Lois stops being just the damsel in distress. She becomes an active part of Clark's journey to becoming Superman. Meanwhile, Tess is dealing with her own nightmare. She receives a mysterious music box that triggers creepy childhood memories, so Clark helps her investigate. They track the trail to an orphanage from Tess's past, and things get crazier fast. The orphanage is run by Granny Goodness, who seems to be a strict old lady, but is secretly one of Darkseid's operatives in disguise. Tess gets the shock of her life when she discovers her real identity, Lutessa Lena Luthor. Yeah, which means she's a true Luthor by blood. And we all know that being a Luthor means carrying all the darkness and ambition in her DNA. Oh, no wonder, really, but will she break the family curse or live up to it? By episode 9, the VRA, Vigilante Registration Act, is now in full swing, pushed by Gordon Godfrey's anti-hero propaganda that makes people think masked vigilantes are dangerous criminals. At first, Clark wants to lead by example. Maybe he should register as the Blur to prove heroes can be accountable and trustworthy. But the only issue is that once the government has a list of all the superhero names, they can monitor, control, and even imprison anyone on that list. Who wants to be imprisoned? Nobody. Oliver steps up as the guinea pig. Since his identity as Green Arrow is already public, he volunteers to register so Watchtower can see what the VRA really does from the inside.
I'll see if I can find what they have planned for us when we sign our lives over to good old Uncle Sam.
Big mistake. The second Oliver registers, he's treated less like a partner and more like a lab rat. He is questioned, pressured, and pushed to betray other heroes. Arthur Curry, aka Aquaman, returns, and he is hunted down, captured, and treated like a criminal alongside Oliver. Clark and the team launch a rescue mission, but the bigger point is that if they can do this to Aquaman, they can do it to any hero. Clark realizes he can't nice guy his way out of this. Becoming Superman means taking a public stance even when the system is rigged against him. In episode 10, Tess receives a package meant for Lionel Luthor's heir, a mysterious Kryptonian mirror box. Before she can figure out what to do with it, the device activates and whoosh, Clark gets sucked into a parallel Earth. And guys, this isn't our usual what if episode. This is a full-on nightmare showing what happens when Clark Kent grows up without the Kents and as a Luthor. On this Earth, Lionel Luthor found baby Kal-El in the cornfield and raised him as his own son. Meet Clark Luthor, also known as Ultraman, a version of Clark who uses his powers for control and violence instead of protection. He's basically what happens when you mix Superman's abilities with Lex's cruelty, so you can imagine. The alternate metropolis is crazy. Lois and Oliver are together here, openly fighting against the Luthor regime. When they meet our Clark, they're suspicious and disgusted because, well, in their world, Clark is the bad guy. But then Lionel wants the mirror box because it can open doorways between worlds. Whoever controls it can move between realities and reshape everything. With Darkseid already spreading darkness, adding a portal makes containment basically impossible. The alternate Lois and Oliver help Clark reach the mirror device and trigger his return home. Crisis averted, right? Wrong. The door isn't properly closed. Later, we'll find out that the alternate Lionel followed Clark back to the normal timeline and starts making moves inside Luthor Corp. And worst of all, he can outthink everyone. After the Mirror World warning, things get uglier in episode 11. The Vigilante Registration Act isn't just on paper anymore. Heroes are being hunted in public now, and Oliver is no exception. He gets attacked by an angry mob in public. Clark, Oliver, and Carter Hall investigate and discover Slade Wilson's Operation Icarus, a massive surveillance program tapping video feeds and phone lines to locate heroes and everyone connected to them. This is scary. Oliver argues that the attacks and authorities are being manipulated by Darkseid's power, making the hostility feel like a citywide infection. Clark realizes Watchtower could become their biggest vulnerability if it turns into a map of targets, so he makes a tough call. Shut it down completely.
You're shutting down Watchtower.
But at least something good comes out of all this darkness. Clark proposes to Lois and she says yes. Then tragedy strikes. During a battle with Slade's forces, Carter Hall sacrifices himself to save Lois and dies. Clark refuses to let Slade keep hunting heroes, so he confronts Deathstroke and sends him into the Phantom Zone. Carter Hall's funeral should be a time to mourn, but it becomes a nightmare in episode 12. After collapsing at the service, Clark, Lois, Oliver, and Dina wake up back in their daily lives, except everything feels wrong. Their powers are gone. Their memories are scrambled, and they experience flashbacks showing Chloe experimenting on them in a hidden lab. What is happening? It turns out that they're not amnesiac. They are trapped in a virtual reality simulation while their real bodies lie in a government-induced comas. The VRA program is running an experiment to find a way to switch heroes' powers on and off in the real world. This upgrades the VRA from annoying paperwork into scary control mechanism. Once Clark fully breaks the simulation, the team regains their powers and real memories. The VRA test collapses. But the escape comes with a warning. If the government built this once, they can build it again. Next time the trap will be tighter with more victims and fewer chances to wake up. But at least the team comes together to handle this one. The public battle over the heroes explodes in episode 13 when Martha Kent leads a pro-vigilante rally on live television. This drags Clark's private war into daylight. If the Kents become symbols, the enemies can target them to force Clark's hand. At the Daily Planet, Lois realizes her pro-hero articles are being twisted into something more extreme. Then disaster strikes. Martha is shot in front of cameras and supporters. She survives, but the attack creates panic and is to flush Clark out. It looks like the anti-vigilante movement has crossed into assassination territory, but the truth goes back to episode 10's portal issues. Alternate universe Lionel has crossed into the Prime timeline and is now operating inside Luthor Corp, pretending that he faked his death. Working with him is Alexander, Lex's clone, who has Lex's memories and hatred but is physically younger, making his cruelty feel even colder.
Well, what father doesn't want to make his son happy? You don't need this.
Together they orchestrated the shooting as a trap, using kryptonite bullets to bait Clark into revealing himself. In episode 14, Clark has been saving people left and right, but there's a problem. Too many witnesses are catching glimpses of the blur. Lois sits him down and asks him to get smarter about superhero business. If people keep seeing a superpowered guy zipping around without a clear identity, eventually someone will connect the dots and Clark Kent becomes front page news. Not good. Meanwhile, something dark is brewing in Metropolis. When isn't it? Clark and Oliver start investigating a sting of mysterious deaths tied to a nightclub, and all signs point to a creepy guy named Desaad. He's a disciple of Darkseid, and his whole thing is breaking people mentally until they surrender and become servants of darkness. If they refuse, well, they don't make it out alive. Chloe goes undercover at the club to gather intel. Sure enough, Desaad kidnaps her and starts his twisted mind games, trying to force her into submission. Clark and Oliver will track Desaad to his hideout and rush in just before he can completely break Chloe's will. Clark saves her physically. Back to the Watchtower, they realize the club isn't just a random hangout. It's a recruitment center for Darkseid's army. The episode ends with Desaad branding Oliver with an Omega symbol right on his skull. Yikes, now Darkseid's corruption has infiltrated the inner circle. Oliver can potentially be controlled or influenced at the absolute worst moments, and Clark has to deal with that threat. Episode 15 may just be the fun one. Well, fun if you consider waking up with zero memories and a trail of danger behind you for fun. It all starts when Zatanna sends magical champagne as an engagement gift. The team toasts at Clark and Lois's combined bachelor party, and just like that, everyone blacks out completely. When they wake up, Lois discovers her engagement ring is missing, and she is not happy. She drags Oliver around Metropolis trying to retrace their steps, which leads them to the Fortune Casino. There they run into Amos Fortune, the casino owner, who is furious and tortures Hamilton for supposedly stealing from him.
Oh, I really wish I didn't understand the physics of this.
Great start to the day. Meanwhile, Clark wakes up next to Chloe, and both of them panic, thinking they might have accidentally gotten married during the blackout. Clark is freaking out because the idea of hurting Lois or messing up their future is his worst nightmare. As they piece together the previous night, things get weirder. Apparently, the team partied way too hard, got involved in some armored truck situation, and somehow Dr. Emil Hamilton ended up arrested. Nobody remembers how any of this happened, but they've got to fix it before it becomes a public scandal. By the end, most pieces fall back into place. Just like the Hangover movie. Lois gets her ring back, Clark and Lois realize that even when weird forces throw their lives sideways, they always choose each other. Oh, and they end up with a ring-tailed lemur somehow. Do not ask. Episode 16 ties Lex Luthor's return directly into the endgame and hands Darkseid a powerful new weapon. Tess shows up at the Kent farm with urgent news about Alexander, the young clone she adopted from the lab. Alexander isn't aging normally. He's growing fast, faster than normal, getting smarter and developing serious strength. In the barn, Clark sees proof when Alexander, who is now taller with darker hair, casually lifts a tractor like it's made of paper. Then Tess reveals that Alexander's DNA is half Lex Luthor, half Clark Kent. Oh no. Clark's own genetics are being used in a Luthor experiment, and this clone has Kryptonian abilities. Clark tries giving the boy stability, putting him to work on the farm, hoping kindness and routine will keep him grounded. Lois meets Connor, and the encounter is awkward in the best way. She jokes about him being their love child, but the real concern is when Connor's heat vision accidentally flares during an emotional moment. His powers are unstable and dangerous. But Alexander, who starts calling himself Connor, is sharp. He notices Clark's weird reactions, and after catching Clark using super speed, he figures out Clark is the Blur. Now the team's biggest secret is exposed to someone who could potentially be manipulated. And he is. Connor comes across red kryptonite, and his Lex side takes over. That means he becomes unreasonably angry, impulsive, and obsessed with Lois so much that he kidnaps her.
Okay, let me make this perfectly clear. You and I, not happening.
I will not let you go back to him.
Clark comes to the rescue as usual, breaking the red rock and bringing Connor back to his senses before Lionel shows up and tries to take him. Connor surprisingly chooses to go with Clark instead. Meanwhile, Tess is fighting her own battle against Lionel Luthor from the alternate universe. Lionel, too, is investigating CADMUS labs and demanding that Alexander belongs with him as a true Luthor heir. Tess outsmarts him by faking Connor's death. She shows Lionel a container of ashes and bone fragments claiming Alexander is gone. But Lionel, too, isn't done. Furious and desperate, he goes to Lex's grave and practically begs for his son back. And that's exactly the kind of desperation Darkseid looks for. Then we see Darkseid appearing to Lionel too, marking him as a new recruit. Yeah, that's not pretty for Clark. Episode 17 brings back the mirror universe and forces Clark to face what he could have become. It starts sweet. Martha sends Clark and Lois an early wedding gift, which is the deed to the Kent farm. The gesture forces a real conversation about their future. Should they build a life there, or is it time to move on? Then everything goes sideways. Clark finds a mysterious mirror box in the loft, and Clark Luthor appears and switches places with him, trapping our Clark in the alternate universe and destroying the mirror box. Earth 2 is dark. At Oliver Queen's funeral, Clark learns that Universe's Clark is hated and feared. Everyone knows Ultraman's weakness is green kryptonite, so his survival is a constant battle. Worse is Jonathan Kent is alive there, but he is broken, bitter, and blames Meteors and Oliver for ruining his life. This Jonathan keeps Clark restrained with kryptonite, while ranting about losing the farm and hunting for gold kryptonite to fix everything, instead of fighting his way out. Clark tries healing the damage. He urges Jonathan to find Martha in the world and choose family over bitterness. It's pure Clark, always trying to save people. Back on Earth 1, Lois immediately notices Clark is wrong. Lois teams up with Emil to rebuild the mirror box from fragments and bring the real Clark home. Lois and Emil succeed just in time. Clark returns, saves Tess, and confronts his evil counterpart. Their fight ends at the fortress, where Clark tries redeeming Ultraman instead of destroying him. That Ultraman still can choose differently.
Why would you ever believe in me? Because I know you?
And that meeting Jor-El could offer a guidance he never had. Jor-El finally sends Ultraman back to his universe. By episode 18, Clark is already trying harder to become the world's greatest superhero. But first, he has to master being the world's most boring office worker. Yeah, he needs all the help he can get. Lois takes this mission personally. She drills Clark on everything. How to slouch, how to stutter, how to look completely harmless when someone asks about his weekend. Because the thing is, if Clark is going to save people in broad daylight someday, he also needs a disguise that makes people forget he exists the second he walks away. No pressure, right? But Clark's invisibility training gets completely derailed when Booster Gold rolls into Metropolis. This guy is loud. Booster jumps in to rescue specifically when the news cameras arrive, strikes poses mid-flight, and even turns saving people into a paid gig. Clark is not impressed. But Clark soon gets interested in other things for now. He starts investigating Cord Industries after discovering this dangerous alien technology has gone missing from their shipments. Someone stole it, and that someone is about to cause serious problems. Booster finally admits the truth, that he's here from the future, and he's here to take the spotlight from the Blur. That's when Clark realizes Booster is a direct threat to everything he has been building toward. Then we meet Jaime Reyes, a regular kid who accidentally stumbles onto that stolen alien tech. The technology latches onto him and manifests a weaponized suit that he can't control. Now Jaime is causing destruction without meaning to, and people are getting hurt. Most heroes would see him as a monster, but Clark sees a scared kid who needs help. Booster surprisingly takes Jaime down with one simple message. A true hero isn't made by the suit they wear, but by who they are inside. Clark and Lois are moving in together in episode 19, and it's adorable. They're unpacking boxes, arguing about where the couch goes, and Lois is making Clark promise to unpack like a normal human instead of using super speed. This is the future Clark has always wanted, but it's about to get very complicated. Tess Mercer discovers something shocking. The Phantom Zone portal is active again, and someone has been using it as an escape route. Now, if you don't remember what the Phantom Zone is, let me refresh your memory. It's the Kryptonian super jail for the universe's worst alien criminals. And if something is coming out of there, that's bad news for everyone. Clark realizes that he has to go into the Phantom Zone himself and close the breach before something dangerous crosses over. Oliver Queen, being the stubborn best friend he is, refuses to let Clark go alone. He tricks his way into joining the mission, which would be sweet if Oliver wasn't already carrying the Omega mark, that is Darkseid's creepy brand, on his skull. That mark has been quietly messing with Oliver's head all season, and now he's walking into a place designed to break people. The second they enter the Phantom Zone, everything goes sideways. Clark and Oliver are immediately captured by Zod's forces. Yep, that Zod. He's back. The third time because he has been living in the zone, and he's not working alone anymore. Zod claims he has encountered Darkseid and gained power because of it.
You exiled me. I'm in charge here. And you're about to find out what that means.
Zod doesn't just want to hurt them, he wants to break them. He forces Clark and Oliver to fight each other to the death as entertainment. For Oliver, this is personal. The Omega symbol is already whispering terrible things in his head, pushing him towards violence he doesn't want to commit. For Clark, it's a living nightmare to be forced to harm someone he has sworn to protect. Clark and Oliver survive, but barely. By the time Clark and Oliver escape the Phantom Zone, the damage is done. The portal isn't sealed. Zod is connected to Darkseid, and Oliver's Omega mark is actively dangerous, turning him into a ticking time bomb. In episode 20, Clark and Lois decide to take a huge step. They're getting married, but before they can send out invitations, they head to the Fortress of Solitude to tell Jor-El the news, and hopefully get his blessing, but Jor-El has other plans. Instead of throwing them a congratulations party, Jor-El gives them a test. He strips Clark of his powers and transfers them to Lois for one day, forcing them to literally walk in each other's shoes. That is Jor-El's way of asking, do you both understand what this life really demands? At first, Lois is thrilled. Super speed makes her morning commute a breeze. Literally, super hearing lets her eavesdrop on exclusive stories, and she's living her best life. But then the noise starts to get to her. She hears every siren, every scream, every cry for help rings in her ears all at once, and she realizes how much Clark constantly has to choose which disasters to stop and which ones he can't reach in time. But let's put that aside because of another side of Metropolis. Toyman, who is still in prison, has managed to assemble a literal supervillain crew with Dark Archer, Black Manta, Metallo, Captain Cold, Solomon Grundy, and Roulette to orchestrate attacks across the city. The whole point is to turn Metropolis into a playground where Darkseid's darkness can spread. The Toyman lures Lois to him and then implants a device that allows him to control her body.
Kill the Blur.
He orders her to kill the Blur, meaning Lois, powered up with Kryptonian abilities, is now hunting Clark. Clark gets his powers back just in time to stop her from landing the fatal blow, but the damage is already done. Lois has now felt what it's like to carry godlike power and still be completely helpless against manipulation. The 21st episode opens by flashing forward. We see Clark's story being retold, framed as legend, as something that changed the world. Then it snaps back to the present where everything is about to collapse. Tess uncovers the worst possible news. Apocalypse is moving towards Earth. It's not a rumor anymore. It's now an incoming planet-sized catastrophe with a timetable, and the heroes are completely out of options. At the same time, Darkseid's influence has taken Oliver over completely, and his first assignment is to plant a ring that will disarm Clark. But Clark is not giving up on his personal life yet. He and Lois attempt to get married in a small church ceremony, aiming for one moment that belongs only to them. Except the apocalypse doesn't pause for romance. Their wedding is interrupted as Oliver brings out the Darkseid ring and attacks both Clark and Lois. Clark saves his bride, of course, but Oliver is too far gone. Or is he? Somehow, Clark manages to talk him back into himself. Phew. By the end, Clark realizes he has to accept the role he has resisted his entire life, that he must become the Man of Steel. In the last episode of Season 10, Apocalypse is descending toward Earth, and the heroes have only minutes to stop it. Now, what is Clark willing to become, and what is he willing to lose, to stop a darkness that doesn't fight like a person?
Son, it's time.
The Luthor plot comes to a horrifying climax first. Tess wakes in a hidden lab beneath Luthor Mansion and comes face to face with Lionel Luthor from Earth 2. He reveals Lex has been hiding there, repairing his damaged body by harvesting parts from Lex clones. Lionel's next move is monstrous. He plans to use Tess's heart to complete Lex's restoration. Tess escapes, fatally shoots Lionel during a breakout, and confronts Lex long enough to buy the hero's precious time. Then Darkseid arrives as a force that bargains for souls. Lionel trades his soul for Lex's life, and Darkseid possesses Lionel's body. So guys, Lex will live. Damn. And as for Oliver, or should I say Green Arrow, gets very busy with Zod and his minions. But let's go back to our Darkseid Lionel, who then attacks Clark at the Kent barn, and Jor-El forces Clark to relive his trials across the past 10 years. Every loss, every sacrifice, every moment of doubt, Clark realizes his entire life has been one long preparation for this exact moment. Clark flies for the first time, smashes through Lionel's body to destroy it, and heads for the Fortress of Solitude. There, Jonathan Kent's spirit presents him with the suit Martha made. Clark finally embraces the symbol he's avoided wearing for so long. At that moment, Clark stops hesitating. Now fully committed, Clark takes to the sky in the iconic suit, saves a crashing Air Force One mid-flight, and confronts Apocalypse directly. He pushes the planet back into space, ending the immediate apocalypse. But victory still has a cost. Lex returns and kills Tess, but Tess manages to use a neurotoxin to wipe all of Lex's memories, especially everything he knows about heroes and aliens. Everything. Tess died for a very great cause. Clark finally saves the world and fulfills his destiny. Chloe finishes telling Clark's story to her son. Lois is still happily married to Clark, still works at the Daily Planet, and a news broadcast announces that Lex Luthor has been elected President of the United States. Clark plays the clumsy reporter one more time, bumping into desks and apologizing awkwardly, until there's an emergency. The Man of Steel is here to stay. And there you have it. Smallville, all 10 seasons. If you made it this far, you're a real one. Now, go watch another one of my breakdowns. There's links all over the screen up here. Please like, subscribe, comment, do all those other awesome things you people do, and I will see you next time. Peace.